Chapter 81. The Wang Family Parents. This was a well-practiced routine for him, so he was very familiar with it. Auntie, uncle, well, I've bought you two an Audi A6. It's brand new, just air freighted over. And these are the deed and keys to an 800 square meter villa in Shanghai. If you ever want to visit, you can stay there anytime. It even has a small yard where you can plant flowers and herbs. Chu Du's extravagant gesture once again shocked Wang's parents. They felt like the entire world had changed color. It seemed they had no capacity for psychological shock after all these years. A villa in Shanghai? That had to be worth tens of millions. And an Audi, too. While it wasn't a super luxury car, it was something that many people their age really liked. And all these other things. Just what exactly did their future son-in-law do? Wang's parents looked stunned. Wang's father couldn't help but ask, Chu Du, is it? Could I ask, what do you do? Spending so much money, would your family agree to that? Chu Du couldn't help but laugh. It's okay. I'm an orphan, so I don't have any parents. All this is my own money. As for what I do, I own a company. Wang Xinyue quickly added. His company is huge, many companies in fact. It's a whole group, very powerful in Shanghai. Even our bank relies on him. Wang's parents couldn't help but gasp. So he was that powerful? They exchanged a worried look. They knew their family situation. Their daughter had just gone to work in Shanghai and was working at a bank. She'd only been working for a short while. At most, she'd just be an entry-level staffer. He, on the other hand, owned companies and was just handing out tens of millions. They were worlds apart. Could they really make it work? What if their daughter ended up being played and abandoned? That would be the end. At this moment, Wang's mother suddenly said, Well, Chu Du, why don't you chat with your uncle? I'll go and prepare a couple more dishes. Yeah, come to the kitchen with me to help. Chu Du understood what they were trying to do. He said with a gentle face, Okay, auntie, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. Wang's mother led Wang Xinyue to the kitchen. She closed the door and, to prevent anyone from overhearing, turned the range hood on high. Then, she whispered, You two, are you really dating? Wang Xinyue giggled. Yes, Mom, don't worry. Wang's mother shook her head. But the gap between you two is too big. I don't think it'll work out. Hearing her mother's words, Wang Xinyue fell silent. It was an undeniable truth. Even if she was now the bank's president, so what? In the end, she had only achieved that because of Chu Du's support. Even though Chu Du most often visited her, ate the meals she cooked, and slept beside her at night. At the end of the day, her status was still that of a mistress. Seeing her daughter's silence, Wang's mother sighed. We all know our family situation. You went to Shanghai and built your career by yourself. We couldn't afford an apartment in Shanghai, but he can give you one like it's nothing. Are you even in the same class? The gap is too big. Even if you get together, you'll only get bullied. Whether you're happy or not will depend on his mood. And, let me tell you, no man is truly faithful. He's so rich. If you two are dating, can you guarantee that he won't look at other women? I know you're beautiful, but there are many more beautiful women out there. Who can resist the temptation of money? Even if he likes you now, can you guarantee that he will like only you for the rest of his life? Sooner or later, he'll get tired of you and go look for other women. What will you do then? You might be 40 or 50 then. Will you come back here? Listen to your mother. Don't take the gifts. Return them. Find a time and break up with him. You two aren't suitable for each other. I'd rather you marry an ordinary man and have a stable life than marry into a wealthy family and live every day in fear. Wang Xinyue's eyes gradually welled up with tears. Mom! She hugged her mother, crying softly. She already knew everything her mother had said, but she wasn't even married into a wealthy family. She was just a mistress. There was no talk of marrying Chu Du. Besides, Chu Du already had several women around him. And what about the future? A man like him was destined not to be tied down by one woman. Wang's mother sighed and continued, You're my daughter. I know what you're thinking, and I can see that you really like him. But, many times, Cinderella is just a fairy tale. Reality will tell you how cruel it can be. When people aren't in the same social standing, they're doomed to be unhappy. Wang Xinyue cried for a while and then calmed down, wiping away her tears with a tissue. Holding her daughter, Wang's mother instinctively felt something was off. She said, perplexed, Wait, I feel like your skin and figure are a little different? Before Wang Xinyue could respond, Wang's mother continued, Yeah, I can tell. You guys are living together, aren't you? Hearing her mother talk about this, Wang Xinyue lowered her head and mumbled a quiet, yes. Looking at her daughter's reaction and her clothes, And thinking back to the earlier gifts, an idea suddenly dawned on Wang's mother. Her expression became serious. She looked at Wang Xinyue and said, "Tell me the truth. Are you two really dating?" Wang Xinyue's heart tightened, and she naturally became a little defensive. Seeing her daughter's unnatural behavior, Wang's mother understood. She was, after all, a woman of the world, and she knew a few things. Shaking her head, Wang's mother said, "I knew it. How else could he bring so many things here? It's to shut your father and my mouths." Then she looked at Wang Xinyue. "Tell me honestly, are you the mistress or the second mistress?" Wang Xinyue knew she couldn't hide it from her mother. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, he doesn't have a girlfriend." Wang's mother was taken aback. No girlfriend? Did that mean they were just lovers? Wang's mother felt a surge of anger. Her precious daughter had become someone's mistress? What was so great about that man? He was just young. Well, yes, he was quite young. He was also, well, he was indeed quite handsome. And he was rich. Yes, in Shanghai, being rich was a big plus, and society used money as a yardstick. Thinking about it that way, it seemed this young man wasn't so bad. Wang's mother shook her head. This line of thinking was wrong. Chapter 82. Conversations in the Kitchen. No matter how good he was, how could he take advantage of her daughter like this? Wang's mother's anger surged. "Tell me the truth. How many women are there? And what number are you?" Wang Xinyue sighed. "As far as I know, there are 4. I'm the first, but none of us are his girlfriend." "He doesn't have a girlfriend?" Wang's mother paused, trying to process what she just heard. She raised an eyebrow and said, "So, it's a competition between you all right now?" "Yeah, I guess you can say that." Wang's mother pondered for a moment. "Tell me, what are the other women like?" Wang Xinyue answered, "One's a flight attendant. She's in a similar situation as me. Another is his secretary, and the other one is married." "Married?" Wang's mother frowned. "This kid is really shameless." Wang Xinyue didn't dare to speak up. After all, she was no angel herself. Her personal phone, which was dedicated to private photos and videos, had almost 100 gigabytes of content, and the various silk stockings she kept at home filled an entire cabinet. If Wang's mother knew about this, the consequences would be. Wang's mother thought carefully for a moment. "I still think that you're not suitable for each other. The social gap is too big." Wang Xinyue lowered her voice. "But he's really good to me." Wang's mother rolled her eyes. "Out of all of you, who does he spend the most time with?" Wang Xinyue straightened her back and replied, "Me." Wang's mother looked dubious. "You?" Wang Xinyue said matter-of-factly, "Of course. He rarely goes out for social events. Most of the time, he's at home. I cook for him, and we sleep together at night." A gleam flashed in Wang's mother's eyes. "How many days a week do you live together?" "About 3 or 4. 3 or 4 days. Wang's mother was secretly surprised. If what Wang Xinyue said was true, out of 4 women, if they were evenly splitting, it would be 2 days a week each. How could her daughter be getting 3 or 4 days? So, that meant that she had more time with him than the others. For a moment, Wang's mother was hesitant. Wang Xinyue took a deep breath and took her mother's hand. "Mom, don't think about it too much. I have feelings for him. He treats me very well. I live in a mansion worth tens of millions, and I have a car worth millions." Wang's mother said bluntly, "So what? In the end, it's all his. He can make you leave at any time." Wang Xinyue was calm. "He gives me 300,000 each month." Wang's mother snorted. 300,000? You've sold yourself off for 300,000? Wang Xinyue didn't get angry or feel embarrassed. She said, "It's been half a year already. The car is worth over 4 million. He's transferred ownership to me as a gift, so that car is now mine. Also, the house will also be given to me in 2 years." Wang's mother shook her head. "But no matter what, you're still a mistress, a lover." Wang Xinyue smiled slightly. "Mom, this is Shanghai. As a person from out of town without a background, how can I solve problems like owning a house, a car, and money? I want my future child to go further than I did, not to be stuck in this small town. Even if I have to sacrifice, I have to find a way to create an environment for my child. I don't want to be stuck here and make my child stuck here too. That's reality. Staying in a corner might have a leisurely life, but there is nothing exciting about it. I'm not going to hide it, Mom. I'm the bank president in Shanghai. I got into this position because of him. This is something that people in our bank would not even dare to dream of. I know that as long as I rely on him, I'll have a good future, and I can give my future children a good environment and platform. Some things, if you don't have them when you're born, you'll probably never get them in this life." Hearing Wang Xinyue's words, Wang's mother didn't know what to say. After a long silence, she said, "Maybe you have your reasons, but from my perspective, I'm angry because my daughter has become someone else's mistress." Wang Xinyue sighed. "That's reality, Mom. Many times, people like us don't have any chance." Wang's mother closed her eyes. "I can't control you, but since you've already gone this far, you better fight for it. You fight to become the main wife. Don't you dare bring disgrace to our family." "I know, Mom." Wang Xinyue replied helplessly. Even though she knew that it was impossible, she could only agree for now. Wang's mother turned off the range hood. "Let's go. Considering how well he's treating you for now, I won't say anything today." Meanwhile, outside, Wang's father and Chu Du were also chatting. Mostly, Wang's father was trying to find out more about Chu Du. Chu Du didn't hold anything back, and soon Wang's father had a pretty good understanding of the situation. This young man was a year younger than his daughter. That wasn't too much of a problem. He was young, had built his company from the ground up, had earned a lot from the stock market and funds, and was now the owner of a business. He was very capable. As for his family, it was simple. He had come from an orphanage, so there were no family conflicts. He could make all of his own life choices. Even if his daughter married him, there wouldn't be any mother-in-law conflicts. Their family could hire a nanny, or the two of them could help out with the kids. Everything seemed perfect. Wang's father was in a good mood, imagining that everything would be wonderful. He had no idea of the explosive conversation that was happening between the mother and daughter in the kitchen. Wang's mother and Wang Xinyue quickly walked out. Wang's mother looked at Chu Du and said with a smile, "Well, we don't have enough dishes at home today. Let's go out to eat." On the surface, Wang's mother was very gentle and didn't seem angry at all. Chu Du naturally agreed. So, after they tidied up a bit, they drove out in the Audi for dinner. Sitting in the Audi, Chu Du said with a smile, "Uncle, Auntie, this car is the one I had air freighted over this time. It's for you two to use for daily errands. It's comfortable. The fuel card is attached here. It's for PetroChina, and it's valid nationwide. I put 100,000 yuan in it. If that's not enough, just tell me." The fuel card had 100,000 on it? Even knowing Chu Du was rich, they'd never thought about filling up the car like this. Wang's mother was okay. She knew that Chu Du had multiple women. Could he afford it without money? Her daughter lived in a mansion worth tens of millions, so 100,000 yuan on the gas card was nothing to him. Chapter 83, Chuanxi Road. Chengdu, located in the Sichuan region, is known for its love of hot pot, especially spicy hot pot. Now, in the winter, a hot pot was also a warm meal. Chu Du also liked it very much. Although it was the first time they had met, going out for hot pot was a little bit, but no one cared about it. Having a general understanding of the situation, there was no need to ask more. So, during dinner, they mostly talked about work, life, and Wang Xinyue telling her parents about what she had seen in Shanghai. The atmosphere was still okay. Chu Du was staying for several days this time. The apartment here had 3 bedrooms and a living room, but the only empty room was the study. Luckily, there was a bed. In the afternoon, Wang Xinyue said she would take Chu Du around Chengdu, leaving Wang's parents at home. Wang's father said with a smile, "What do you think?" Wang's mother said, expressionless, "Not good." Hearing his wife's dissatisfaction, Wang's father said, annoyed, "What's that supposed to mean? He's good-looking, rich, and I can tell that he has a good personality. He and Yeye get along well. Why are you unhappy? Isn't it said that the mother-in-law sees the son-in-law and gets happier the more she looks at him?" Wang's father was baffled and didn't know what his wife was thinking. Wang's mother opened her mouth, but eventually said nothing. Some things didn't need to be said, as it would only make everyone uncomfortable. The future was unclear, so why bring it up? Wang Xinyue was happy to take Chu Du around. "Chu Ji, you've never been to Chengdu before. I'll take you around today. Is there anywhere you want to go?" Chu Du looked around. "There's nothing I want to see. It's winter now, so there isn't much to do. Unlike summer, where you can travel and have fun." Wang Xinyue blinked and said, "Then come back next summer." Chu Du understood what she meant. He gently stroked her long hair. "Okay, I have plenty of time anyway." There wasn't anywhere specific to go. So, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue leisurely walked around. Wang Xinyue suddenly asked, "Chu Ji, are you going to get married in the future?" Hearing this question, Chu Du hesitated and said, "Well, it's hard to say. I don't know myself. I don't want to get into relationships and marriage because I think it's too much of a hassle." "Hassle?" Wang Xinyue repeated. Chu Du nodded heavily. "Yeah, with my resources, if I find someone far less capable than me, It'll easily turn into a situation where she'll be trying to please me. If I find someone more powerful, I won't want that either. And if we're at the same level, I'll have to find ways to appease her, and that's just troublesome and tiring. Actually, in his heart, Chu-do was quite satisfied with Wang Xinyue. She could cook, she could take care of the house, and she was a woman very suitable for domestic life. And the same was true of Li Wenxin. Her husband was away working for most of the year. Most of the time, she was the one taking care of the kids and the house. Aside from her relationship with Chu-do, Li Wenxin was truly a gentle woman and a good mother. The most important thing was that Li Wenxin wasn't with him for the money, but just because she liked him. When they were online, and when they first met, Li Wenxin had no idea whether Chu-do had money or not, and she was still willing to have a special relationship with him. Of all the women, Li Wenxin was the most genuine one. Even if Chu-do didn't have any money, Li Wenxin would still choose to be with him. As for Jiang Lily, she was with him for the money. Although there were no feelings in the beginning, over time, especially with Chu-do putting in the work, Jiang Lily developed feelings, which was normal. As for Lu Ruyan, she was attracted by Chu-do's handsomeness first, and then by his resources. But now that they were at this point in the relationship, she didn't care about the money anymore. Although she didn't have as much money, she still had a few million. She could choose to live freely. That wouldn't be a problem. As for Wang Ziying, they had broken up 6 years ago. If he hadn't accompanied Wang Ziying on a trip to Beijing, he would never have known her family background and connections. If he were to choose one of them to marry, they would certainly be willing. But, although Chu-do wasn't thinking about marriage now, it was hard to tell about the future. People always changed. Maybe one day, Chu-do would want to get married. At that time, it would be a new situation. Wang Xinyue looked at Chu-do's face and could slightly guess what he was thinking. She hugged his arm and said softly, "Chu-ji, if you do get married in the future, will you abandon us?" Chu-do took his arm from her hug, hugged her into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry. As long as you always stay like this, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Wang Xinyue lay on Chu-do's chest, her eyes unfocused. She seemed to be lost in thought. There wasn't much to do in Chengdu. If there was a lively place, it would be Chuanxi Road. When Wang Xinyue brought Chu-do to Chuanxi Road, Chu-do felt like he was a country bumpkin. What kind of clothes were they wearing? Looking at the many internet celebrities filming videos and the strange styles they had, Chu-do couldn't understand what kind of art they were doing. Workwear styles, cyberpunk styles, wasteland styles, pure styles, and even cross-dressing. Chu-do was shocked. Chu-do's looks and physique were quite good. He was wearing luxurious designer brands, and his demeanor was developing too. Just standing there, he looked different from everyone else. Chengdu was a very weird city. According to rumors, its telephone poles were straighter than its people. So, Chu-do attracted the attention of many men and women. There were even a few flamboyantly dressed men who came up to try and get to know him. Chu-do was so scared that he made a hasty retreat. Wang Xinyue laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. "Chu-ji, I didn't think you would have a day like this." Chu-do slapped her butt and said, "Wait till tonight, and I'll get my revenge." Wang Xinyue stuck her tongue out and said, "Tonight? Huh? But you're sleeping in the study tonight." Chu-do purposely teased her. "So you won't leave the door open for me?" Wang Xinyue made a thinking face and said, "Well, but my parents are still here. What if they hear us?" The conversation became increasingly suggestive, and Chu-do couldn't help but get aroused. "If they hear us, then so be it. You're already mine, so you can't run away." Wang Xinyue immediately hugged Chu-do, her eyes filled with gentleness. "As long as you don't dislike me, I'll always stay by your side." Chapter 84, Another Lockdown. Perhaps it was the stirring of emotions, but Chu-do looked around and said, "Let's go, let's get a room." Chengdu had many high-end hotels, and Chu-do quickly booked a deluxe king room. Since they weren't staying overnight, a twin bed was unnecessary. If you know, you know. After the passion subsided, a flushed Wang Xinyue leaned against Chu-do. The room was quiet for a rare moment. "Chu-ji, what do you think about me having a child for you?" Having a child? Chu-do hadn't not considered the question, but he didn't know how to be a good father. After a long silence, Chu-do said, "I want a child too, but I don't know how to be a good father. I'm not mentally prepared for it." Wang Xinyue propped herself up, not caring about exposing herself, and said softly, "Life is new every day. No one knows what will happen in the future. We'll both be new to raising a child, but I believe that we can do a great job. And besides, we're so rich. Even if we don't know how, we can hire a nanny." Chu-do smacked his head. That was true. With his money, He could easily find the top nannies in Shanghai. If one wasn't enough, he could hire two. It wasn't a big deal. But was he really ready for a child now? Chu-do thought for a moment and said, let's wait a bit longer. Let's wait 2 more years before having a child. Right now, I'm not ready. Okay. Although Wang Xinyue agreed, she felt a little disappointed. She was always worried. Although she was currently favored by Chu-do, what about the future? She didn't know what would happen in the future. If she had a child, perhaps Chu-do wouldn't have the heart to abandon her. When they got back that evening, it was almost 7 o'clock. Wang's parents had already prepared dinner. It was all home-cooked dishes. Chu-do didn't find any fault with it. He ate with relish. Wang's father had excitedly opened a bottle of wine and drank with Chu-do for a while. But Wang's father's alcohol tolerance seemed to be very low. He was already dizzy after half a bottle. Chu-do's face was also flushed, looking like he couldn't hold his liquor. But Wang Xinyue knew very well that Chu-do wouldn't get drunk with this little alcohol. Wang's mother sighed and helped Wang's father into the bedroom. Wang Xinyue helped Chu-do to the study. After Chu-do lay down, he suddenly opened his eyes. They were incredibly bright. There was no trace of the drunkenness he had shown at the dinner table. Wang Xinyue gently kissed him and whispered, I'll leave the door open for you later. Okay. Chu-do didn't say anything else. He lay down quietly to rest. Wang's mother quickly finished cleaning up and went to sleep. Around midnight, Chu-do suddenly got up and quietly went to the bedroom. Chapter 85. A gathering for drinks. Although the door was closed, this was an old house, and it wasn't very soundproof. The creaking sounds and the moans were barely audible. Even though they tried their best to control themselves, they couldn't help but let out some sounds. Next door, Wang's father and mother stared blankly at the ceiling in the dark. Are these two moving this fast? This kid is really defiling my cabbage in front of my face. Wang's father was clearly a little unhappy. Although he thought Chu-do was good, this was still in his house. Wang's mother was very calm. They've already come here together, and he's brought so many things. Do you really think there's nothing going on between them? Wang's father didn't say anything. After a long while, seriously, what's this kid made of? He's got so much stamina. Can't he take a break? I'm so tired. Wang's father was very annoyed. Wang's mother said disdainfully, Heh, he's definitely much better than you were in your day. At least my daughter can be happier. Wang's father was helpless. He turned over, pulled the covers over his head, and went to sleep. The next morning, while Wang's father was washing the dishes, Wang's mother said calmly, try to keep the noise down tonight. I'm older now, and I can't sleep well. Wang Xinyue was extremely embarrassed by these words. Oh heavens, her parents heard what happened last night. Chu-do was very calm, acting like he didn't hear anything. After all, it wasn't good to say anything at this time. It would only make things more awkward. There wasn't much to do during the day. They stayed at home watching TV and then went out with Wang Xinyue to look around, experiencing the local customs. At 6 or 7 in the afternoon, as they were having dinner at home, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Chu-do looked at Wang Xinyue, who was also baffled. Wang's mother got up to open the door, and then several people came in. 2 men and 2 women, all in their 20s and 30s. Hearing them call Wang's mother second auntie and third auntie, Chu-do understood. Her relatives had come to visit. Wang Xinyue also greeted them, calling them older brother, older sister, younger brother, and younger sister. The 4 of them were carrying all sorts of things, so it looked like they were visiting their relatives. When the 4 of them saw Chu-do, they were somewhat stunned. One of the men, who was in his 30s, hesitated for a moment and said, Second auntie, who is this? Wang's mother glanced at Chu-do and said, This is Yea's boyfriend. Chu-do, he's staying here for a few days. The 4 of them stood up. They weren't stupid. If it was just a casual relationship, he definitely wouldn't be staying at their house for dinner at this time. So, the family must have accepted him. He might even be a future relative. So, the 4 of them shook hands with Chu-do and introduced themselves. The couple in their 30s were Wang Xinyue's older cousin and cousin-in-law, Zhang Kaifeng and Wang Shui. They were the son and daughter-in-law of Wang Xinyue's eldest aunt. They usually worked locally, one as a civil servant and the other as a teacher. They were very stable. The other 2 younger ones were Wang Xinyue's younger aunt's 2 children, a son and a daughter, one a senior in college and the other a sophomore. The older one was the brother, Zhang Tao, who was studying at Chang'an University, and the younger one was his sister, Zhang Qian, who was studying at Shanqing University. They were on winter break now, so they were at home. The 4 of them were also curious about what Chu-do did. Chu-do just mentioned briefly that he owned companies and did business in Shanghai. The four of them were very envious. They were all young people, and when they heard that someone owned companies in Shanghai, they instinctively felt that it was very impressive. From their conversation, Chu Du could tell that Wang Xinyue's family had good relationships with these relatives. The four young people had come to visit for the new year with genuine intentions. Chu Du thought for a moment and said, "I came here in a hurry this time, and I didn't prepare any gifts for you. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night. But I'm not too familiar with this place. You can choose what you'd like to eat." Ah! The four of them were somewhat dazed. Seeing this, Wang's mother suddenly said, "That's right. You young people have things to talk about. It's good for you to chat more. It's still early tonight. Why don't you go out and have some fun together and get to know each other?" Wang's parents liked peace and quiet. They were happy for them to go out and get to know each other since they were all young people. The four of them pondered this and thought it was a good idea. So, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue put on their warm clothes and went out with their older and younger siblings. As they were going downstairs, they said, "Where should we go? Should we play cards? Drink? Sing? Or where should we go?" Although Chu Du wasn't familiar with them, the four of them were. The group couldn't come up with a decision, so they looked at Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue found it funny and said, "Chu Ji, where do you think we should go?" Chu Du thought for a moment and said, "We're all young people. It's winter. How about we go and have a few drinks to warm up?" Drinking could often quickly bring people closer, so this was normal. Wang Xinyue thought about it and said, "The night market is too cold. Let's go to a bar for a bit." The four of them all agreed. They rarely went out because the costs were too high. They were all ordinary people, and two of them were students. They had no money to go out and spend. But Chu Du had money. Seeing that they had a good relationship with Wang Xinyue, he naturally wouldn't let them pay. So, everyone got in their cars and headed to a bar. Since they'd have to find a designated driver to get back, and the sports car only had 2 seats, that wouldn't work. So, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue drove the Audi. Zhang Kaifeng drove a Volkswagen Lavita, taking the four of them. They arrived at TXCF Bar, relatively large bar in Chengdu. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening, so the bar wasn't busy. It wasn't even really started. There were still plenty of good spots. Chu Du said to the marketing person who greeted them, "Book us the best booth." The marketing person hesitated for a moment, seeing that Chu Du and his group were strangers. "Bro, the best spots have a minimum spend." Chu Du didn't care. "Get us the dragon set." The marketing person immediately became incredibly enthusiastic. "Bro, come with me." The dragon set was the top-tier spending package at any bar across the country. They arrived at the central booth. Chu Du handed the drinks menu to Zhang Kaifeng and said, "Just order anything, don't be shy. We're here to have fun." Zhang Kaifeng was confused. He didn't know his future brother-in-law's strength, but just looking at the drinks menu, he knew that he couldn't afford this with his salary. If they just ordered anything, what if they spent too much? Seeing his hesitation, Wang Xinyue said with a smile, "Bro, just order whatever. Chu Ji has plenty of money. He doesn't mind." Chapter 86. Chu am back. After 14 rounds of rectifications and being locked up for nearly a month, Chu am back. Ha 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 ha. There's always a way out. I know there's a dog who reports me. They're in my group. They are paying attention to what I'm writing and reporting me every chance they get. I'll tell you now, please continue. I'm not afraid. Let's see who gets exhausted first. You're trash. You don't try to improve yourself, and you are always thinking of ways to kill me so you can get more readers. You are trash. You will always be trash, and you're destined never to improve. And to some of my peers who say I'm plagiarizing, it's laughable. You wrote a simping system, and the plot is completely different from mine. I can't see where I've copied you aside from us both using the Chinese language. Compare yourself to me? When you can write a normal protagonist, then you can talk to me, okay? You want to report me for plagiarism? Come on, show the palette. I'm not afraid. With his sister's backing, Zhang Kaifeng mustered the courage, and the 4 siblings discussed it and ordered almost 10,000 yuan of drinks. After all, even if Chu Du didn't pay, they could all afford to contribute. Chu Du smiled, knowing that their everyday lives were relatively simple, and they hadn't experienced high spending like this. He said to the marketing person, "Set up the dragon set and add some other drinks. You can take care of it. Let's make it a total of 200,000. The marketing person felt like he'd met a real benefactor today. Although the spending power and prices in Chengdu couldn't compare to those of the top cities, it wasn't cheap. Soon, women in bikinis started serving the drinks. Zhang Kaifeng and his group had never seen this kind of scene before. They were all shocked. Was this the extravagant life of the rich? Wang Shui couldn't help but look at Wang Xinyue with envy. But she didn't have any other thoughts. She was the type of person who valued tranquility. She was already married, so she wouldn't think too much. Since it was a family gathering today, they didn't call any women over, and the music wasn't too loud yet. They chatted and drank. After about an hour, almost all the booths were full, and there were many more people. The music gradually got louder, and the atmosphere of the night scene was gradually building up. In the booth next to Chu Du's, a young man came to his seat and said to the young man next to him, "Yang Ji, it seems like there's a big shot over there." Yang Ji was wearing luxury brands from head to toe. He obviously came from a wealthy family. He asked curiously, "Which one?" The young man pointed at Chu Du and said, "I just went to the restroom. As I passed by their booth, I saw them. The one in the middle, the rather handsome guy. I walked past him, and he seemed to be wearing a Patek Philippe watch, and they ordered the dragon set. The girl next to him is also wearing a Patek Philippe watch." Yang Ji followed his finger, frowned, and said, "That's weird. The Chengdu circle is so small. I know everyone. I've never seen this person before. He must be from out of town." But then Yang Ji shook his head. "Oh well, I don't know him." Chu Du and his group naturally had no idea what they were talking about. They were still drinking and chatting. Suddenly, a man carrying a bottle of alcohol sat down at their booth, looking at Wang Xinyue with a smile, and said, "Beautiful, let's get to know each other?" Wang Xinyue was a beauty that Zhao Qian had carefully selected from the bank. She was a top beauty in terms of figure and looks, and since she'd been with Chu Du for so long, she'd grown in richness. She also had an unusual aura, and with the luxury brand she wore, anyone who saw her would think that she was a top-tier rich girl. Looking at the man in front of her, Chu Du's face immediately darkened. The man ignored Chu Du and stared straight at Wang Xinyue. Chu Du suddenly reached out, picked up the bottle of alcohol in front of him, grabbed the neck of the bottle, and said expressionlessly, "Where did you come from? Go back." The man glanced at the dragon set on the table, looking unconcerned. "You ordered the dragon set, and now you don't know your place? Where are you from in Chengdu? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Kaifeng and his group had never seen anything like this before. They all thought they were about to start fighting. Zhang Kaifeng tried his best to mediate. "Friend, we are together. You've mistaken us for someone else. We don't know you." The young man glared at him. "Shut up. What the hell do you think you are? Talking to me? Look at your clothes. How much money do you have? Who do you think you're talking to?" Chu Du took the alcohol bottle and tapped it lightly on the table twice, weighing it in his hand. He said expressionlessly, "You want to steal my woman?" The young man sneered. "I'm Tang San. Look at your clothes. You've got some money. Go out and ask who I am before you talk to me. It's just a girl. You're here to have fun at a bar. Are you really holding on to this one?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Du suddenly exploded, smashing the alcohol bottle directly on Tang San's head. Before Tang San could react, two big men suddenly appeared beside Chu Du and started beating Tang San. Wang Xinyue didn't feel uncomfortable seeing this scene. Instead, her brothers and sister were a little scared. They were all ordinary people and had never seen such a violent scene. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Yang Ji and his group also got up and walked over. Marketing people and security guards immediately went forward to maintain order. Chu Du was slowly wiping his hands with a tissue, sitting there calmly as if he hadn't been the one who had done the fighting. There was no trace of panic. Yang Ji saw this scene, and his face became serious. He carefully sized up Chu Du and muttered, "This guy isn't just some ordinary river dragon. Something bad is going to happen to Tang." Chu Du threw the tissue aside and waved his hand. The two big men dragged Tang San in front of Chu Du. Tang San's friends from afar also quickly came over. The several young men and women looked at Chu Du with unfriendly expressions. "Friend, you're going too far." Chu Du just glanced at them. Suddenly, several more big men appeared behind him and stared at them. Seeing this, the group shut their mouths. Just looking at the fact that they had bodyguards showed that they weren't ordinary people. They were afraid they'd kicked a steel plate this time. They knew all of the local circles. This was clearly some river dragon from outside. At this moment, a man in a manager's uniform rushed over, seeing the scene in the middle of the room. He knew Tang San, a big spender at this bar and a top-tier second generation in the area, but it seemed like he was being beaten like a dead dog. And the guy opposite him had ordered the dragon set, had bodyguards, and was wearing clothes that were worth a lot of money. He was obviously a rich second generation. If these two young masters were to fight, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He secretly complained but had to brace himself and go forward. Sir, is there a misunderstanding here? Could you please let him go? Let's talk it over. Chapter 87. Tang-san. Chu-do, holding Wang Xinyue's hand, turned to look at the manager. Trying to steal my woman in front of my face? You think that's a misunderstanding? The manager was in a bind. Tang-san had done things like this before, but most of the time, they had been resolved by threats or money. He didn't expect them to run into someone so ruthless today. By this time, Tang-san's face was bruised and swollen, and blood was still streaming from his head. He looked miserable. He glared at Chu-do. I'll F*** and kill you. Do you know who I am? I'm Tang-san. You just wait. I will remember you. Chu-do scoffed. Manager, you see, it's not that I don't want to be reasonable. It's just that some people are looking for death. With a light wave of his hand, the two big men unleashed another barrage of kicks and punches. Yang Ji watched from the side, a smile on his face. That Tang guy is usually so arrogant. Serves him right for provoking someone tough. The young man next to him said worriedly, Yang Ji, he's from out of town. I bet Tang will go after him when he gets back. Yang Ji narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. We'll go introduce ourselves later. Since he dared to beat Tang-san, he must be friends with Yunyang. Tang-san's friends didn't dare say anything because several people were staring at them. The manager was sweating profusely. He wanted to call the security guards, but looking at those bodyguards, they were obviously not easy to mess with, and his ordinary security guards wouldn't be able to handle them. Seeing that the beating was almost over, Chu-do slowly got up, walked in front of Tang-san, squatted down, grabbed Tang-san's hair, and yanked him up. You think you're hot stuff? Tang-san's eyes were already unfocused, and he was delirious. Chu-do had no intention of killing him, and it was a public place, so giving him a beating was the most he could do. As for calling the police, Chu-do laughed. People at this level would never call the police if they wanted to retaliate against Chu-do. Calling the police was too restrictive. It was better to do it privately. Tang-san was unable to speak. He never imagined that anyone would be so rash and just start a fight. A barbarian. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare open his mouth. He was afraid that if he did, he wouldn't remember anything. Chu-do gently patted his face. Be a little low-key and be clear-headed. You need to realize that you can't provoke everyone. You're not number one in the whole country yet. At this moment, Yunyang and his people slowly walked over, looked at Tang-san kneeling on the ground, and said with a smile, Tang-san, oh, Tang-san, you've finally met your match. Chu-do looked up at Yunyang for a moment, not saying anything. Yunyang was very comfortable with approaching him. Hello, friend. My name is Yunyang. Tang-san and I, well, we have a little history. I'm actually pretty happy to see you beat him up. Chu-do nodded and said nothing. The manager was sweating heavily. He knew both Yunyang and Tang-san. They were famous second-generation heirs in Chengdu with powerful family influence. Neither was someone that a manager like him could mess with. Not to mention Chu-do, the river dragon, from outside. He looked like no ordinary person. All he could do was pray that his boss would come quickly and resolve the situation. Many people were watching. The manager could only order the security guards to push the crowd back and form a circle so that outsiders wouldn't see. For some reason, hearing the name Tang-san, Chu-do was inexplicably annoyed, as if he had met a natural enemy. It was very unpleasant. Suppressing this inexplicable annoyance, Chu-do patted Tang-san's face. Are you still conscious? Tang-san nodded vaguely and said, I was wrong, bro. In such a public place, Chu-do couldn't really do anything to him. After kicking him, Chu-do turned around and said, get lost. He'd already beaten him up, but he couldn't kill him. It was enough to let him get lost. Seeing Chu-do turn away, Tang-san's friends dared to come forward and help him up. Tang-san glanced at Chu-do and was helped away by the crowd. Chu-do tilted his head and said in a low voice, investigate Tang-san's background. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. If there is any movement, kidnap him. With just his word, someone would naturally carry it out. Since the annoying person had been taken care of, the manager quickly ordered his men to restore order and liven up the atmosphere again. Wang Xinyue was completely unfazed, but Zhang Kaifeng and his group were cautious. He said with some worry, Chu-do, we should leave. That guy is pretty powerful here. I've heard about him. He has a strong background. We should leave now and not let them catch us. Chu-do said with a smile, Zhang Ji, don't worry. Since I dared to sit here, I'm not afraid of him. Zhang Kaifeng looked at Wang Xinyue and saw that she was very calm. He didn't know Chu-do well, but he did know his sister. Since Wang Xinyue was so confident, Chu Du couldn't be an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he also relaxed a little. As for the younger siblings, they were even more at a loss. Chu Du patted Zhang Tao's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. Your bro is here." Zhang Tao was young and ignorant, but with someone to back him, he wasn't afraid anymore. The atmosphere returned to being lively, and they continued to drink and chat. Zhang Kaifeng and the others gradually learned that Chu Du owned a huge company in Shanghai and had a lot of power. As they were drinking, Yunyang suddenly came over, holding a bottle of alcohol, and said to Chu Du with a smile, "Hello friend, can we get to know each other?" Chu Du was somewhat surprised but still let Yunyang sit down. "You were looking for me?" Yunyang replied affirmatively, "That's right, I was looking for you." Chu Du tilted his head, a little confused. "I don't think we know each other." Yunyang laughed. "It doesn't matter that we don't know each other. You beat up Tang San, and I have a history with him." Chu Du nodded slightly and said, "My name is Chu Du." Chu Du? Yunyang's brain raced, but he couldn't recall any wealthy families in Chengdu with the surname Chu. It seemed he was definitely from out of town. But no matter where he was from, the fact that he had bodyguards and had a beauty like Wang Xinyue beside him meant that he was definitely not an ordinary second-generation heir. After all, they were also second-generation heirs, and they didn't see anyone with bodyguards. Yunyang's expression became more courteous. "My name is Yunyang. Brother Chu's name sounds unfamiliar." Chu Du didn't care, knowing that he wanted to find out about his background. "I came from Shanghai." Now, it was Yunyang's turn to be lost. He didn't understand the circles in Shanghai, but seeing that Chu Du was very confident, he knew that Chu Du wasn't afraid. But with social interaction, there were still some things that had to be said. "Brother Chu, this Tang San has a lot of influence here. Although you're powerful, this isn't your territory after all. If you need any help, feel free to contact me." As he spoke, he handed Chu Du a business card. Chapter 88, Car Accident Assassination. Chu Du took it and saw that it only had a name and a phone number. He didn't say anything. To return a favor is not impolite. He took out his phone, entered the number, called it, and hung up after Yunyang's phone showed it. Putting his phone down, Chu Du casually asked, "You are very familiar with Tang San?" Yunyang understood what he meant and nodded. The Tang family in Chengdu has complicated relationships. Their business is huge. In the Chengdu second-generation circles, he's basically number one. Their business scope is very broad, covering medical, equipment, transportation, and real estate. They are indeed very wealthy. We can't compare to them. Chu Du chuckled and didn't say anything. "Compare money? I have hundreds of billions in cash. I can bury you." Yunyang chatted casually with Chu Du for a few minutes and then left. Chu Du and his group continued until midnight before going back. Tang San, after being sent to the hospital, received a checkup and treatment. He was temporarily bandaged and wasn't in too much danger. Tang San's father was called Tang Hao, and his mother was Lan Yin. Lan Yin looked at Tang San, her face full of anger. "Find him. Find the person who did this. Here in Chengdu, someone dares to beat my son. I will have him killed." Tang Hao was also angry. "Who did this? Go and investigate it immediately." They had only one son, and they treasured him dearly. Chu Du's identity was not hidden. Tang Hao quickly found out. Chu Du from Shanghai, the boss of Xinghe Group, with 50 billion in bank savings. Looking at this information, he was more and more shocked. Aside from anything else, just looking at those two buildings owned by Xinghe Group and its various businesses, Tang Hao knew that he was not as good as Chu Du, not to mention the 50 billion cash. After years in business, he knew how much having 50 billion in cash meant. That was something to be worshipped like a god. If it was under a different circumstance, he would find a way to build a relationship with such a person. But now, his son was lying in a hospital bed, and after the examination, it was likely that his son's male function was ruined, and he was unable to get an erection. This kind of life and death grudge was impossible to reconcile. He would definitely seek revenge, but how should he do it? It wasn't realistic to compete financially. He didn't have as much money as the other party. If they fought head-on, he would probably be the first one to go down. Calling the police wouldn't help either. In this vast land, the rich and powerful had many privileges. The Tang family had started out with illegal activities. They often did the same, things like medical parole, etc. And given the nature of the injuries, there was nothing they could do to Chu Du. After much deliberation, Tang Hao realized that the direct approach wouldn't work, so he would have to play dirty. Since they started out with illegal activities, doing something dirty was normal. Tang Hao had watched the video footage from the bar and knew that those people were professional bodyguards. Sending ordinary thugs would only be a death wish. So, he decided to go straight to the end. A car accident. This was a critical moment, and many people were watching, but Tang Hao didn't care. As long as his plan succeeded, who would speak up for a dead man? Tang Hao could easily say that someone else who had a conflict with Chu Du had done it, framing him for the crime. As for who would believe it, that didn't matter. What mattered was that if the plan succeeded, whoever won, everyone would believe them. This principle was as simple as it could get. And Yun Yang, after returning home, also looked into Chu Du and discovered that he was actually a top tycoon from Shanghai. This discovery made Yun Yang's mind run wild. What was the point of staying in this place? The Yun family also needed to develop. If he could make it to Shanghai, it would be a great help to the Yun family's growth. The Yun family was mainly involved in medical-related businesses, such as hospitals, medical equipment, and the production of medicinal materials. He knew that Chu Du also had a pharmaceutical company. They could definitely cooperate. But to discuss cooperation, he had to be prepared. Yun Yang spent a day talking to the elders in his family, officially confirming the plan and solution before contacting Chu Du. Tonight? Okay, I have time. Chu Du hung up the phone leisurely. Wang Xinyue next to him asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "That Yun Yang wants to treat me to dinner and talk business." Chu Du didn't care. At his level, it didn't really matter whether he earned more or less, or even if he made a profit or a loss. If he lost, he'd just lose his $50 billion. There was still hundreds of billions more later. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue got into the car and leisurely headed to the restaurant that Yun Yang had booked. The restaurant was a high-end private kitchen in Chengdu. The taste was excellent, and it was frequented by top-tier circles in Chengdu. There were a lot of cars on the road, even more than usual. It was the last few days before the new year, and many people had just started their vacation or were taking time off to shop and prepare for the New Year's celebrations. Suddenly, a medium-sized truck carrying fruit drove over without slowing down. If it collided at that speed, their car would not be able to withstand it. And there were cars on both sides of Chu Du, so he couldn't dodge. The cars carrying the bodyguards were behind Chu Du's, so they couldn't provide any assistance. Wang Xinyue was terrified and couldn't help but scream. Everyone around thought that the truck had malfunctioned, but Chu Du clearly saw that the driver was expressionless, staring straight at him. This was clearly a planned assassination. In this life-and-death moment, Chu Du didn't hesitate. With one hand, he grabbed Wang Xinyue. He had been enhanced by system pills. His powerful physical fitness completely exploded. He reached out and pulled Wang Xinyue over, at the same time twisting his body and holding Wang Xinyue tightly, protecting her underneath him. A loud crash. The truck slammed into the Audi. It was not a fair fight. The Audi was directly crushed, and the truck almost drove on top of it. The powerful impact force caused the Audi to be completely wrecked. The front windshield shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere, with many pieces of glass piercing into Chu Du's back, turning his back blood red. The powerful impact force was also indirectly applied to Chu Du for a split second. Chu Du only felt intense pain throughout his body. The intense pain touched his nerves, making his mind blank. He almost passed out. But Chu Du had ultimately underestimated the system's pills. His bones seemed to have powerful resistance. Under this impact force, they completely held up. He only heard a few cracking sounds, and only a few remaining waves of force impacted Wang Xinyue's body. And Wang Xinyue's back was against the seat, further protected by Chu Du holding her tight against the car seat, blocking all the damage. Wang Xinyue only felt dizzy, but she clearly heard the sound of glass piercing flesh and bones. Chu Ji. In that split second, Wang Xinyue's face was already streaming with tears. Chapter 89. Retaliation. Chu Du's mouth was overflowing with blood, but the intense pain in his body kept him conscious. In just a few seconds, the bodyguards behind had already rushed over, pulling Chu Du up quickly. Chu Du was weak all over, but he saw the driver get out of the truck, a look of panic on his face, and yell, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. There was something wrong with my brakes. How are you doing?" Chu Du ignored him and said in a low voice, "Get me in the car first." The bodyguards helped Chu Du and Wang Xinyue into the bodyguard's car. The driver didn't see Chu Du's face, but he knew that no one could possibly have survived that. Inside the car, Chu Du barely opened his eyes. The bodyguards next to him immediately took out a portable first aid kit and began to treat him. Wang Xinyue was holding Chu Du's hand, crying nonstop, unable to even speak. The car sped towards the hospital. There were doctors on duty to prepare to save Chu-Du's life. But Chu-Du finally couldn't hold on and lost consciousness. After receiving the news, Tang Hao sneered, "A strong dragon can't crush a local snake. You just had to go against me. Then I can only send you to see Buddha." Tang San was excited. "Good. You were asking for death. You finally experienced it." But just as he got excited, the wounds on his body started to ache again, making him grimace. When Chu-Du woke up, he struggled to open his eyes. It was already noon the next day. "Chu-Ji, you're awake?" Wang Xinyue's voice came from the side. Chu-Du struggled to open his eyes and saw Wang Xinyue next to him looking at him with red eyes. There were also several bodyguards beside her. One of the bodyguards immediately went to call a doctor. Chu-Du slowly got up, and Wang Xinyue immediately helped him. With that movement, Chu-Du understood his state. Logically speaking, any ordinary person would not have survived, but Chu-Du was different. He felt like he had some broken bones. His back was burning with pain, and his body was weak, but that seemed to be all. The doctor quickly came and began to examine Chu-Du. Everyone was afraid to speak, waiting for the examination. Soon, the doctor let out a sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Chu, you are truly lucky. According to the results of the examination, you have 4 fractured bones. There are no complete breaks. There are 19 glass cuts on your back. They are all surface wounds, with no damage to your internal organs. Under these circumstances, I hope you can stay here and continue to recuperate. It will take about 2 months to fully recover." Chu-Du shook his head and said, "Thank you, but I have things to do. I have to leave." The doctor was stunned, but Chu-Du's expression was stern, and no one dared to stop him. The discharge was quick. They got in the car and headed to Wang Xinyue's house. The bodyguard reported the situation in the car. "Boss, Yunyang came to see you. He stayed for 2 hours and then left." Wang Xinyue also said, "My parents stayed here last night until 3 a.m. They are older and have gone back to rest. They said they made chicken soup for you. They'll be back now, I think." Chu-Du nodded and suddenly turned his head and said, "Deploy 300 people from Africa. Get them here on the fastest planes. They need to be here tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we will take action against the Tang family." Chu-Du's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was never a good man, nor did he have much morality. He had even sent people to compete for resources in Africa, resulting in countless deaths, and he didn't even care. But now, someone actually wanted to kill him. Chu-Du didn't have to think about it. It must have been the Tang family that did it. He didn't even need to investigate. In the Empire of Huaxia, even though regulations were very strict on the surface, in secret, some things were possible as long as they were done cleanly. Back home, Wang's parents had just finished stewing the chicken. Chu-Du drank a large bowl. Although Wang's mother knew that Chu-Du was a playboy, now wasn't the time to worry about such things. Both of them were very concerned about Chu-Du. After Chu-Du ate, he lay down on the bed to rest. Wang Xinyue lay next to him, holding Chu-Du's hand, her eyes red. Chu-Du slowly reached out and gently stroked her soft hand and whispered, "I'm fine." Wang Xinyue couldn't help but cry again. She had known Chu-Du for almost a year now. In the beginning, it was to cross social classes. But as time went by, she gradually stopped caring about that and truly liked Chu-Du. Cleaning up the house, doing laundry, and cooking. These seemingly ordinary things gave Chu-Du the warmth of a home. Wang Xinyue knew that although Chu-Du often stayed with her, in the end, she was still a mistress, but she also longed to be with him openly. This feeling of home was what she had always wanted to create, to be with Chu-Du. In the end, she had fallen in love with Chu-Du. When Chu-Du shielded her, protecting her from harm, Wang Xinyue knew that she would never leave this man for the rest of her life. Lying next to Chu-Du, Wang Xinyue suddenly said, "Chu-Ji, when you get better, I want to have a child for you." Chu-Du was stunned for a moment and then chuckled softly, "Okay." This time, he didn't refuse. The personnel from Africa moved quickly. They had all arrived the next day. That night, the Tang family lived in a villa on the outskirts of the city. Chu-Du was expressionless, leaning on a wheelchair, looking at the brightly lit villa in front of him, and said coldly, "The 3 members of the Tang family, take them alive. Everyone else, dead or alive, doesn't matter." The 300 men were all elite. They had been through baptism of blood and fire. Their fighting power was not comparable to that of the Tang family guards. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the Tang family villa, except for the 3 members of their family, had been slaughtered. The bodies were everywhere, and the blood had dyed the ground red. The 3 members of the Tang family were dragged over, kneeling in front of Chu-Du. Tang Hao was still wearing his pajamas. Tang San still had bandages on his body, and Lan Yin was wearing a thin silk nightgown. The three of them were terrified. They all thought that Chu Du was dead, so they had relaxed. But they never imagined that Chu Du would survive the truck crash. Chu Du sighed inwardly. System bro, although you've been gone for a long time, you've saved me once again. He took a deep breath and looked at the three people in front of him. You guys were very decisive and directly sent assassins. Seeing the current situation, Tang Hao knew that he wasn't going to live. He sneered and said, I only regret not having done a follow-up attack. Otherwise, this day wouldn't have come. Chu Du clapped his hands and laughed, as expected of someone who started in the underworld. You really are remarkable. If this son of yours had just 10% of your ability, he wouldn't be in this situation today. Tang Hao glanced at his son next to him, his eyes filled with resentment. This son of his was useless. Chapter 90. Lu Ruyan. In this scene, Chu Du lit a cigarette and said lightly, feed them aphrodisiacs, send Tang Hao and Tang San to a gay bar, let them get played out, and then send them to work in the mines. As for Madame Tang, Chu Du paused for a moment. Hearing Chu Du's words, Tang Hao and Tang San started yelling, F*** your mom. If you have the guts. Before he could finish his words, someone next to them stuffed a cloth into their mouths. Chu Du looked at Lan Yin a few times and said calmly, Madame Tang is quite beautiful. Although she is older, I believe there is a market for her. Send her to a nightclub, and in a couple of days, send her to Africa. I believe that with such a gift, those black slaves will work very hard in the mines. He snapped his fingers, and someone immediately pushed the wheelchair away. Chu Du didn't look back, ignoring the madness of the three people. Soon, the three members of the Tang family were taken away, and the Tang family's villa was engulfed in flames. At the same time, 3 more bodies were found inside. Early the next morning, the news reported that famous local entrepreneur Tang Hao had died in a fire due to a gas leak in his home, and no one had escaped the blaze. Looking at the news, Chu Du said softly, some people, if they do things they shouldn't have, will have to be punished. Chu Du's injuries hadn't fully healed, but his physical fitness was far beyond ordinary people, and his recovery speed was much faster. At least, now, breathing wasn't so difficult or painful anymore. Today was the 29th, and Chu Du still had to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou. He had to leave today. Wang Xinyue didn't stop him, but rather said gently, Chu Ji, be careful on the road. Chu Du nodded lightly, it's okay, don't worry. The flight plan had been approved a long time ago. After saying goodbye to Wang's parents, he was sent to the plane by the bodyguards. During the farewell, Chu Du had already arranged for someone to buy a new car. After all, the previous car had been wrecked beyond repair. After boarding the plane, the flight attendants had no idea what had happened to Chu Du, but seeing that he had bandages all over his body and was in a wheelchair, they knew that something was wrong. Everyone was careful, afraid that Chu Du would be in a bad mood at this time and lash out at them. However, Chu Du simply closed his eyes and rested quietly. A few hours later, the plane landed in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Lu Ruyan was already waiting outside, but she didn't know that Chu Du was injured. Wearing a down jacket, Lu Ruyan was happy and excited. Waiting for Chu Du, her parents at home had already prepared dinner. But what greeted her was a Chu Du sitting in a wheelchair. Lu Ruyan cried out in shock and quickly stepped forward. What happened to you? What happened? Why are you like this? As she spoke, tears started falling. Chu Du shook his head gently and said, it's okay. I just had a car accident. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Let's go. In the car, Lu Ruyan held Chu Du's hand, her heart aching. Chu Du didn't explain much, just said it was a random car accident. He didn't want Lu Ruyan to worry too much. Looking at the scenery around them, Chu Du sighed and said, it's my first time in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It's a pity that I won't be able to have any fun this time. Lu Ruyan hugged Chu Du's arm and whispered, when you're well, I'll take you around. About an hour later, they finally arrived at Lu Ruyan's house. Lu's parents were happily waiting at home for their future son-in-law. They were stunned when they saw Lu Ruyan pushing in a wheelchair. This? Xiao Chu, what's going on? You're injured? How are you recovering? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Oh dear, Xiao Chu. If you had said you were injured, we would have told you to rest at home. You've suffered on this journey. Don't overexert yourself. Chu Du smiled. It's okay, Uncle and Auntie. I only have a minor injury. I just need to rest. Lu Ruyan pushed Chu Du and sat him at the dining table. Lu's mother said warmly, Xiao Chu, I made all these. My cooking isn't great, so don't mind it. Since you've come, Just think of this place as your own home. Make yourself comfortable. Fish, shrimp, braised pork, and several vegetarian dishes were all delicious. Chu-do hadn't even eaten yet, but just looking at the appearance and smelling the aroma, he knew that Lu's mother was a great cook. He said with a smile, "Since Auntie is so enthusiastic, I won't be polite. I'm going to eat a lot." Lu's mother laughed. "Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, just tell your auntie and she will cook 2 more dishes for you." Lu's parents were very enthusiastic towards Chu-do, and during the meal, they didn't ask Chu-do a lot of questions. From Lu Ruyan, they already knew about Chu-do's situation. He was in his 20s, very young, controlled a large amount of money, owned companies, had a high net worth, and owned villas and large apartments. He was very rich. He also had a good personality and was tall. Suzhou and Hangzhou were in the Jiangnan region. Actually, the average height of people in the south is lower than those in the north. It was rare to see a girl like Lu Ruyan, who was 173 centimeters tall. But compared to Chu-do's height of 185 centimeters, it was very reasonable. Lu's parents were very satisfied with Chu-do and even wished that they would get married on the spot. Since Chu-do was injured, after dinner, Lu's parents told Chu-do to go back to his room to rest. As for the arrangement of the room, of course, Chu-do and Lu Ruyan would sleep in the same room. Chu-do lay on the bed, examining Lu Ruyan's bedroom. It wasn't very unique. There were various books, several large cat and dog dolls, and a dressing table with a lot of cosmetics on it. Next to it was a wardrobe, and nothing else was there. Lu Ruyan said with a smile, "Is my room very simple?" Chu-do agreed. "It is indeed very simple." Lu Ruyan lay down next to Chu-do, just looking at him. "With these broken bones, it'll take a long time to recover. They say it takes 100 days to heal broken bones, so it will take you at least 3 months. Chu-do shook his head. "My body is very good. It won't take that long." Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed. "For so long, can you hold it in?" Chu-do rolled his eyes. "What else can I do? I need people to help me even to move around." Lu Ruyan's hand gently stroked Chu-do's chest, smiling seductively. "Do you want me to tie my hair up?" Chapter 91. New Year. Chu-do understood immediately. He glanced at the door and said, "Let's wait until tonight." Lu Ruyan suddenly dropped her seductive smile and said with a serious expression, "No, you're too weak right now. You should rest properly." Chu-do was speechless. He closed his eyes, not wanting to pay attention to this fox spirit. "You're the one who stirred me up, and now you want to run away?" If he wasn't so incapacitated, he would have made Lu Ruyan beg for mercy. Later that night, after Lu's parents went to bed and the house was quiet, Lu Ruyan finally tied up her long hair. When she returned from brushing her teeth and lay down beside Chu-do, she grumbled, "I almost choked. Didn't Yaya give you any?" Chu-do sighed, a little helpless. "It's been 2 or 3 days since I was injured. What do you think?" Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. "You dog of a man, such a horn dog." Chu-do reached out and took Lu Ruyan's hand, whispering, "Thank you for your hard work." Hearing the tenderness in his voice, Lu Ruyan's expression softened. "It's okay. Can't leave you in discomfort all the time." She turned on her side, hugging Chu-do's arm. "Sleep now. Good night. I love you." Chu-do's internal injuries made it impossible for him to hold her, so he could only offer her his arm. The next day, Chu-do woke up leisurely. It was New Year's Eve, the last day of the lunar year. There wasn't much to do. Since there were no pressing matters and it was the new year, they might as well play a bit of mahjong, a classic Chinese pastime. With Lu's parents, Lu Ruyan, and Chu-do, they had a perfect table of 4 and started to play, enjoying themselves. It was purely for entertainment. They played with small stakes, 1 yuan per point, and none of them were experts. The game was a bit of a chicken fight, with everyone making mistakes. After playing the whole morning, Chu-do ended up winning against the other 3, earning a total of 20 yuan. Lu Ruyan couldn't help laughing. "That's such a small amount of money. It's less than your interest for a few seconds." Chu-do chuckled. "It's different. This money is hard-earned. It's more meaningful." Lu's mother smiled and went to make lunch, while Lu's father drank tea and watched TV. Lu Ruyan had originally planned to set off some fireworks, but looking at Chu-do's condition, she decided against it. The way Chinese people celebrate the New Year is usually to watch the Spring Festival Gala, eat dumplings, chat, and then set off some fireworks before going to sleep. As the Spring Festival Gala was about to begin in the evening, Lu's mother brought several plates of dumplings to the coffee table, along with 8 dishes, 4 hot and 4 cold. They had originally planned to have some wine, but since Chu-do couldn't drink, they didn't prepare any and just took out some yogurt, juice, and other drinks. Soon, after the opening dance, the Spring Festival Gala officially started. Lu Ruyan checked the program list and said with surprise, "Oh, this year's Spring Festival Gala features quite a few celebrities from our media company." Chu Du said leisurely, "That's normal. The company is big now, and we have many big stars. It's only natural that they're on the gala." The steaming dumplings had both meat and vegetarian fillings. The four of them ate, chatted, and watched the gala. Looking at the scene before her, Lu Ruyan felt as if they were already married, celebrating the new year with their family. It felt very much like home. She wished this moment could last forever, but sadly. However, the Spring Festival Gala became increasingly uninteresting. It seemed like the gala in recent years had to have some kind of educational purpose. If it didn't teach people, it couldn't be on TV. Everyone had worked hard for a whole year. Why should they be lectured on the new year? Wasn't it annoying? Did they really think everyone liked being lectured? Why couldn't this joyous day be more cheerful? Finding it boring, they eventually switched the channel and watched a movie. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership was declining year by year. Unfortunately, some people didn't seem to realize that they just liked to preach, showing off their supposed uniqueness. Decades ago, the Spring Festival Gala could connect with the common people, but now, it had become disconnected from the masses. They were definitely heading in the wrong direction. Around 11 o'clock, fireworks began going off outside. Many people went out of their homes to set off fireworks. Explosions could be heard continuously. As it approached 12 a.m., it sounded like a war zone outside. Fireworks lit up the sky across the entire country. If unknowing foreigners had seen it, they might have thought that World War III had started. Exactly at midnight, Lu's parents had already gone to bed. Lu Ruyan put her arms around Chu Du's neck, whispering, "Happy New Year." Chu Du wrapped his arms around her waist. "Happy New Year." After turning off the TV and going back to their bedroom, Chu Du glanced at his phone. Wow, he had a huge pile of messages. Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Li Wenxin, Wang Ziying, and many company executives, as well as a message from Yun Yang. Chu Du replied to the messages from the women. As for the company executives, no way. He lay in bed, the lights already off, and Lu Ruyan was sleeping beside him. Chu Du stared into space. The new year was here. For so many years, he had always celebrated it alone. In the past, he would buy some good food, make dumplings by himself, and then eat them alone while watching TV, before having some drinks and going to sleep. This was the first time he had celebrated the new year with someone by his side. Chu Du couldn't really describe how he felt. It felt a little strange, but also, it felt quite nice. Looking back on the year, the biggest turning point for him was meeting Tongzi. He had gone from an ordinary wage slave to a top-tier tycoon, surrounded by beautiful women and countless wealth. Without Tongzi, he might still be alone this new year, stuck in some rented room somewhere. Life is sometimes like this. A sudden opportunity is enough to change one's life. Thank you, Tongzi. I hope your business in the cultivation world is going smoothly too. Compared to this urban plane, Chu Du also wanted to go to the cultivation world. He wanted immortality, to fly in the sky, to fulfill his childhood dreams. But alas, some things can't be forced. He knew that even if he indulged in debauchery here, he would still grow old, die, and eventually leave this world. Chu Du sighed inwardly. What was the point of having so much money if he couldn't achieve immortality? In the end, everything was just a dream. However, he couldn't be too greedy. He was already so successful, so if some things were not destined for him, then they just weren't meant to be. Be content with what you have. With these conflicting thoughts, Chu Du drifted off to sleep. Chapter 92. Happy Qixi Festival. The first day of the new year. In fact, different places had their own traditions for celebrating the new year, but Lu Ruyan's family didn't have any particular customs. They didn't need to worship at the ancestral hall, and there were no relatives to visit. This was because both of Lu's parents' families were not here. Everyone lived all over the country. Sometimes they didn't even come back for the new year. They didn't see each other often, so eventually, things became this way. Chu Du stayed at Lu's house until the 5th day of the new year before leaving. For these few days, it was just eating, drinking, and then watching TV and playing mahjong. Even if they wanted to go out, Chu Du's injury made it difficult for him to play. On the 5th day of the new year, with the reluctant gazes of Lu's parents, Chu Du left the Lu family and headed to Shanghai. Back in Shanghai, Zhang Lili was waiting for him at the airport. Seeing Chu Du sitting in a wheelchair, she cried out in alarm and rushed over to ask him what happened. Chu Du reassured her that he was fine and that they should go home together first. Perhaps it was due to the system's pills. but Chu Du felt that he would be fully recovered in just half a month. He didn't need as long as he'd thought. In reality, the new year was just like that. The current new year lacked the feeling of the past. Perhaps it was due to societal pressures, or perhaps the Spring Festival Gala had become boring, or maybe it was a combination of the two. But people didn't look forward to the new year like they used to. Jiang Lily had wanted to let loose with Chu Du for a few days. But with Chu Du injured like this, she could only temporarily suppress the fire in her heart. Jiang Lily took time off work and stayed home to take care of Chu Du. Recently, Jiang Lily had listened to her mother and learned quite a few cooking skills. She cooked at home and took care of Chu Du. The two of them watched TV and rested, and time gradually passed. Soon, the New Year holiday ended, and everyone had to go back to work. Chu Du gradually stopped using the wheelchair and could move around independently. However, he was still unable to jump or run. Chu Du simply decided not to go to the company and instead stayed at home to rest. Lying in bed with nothing to do, Chu Du opened the live streaming platforms to take a look. He had spent 10 million on several platforms and hadn't used them yet. However, Chu Du didn't hold out much hope for the streamers. He knew that although these people looked incredibly beautiful on camera, like all big beauties, what about in real life? Without various filters, their real faces were just average, and some were even quite ugly. Bored, he flipped through one live stream after another. Suddenly, Chu Du paused and flipped back a page. Huh. Chu Du was a little surprised. This person looked somewhat familiar. She looked like a Zhu. But no, a Zhu was a female bodhisattva, so why would she be a streamer? Chu Du took a closer look. Oh no, it wasn't her. But she still looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't this the female streamer in his company? The one named Shin Wangshu, who had approached him before. Shin Wangshu was a gaming streamer, a League of Legends streamer. Chu Du watched for a while. She wasn't particularly skilled, but her gentle, mature female voice and the way she interacted with her fans attracted a lot of viewers. However, the amount of money she got in tips wasn't very high. Chu Du thought for a moment and decided to send some gifts. She was one of his streamers, so it was only natural to give her a little support. With a few clicks, 10,000 yuan was gone. Shin Wangshu, who was happily playing the game, suddenly paused for a moment and then exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Qinglo Gij, for the rocket and the carnival and the castle and the fireworks." Chu Du had rarely watched live streams before and was only doing so today out of boredom. Also, this girl had asked him before if she could change her rewards. It seemed like she was short on money. However, Chu Du felt that she probably hadn't been involved with any big boss donors, because her top donor board was almost empty. There were a few people who had spent a few thousand, but nothing major. And Shen Wangshu's looks and beauty were quite similar to the female bodhisattva A Zhu, very pretty. Logically, there should be many men who were willing to spend money on her, judging from her looks alone. Besides her looks, she had an even more impressive sea of bosoms than a Zhu and a charming figure. Chu Du had seen her up close. Shin Wangshu's figure and looks were definitely that of a beauty. Although she was not as pretty as the beauties by his side, she had advantages that the others didn't. While he was thinking, Chu Du suddenly received a private message from Shen Wangshu. "Hello, Qinglo Ji, thank you for your support. This is my WeChat." Chu Du smiled, casually added her as a friend, and then spent another 100,000 yuan. Ignoring Shen Wangshu's thank you messages, Chu Du closed the live stream and wandered around. Shortly after, Shen Wangshu sent a WeChat message, filled with expressions of gratitude. Chu Du didn't reply. Just as he put down his phone, suddenly, another message popped up. It was from Wang Ziying. "I'm going to Shanghai next month, treat me to a meal." Chu Du raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Okay." Chu Du had very complex feelings towards Wang Ziying. There was an unexplainable feeling. Wang Ziying was his ex-girlfriend from his university days, his first love. Back then, Chu Du didn't know about Wang Ziying's background. Their relationship was very simple. They only had a small allowance each month, but they were happy. However, some things were inevitable. Later, Chu Du realized that they were ultimately from different worlds. Under various pressures, they broke up. Chu Du became an ordinary office worker, struggling with work and life. Wang Ziying returned to Beijing to be her privileged rich young lady, a Beijing, white, rich, and beautiful. Who would have thought that fate would play a trick on them and they would meet again years later? Thinking about the message Wang Ziying had sent him last time, Chu Du's expression became serious. The content of the message was very simple, but very serious. It said that the authorities were aware of Chu Du's mineral and oil assets in Africa. and even the country across the ocean knew about it. Fortunately, the reserves were not very large, and they were not large oil fields, so they didn't come after him. There are many oil reserves in the world, and the United States wasn't going to take over all of them. That was impossible. But Chu Du's situation was not entirely safe. Because of this incident, his name had been noticed by many people, especially some world-class financial groups. This was not good news for Chu Du. After careful consideration, he decided to speed up the training pace in Africa, hoping to quickly have a group of his own forces. Chapter 93. New Development Goals. In fact, Chu Du was gradually realizing that many times, once you reached a certain level, if you didn't develop and strengthen yourself, it was a mistake. Because it involved many interests. If he wasn't strong enough, he would easily be manipulated. Even sometimes, when you became too big, you needed your own power even more. If the power in his hands was not enough, then his wealth would become his death warrant. If he wanted others to be wary of him, he had to become a tough nut to crack. Chu Du pondered for a bit and came up with a plan. Orphanages, nursing homes, employment for the disabled, and schools for the disabled. These social welfare projects had to be built. Having this layer of protection was like having a golden signboard. At least, no one could openly touch him. And then there were donations and charities. These were like umbrellas, and if they were big enough to become nationally known, as long as he didn't commit treason, no one would dare to touch him. Public opinion can be a formidable weapon. Although rumors aren't scary, if your name was known throughout the country, then it would be more than ordinary rumors. At that point, if anyone dared to act against him, what would the people across the country think? Therefore, some things had to be done. Not only that, Chu Du also wanted to dominate several markets and increase his company's market share, as well as establish overseas businesses. Early the next morning, Chu Du called a meeting of some executives and several company managers. Coming to the meeting room, looking at the dozens of people sitting below, Chu Du didn't waste any time and said directly, "I have some plans for the future, and the plan is called Light of Hope, which is a charity and public service plan." Everyone below was looking at Chu Du attentively. Chu Du tapped on the table and continued, "First, the first part is about orphanages and nursing homes. The scope of our Xinghe Group is still too small. Starting today, Xinghe Group will expand its business and region. Temporarily, we will establish Xinghe Group branches in Chang'an, Jin City, Linan, Jiangzhou, Yangcheng, Xanadu, Jiangxia, Jinmen, Changsha, and Luzhou. We don't need to buy the land, directly rent in good locations, and expand various aspects of our businesses that can be expanded. This task will be assigned to you, Vice President Lei. In line with the group's expansion, in each city, I require that we build at least 5 orphanages, 5 nursing homes, and 5 schools for the disabled. Also, from headquarters to the local branches, each location must employ at least 100 disabled people. There must be no discrimination. They must have reasonable and normal jobs. The jobs must be suitable for disabled people, and we must not deliberately make things difficult. This task will be assigned to you, Vice President Ren. This is the first part. Next is the second part, to conduct a comprehensive survey of the poverty situation in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. I want specific data on the population, area, development situation, money, food, education, and so on. How impoverished are they exactly? Is development feasible? I want data from at least 100 impoverished villages. This task will be assigned to you, Vice President Zhao. There's one more thing. Boai Hospital is a hospital that we're running in partnership with President Wang, but now I'm preparing to buy it. I allow for premiums if necessary, but I require a complete acquisition of the hospital. This task will be assigned to you, Vice President Zhang. Also, Vice President Liu, I remember we have a design company you're responsible for. I want you to arrange for the design of rural schools in impoverished areas. You should also arrange for their surveyors to follow Vice President Zhao to the impoverished areas, to take measurements and consider the local water situation. If it is difficult, we need a design for water diversion or canal construction. Finally, establish a separate charity and poverty alleviation fund. I will personally invest 10 billion yuan into the charity fund. As for office space and office supplies, they will be located inside the group on 3 floors, which will be designated as the Xinghe Charity and Poverty Alleviation Fund. Office supplies will be paid for through the company accounts. This task will be assigned to you, Vice President Yang. Okay, that's all I have to say. You can raise any questions you might have now. Chu Du let out a breath and looked at the others. Vice President Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "President Chu, these are completely unprofitable projects. We won't see any profit. In this way, it's detrimental to the group's development. Before he could finish speaking, Chu-do interrupted him. I don't care about the profit, do you understand? Vice President Zhang immediately said, Understood, President Chu. This was Chu-do's personal group. There were no other shareholders. It was entirely controlled by him. A vice president had no influence in front of Chu-do. He could be replaced with a single word, so naturally, no one dared to object. This was the advantage of a private group. If he wanted to do something, he could concentrate his efforts without any obstacles. But it also had its risks. Once a decision went wrong, the consequences and pressure would be huge. Seeing that no one had any questions, Chu-do nodded. Okay, I want to see the results for these tasks within a month at the latest. Meeting adjourned. 1 month. Time was tight, and everyone immediately went back to make arrangements. The tasks Chu-do had assigned were very complicated. Although construction was not required to be completed in a month, planning and applications were definitely necessary. Although everyone didn't know why Chu-do suddenly wanted to help with poverty alleviation, they did their best to follow Chu-do's requests. All of Chu-do's actions were for self-preservation. He wanted to tie himself and his interests with those of society. But he didn't think that was enough. The things most closely related to people were clothing, food, housing, and transportation. There wasn't much to say about clothing. Chu-do couldn't monopolize that market. Food was the same. The country didn't expect him to feed the people. These two industries had high and low-priced options, so Chu-do entering them wouldn't be very meaningful. But housing was different. Although housing prices were gradually decreasing due to various factors like the environment, population, and society, many people still could not afford to buy a house. In fourth-tier cities, the average price of a house was already 5,000 yuan per square meter, but how much did people earn in those cities? Just looking at ordinary office workers in businesses and government jobs, they only made about 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. If they didn't eat, drink, or spend any money, it would take them 2 months to save up for just 1 square meter. How long would it take them to buy a house? Don't talk about people who earned a lot. Those were the exceptional cases. But the majority of people were ordinary citizens. This was a social reality. Breaking the housing price bubble would put a lot of pressure on Chu-do. He was even afraid to touch that issue. One had to know that the inflated housing prices were not just because of greedy businesses, but because they involved too many factors. Even after pondering for a long time, Chu-do finally gave up on that option. Chapter 94. New Development Ideas. He currently didn't have the power to solve this problem. In a normal third or fourth tier city, a house that sells for 1 million had a construction cost of around 600,000, fluctuating slightly, with a profit of around 400,000. The profit was huge. Where did this money go? Chu-do couldn't say. He could build houses, selling them for 700,000 with a cost of 600,000. But soon, various people would come looking for him. And the people who came wouldn't be ordinary businessmen. The consequences were too great, so great that Chu-do dared not touch them. The interests involved were not simple at all. Then there was another sector. The current ways of transportation were mainly cars, high-speed rail, and airplanes, but other than cars, could he really get involved with the other two? High-speed rail and trains were controlled by the state, and it was impossible for private individuals to interfere. And as for aviation, he couldn't monopolize the industry, so there was no point in forcing his way in. As for cars, Bosley was already working on that, so there was no point in adding himself to the mix. After thinking about it, none of these options seemed suitable for him. If it was just doing business, these options would all be viable, but they wouldn't be enough to achieve his goals. If he wanted to secure himself, he had to look at core industries. Medical, education, industrial, technology. He was already involved in the medical field, and it seemed like he also needed to consolidate his resources in education. As for the industrial and technology sectors, Chu-do had never touched them. But strictly speaking, operating mines and oil wells was considered industrial. As for technology, Chu-do hadn't dabbled in scientific research. Although Chu-do didn't understand it, it didn't matter. He had money. He could find people who did. Chu-do immediately had Lu Ruyan contact people. In less than half an hour, Lu Ruyan had contacted 2 top professors from Shuangdan University in Shanghai. After all, professors also liked money. Ning Lei went to pick up the 2 men, and an hour later, both professors were sitting in Chu-do's office. After they were seated, Chu-do looked at them with intense eyes and said, Professor Yang, I've heard that you're a big name in the industrial field. I would like to ask you about specific industry types and which ones are currently important. Professor Yang said politely, President Chu, you are too kind. I only know a little. As for the industrial sector, It is generally divided into manufacturing, mining, electricity and gas construction, each of which can be subdivided further in today's age. Also, my main research focuses on I have published research reports and SCI papers. When it came to his field of expertise, Professor Young spoke eloquently. It had to be said that although he loved money, he was indeed talented. This was a top professor who was hired with a lot of money, so his expertise was unquestionable. Chu-do occasionally asked questions, and Professor Young answered them one by one. In the end, Professor Young recommended a few sectors, such as mining, which included minerals and energy, as well as electricity, gas, and agriculture. These were all industries that were worth Chu-do investing in. After the conversation with Professor Young, Chu-do asked Professor Lee, "Professor Lee, you are an expert in scientific research. I want to know the current and future direction of research, how much to invest, which areas are safe and worth investing in, and what are the probabilities of success?" Professor Lee pondered for a moment and said, "President Chu, the future of scientific research mainly lies in artificial intelligence, quantum mechanics, virtual reality, and biotechnology. In terms of investment, some areas require more investment, while others require less, such as I personally believe." Professor Lee also answered Chu-do's questions seriously, analyzing each direction. In the end, Chu-do had a general idea. For example, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, biological cells, and biomimetics were all very promising areas of research. Chu-do gave the two professors a generous fee for their hard work. After seeing the two professors off, Chu-do leaned back in his office chair, rubbing his head, and thought carefully. The two professors had said a lot, and Chu-do needed to ponder each point. Lu Ruyan slowly came up behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. "I see you have something bothering you." Chu-do sighed, "Yes, I don't know much about the industrial and research fields. There are too many things to consider." Lu Ruyan asked curiously, "But you can hire people, can't you? You don't have to do these things yourself?" Chu-do shook his head. "I'm planning the direction. I need to consider what to do and what not to do." Lu Ruyan didn't understand these things, so she could only try her best to make Chu-do more comfortable by massaging him. Chu-do also carefully considered what Professor Young had talked about. He was already involved in the mining industry with his African mines and oil fields, but this also had the potential to become his death warrant. As for electricity and gas, these were industries that could be used by the public, and Chu-do decided to make an entry. How to generate electricity? He had just partnered with Wang Ziying on a power plant, so all he had to do was keep expanding it, increasing the power output to control a region. As for the qualification of private enterprises, although it was difficult to obtain, Chu-do believed that Wang Ziying definitely had the ability. A Beijing heiress was not just an empty title. As for agriculture, it was important to know that the country was a large agricultural nation, and this was essential. Chu-do planned to arrange for people to buy land in large quantities in rural areas for growing grain. In addition, there were many places in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan that were suitable for growing economic crops and herbs. Chu-do's medical field was about to be reorganized and integrated. If it could also incorporate herbs, that would be great, providing self-sufficiency. He would personally oversee the mining business. As for the electricity sector, he would discuss it in detail with Wang Ziying when she came next month. As for planting, Chu-do directly assigned it to Vice President Lee from the group. As for manufacturing, Chu-do didn't consider it at all, as it didn't fit his direction. Regarding research, Chu-do also thought about it. He thought that artificial intelligence and biological cells were good options, along with materials. Chu-do planned to work on these three areas. Chapter 95, Li Wenxin's Call. Chu-do couldn't get involved in scientific research himself. Therefore, he planned to hire professional research staff for this area. For this, high-level research personnel could not be found by a few secretaries. Chu-do planned to ask Wang Ziying about it later. Stretching his body, Chu-do felt a lot more relaxed. His goal was not to protect himself from other people, but to protect himself from certain people at the top. The 15th day of the first lunar month was over, and the new year was officially over. Everyone in the company had fully entered work mode. Chu-do had almost recovered. Normally, an injury like this would require at least 1 to 2 months of bed rest, followed by another month of recovery. However, his current super physical fitness had allowed Chu-do to almost completely recover. He had no problems with daily movement. After that incident, Chu-do also realized the risks involved. Although it was unlikely that someone would target him like that, the world was big, and there were always some people with crazy minds. Chu-do was physically strong, but he was not invulnerable to bullets. Therefore, whenever Chu-do went out, He was always protected by 2 bodyguard cars, in front and behind, to deal with any unexpected situations. As for the car, Chu-do had specially customized a bulletproof, high-performance vehicle that could even withstand ordinary artillery fire. Of course, this was certainly enough. In China, Chu-do didn't believe that there were assassins who could get their hands on rocket launchers and missiles and use them to openly bombard him. Suddenly, Chu-do received a call. He looked at the phone number and was stunned. "Hello, little Xian, long time no see." Li Wenxin's gentle voice came from the phone. "I miss you." Listening to the sweet and gentle and somewhat seductive voice, Chu-do felt a surge of heat in his heart. During the New Year holiday, Li Wenxin's husband and children were around, so the two of them had no contact. But now, the holiday was over, so of course, there was no problem. Chu-do looked at the time. It was a little after 2 in the afternoon, so it seemed like Li Wenxin had just taken her children to school. He said, "I miss you too. It's been so long." "Are you alone?" Li Wenxin hummed and said, "Yes, and I don't have a job right now. I'm going to look for a new job, so I have a lot of free time recently. Like, I'm free right now." Her voice was filled with a strange desire and seduction. Chu-do couldn't help but ask, "Then are you at home right now?" "Yes, are you available to go out to a hotel? I'll come and pick you up right away. Wait for me." If she was free, of course, Chu-do was free. It wasn't just because he hadn't seen Li Wenxin in so long. It had also been a long time since he had done anything with a woman. Recently, to recover from his injury, everyone had been very proper in the evenings, which made Chu-do's fire burn. There was a beautiful woman sleeping beside him, yet he couldn't be too excessive, otherwise, it would affect his bones and internal organs, which was very painful. But now, he had recovered, and Li Wenxin was free. Wait, Chu-do suddenly thought of something. Li Wenxin didn't have a job? Chapter 96, Reliving Old Dreams. But when he thought about it, it made sense. Li Wenxin's previous job was doing short promotional videos, and her contract had expired right before the new year. Also, neither of her parents could take care of her children, and her husband worked far away and was not home often. Her children had been taken care of by her alone since they were small. Every time before joining a new company, she had to negotiate with them so she could be late and leave early every day to pick up and drop off her children. When her children had their winter vacation, her contract had expired, so she had been home looking after them. Now that the new year was over, her husband had gone back to work, and her children were back at school, so Li Wenxin also needed to go back to work. Thinking of this, Chu-do had an idea in mind. Driving his Ferrari, Chu-do picked up Li Wenxin. Today, Li Wenxin was wearing a long beige trench coat that reached her knees. Inside, she had on a black cashmere sweater. On her lower body, she had on a short black leather skirt, black leggings, and white, high-heeled, knee-high boots. She exuded an air of mature sophistication. Smelling the familiar scent of Li Wenxin's perfume, Chu-do couldn't help but feel aroused. When Li Wenxin saw Chu-do, her eyes lit up even more. They quickly went to a nearby luxury hotel and checked into a room. Li Wenxin threw down her small bag and hugged Chu-do, her face full of tenderness. "I missed you." Chu-do picked up Li Wenxin. "I missed you too. It's been so long. I really envy your husband, who can see you and sleep with you every day." Li Wenxin laughed. "Let me tell you, it's only been once in a long time, and it lasted 3 minutes. Chu-do was stunned. "Only once?" Li Wenxin nodded. "You know, I don't like him, so I've refused many times." Chu-do was overjoyed. He took off Li Wenxin's coat and pinned her down on the bed. "Then I'm going to have a good taste of you." Li Wenxin closed her eyes and kissed Chu-do passionately, holding on to his neck. "You should get some rest." Chu-do was lying next to Li Wenxin, hugging the already drowsy woman, and said nothing. In less than 3 minutes, Li Wenxin had already fallen asleep. She was indeed exhausted after being tossed around by Chu-do. Around 4 p.m., Chu-do woke up Li Wenxin. "You have to pick up your kids soon. Wake up." Li Wenxin rubbed her sleepy eyes and said gently, "I'm sorry, I haven't done it in a long time, so I'm not used to it. I didn't satisfy you." Chu-do gently hugged Li Wenxin, holding her in his arms. "What are you talking about? You're weak, and I'm too strong. It's normal that you can't handle it. Get some more rest." Li Wenxin nodded vigorously and then said, "I need to get up and tidy up. I have to pick up my kids soon." While talking, she slowly got up and went to clean herself up. Soon, the two of them left the hotel. Chu-do dropped Li Wenxin near the school. Li Wenxin glanced outside and said softly, "I'll look for a job in the next few days. Once I settle down, I'll tell you when." Chu Du shook his head and said with a smile, "Have you ever thought about working for me?" Li Wenxin hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, even now, I don't know exactly what you do." Chu Du raised an eyebrow slightly. "Then aren't you afraid that I'll sell you off?" Li Wenxin looked at Chu Du and said, "I'm not afraid. Chen Shui and Chen Tian are engaged. You and Chen Shui are good friends. Although I don't know what you do, I think you're definitely not a bad person." In their relationship, Li Wenxin only knew Chu Du's name and that he was rich, but she didn't know what he did for a living. She was simply attracted to him and didn't care if he was rich or if he had a job. Her feelings for Chu Du were also pure. Even though it started with SM, she never once talked about money or material things with him. Chapter 97. Job Arrangement. Chu Du took her hand and said, "Xinghe Group is mine. If you've heard of it, that's great. If not, you can look it up. The entire group is mine. You can come anytime, and I'll arrange something for you." Really? Li Wenxin couldn't help but be moved. She wasn't a stubborn and aloof woman. Of course, she also wanted to rely on a man, especially a man with whom she had an intimate relationship. If she worked under Chu Du, it wouldn't be a problem to be late or leave early every day. She could even have an affair with him in the office or somewhere else. Chu Du looked at her with a smile. "I'll wait for your message." Li Wenxin kissed him and said, "Okay." After saying that, she got out of the car to pick up her children. Chu Du, who had released his pent-up energy, was in a great mood and walked with a spring in his step. Early the next morning, Li Wenxin called. "What kind of job am I going to do if I come to your place?" Chu Du's eyes lit up. "Come here first, and we'll talk?" "Okay." Li Wenxin didn't ask any more questions. She knew Chu Du wouldn't harm her. About an hour later, Li Wenxin arrived at Chu Du's office. Looking at Chu Du's luxurious and large office, Li Wenxin exclaimed, "This is really luxurious, and this building, it's so big." Chu Du sat back in his boss chair. "Well, do you want to work here?" Li Wenxin was still wearing what she wore yesterday. She came up to Chu Du, bent down, and said, "Then what job are you going to arrange for me?" Chu Du waved his hand. "How about a secretary?" Li Wenxin rolled her eyes. "If you do that, I'll be annoyed to death by daily check-ins." "Just don't tell him," Chu Du said, not caring. Chu Du didn't care about her husband at all. If it wasn't because of his love for her, and considering that it was Li Wenxin's children, and considering Li Wenxin's feelings, Chu Du would probably break them up. Li Wenxin's love for him was pure, and Chu Du didn't want to harm her. She shook her head. "Seriously, your group is so big. Even if I were to be a secretary, I wouldn't know how to do it. I can't do it." Chu Du said indifferently, "There are many companies under my group: media, transportation, advertising, real estate, medical, education." The more she heard, the more surprised Li Wenxin became. Chu Du's business was huge. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't know much about these things. Why don't you arrange it?" Chu Du thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can be my assistant." Although it was called an assistant, it was actually the same as a secretary. Li Wenxin thought for a moment and said, "Okay then. According to our company's standards, if you're my assistant, your salary will be 50,000 yuan a month, with bonuses and benefits calculated separately." Li Wenxin suddenly kissed Chu Du. "Are you trying to use this money to support me? After all, I don't know how to do anything." Chu Du pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, "You can think of it that way. I'll take care of you." Even though it was a joke, Li Wenxin still felt very happy because she knew that if she asked, Chu Du really would take care of her. She wrapped her arms around Chu Du's neck and sat on his lap. "Thank you." Chu Du didn't say anything, but held her even tighter. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly pushed open the door. "Boss, I just..." She suddenly froze, and then quickly closed the door. Li Wenxin was startled and quickly stood up, looking down and not daring to speak. Lu Ruyan walked to the front, glanced at Li Wenxin, and saw her beautiful face, her curvaceous and mature figure, and a unique temperament. She instantly understood. "This is Li Wenxin, my new assistant," Chu Du said leisurely. Lu Ruyan extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Ruyan, the boss's secretary." Li Wenxin awkwardly extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Li Wenxin." Li Wenxin was shocked for a moment. Huh. Oh. So, the two of them were also. But Li Wenxin was already married, so naturally, she didn't care about it. Lu Ruyan glared at Chu Du, but didn't say anything. She knew Chu Du was a womanizer, and she also knew about the existence of Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili, so naturally, she wouldn't break up with Chu Du over this. Moreover, she was secretly thinking that when she took the top position in the future, she would definitely make them call her sister every day. Seeing that there was no anger in their eyes, Chu-do knew that neither of them cared. He patted Lu Ruyan's butt and said, "Go on, take Li Wenxin to get acquainted with the place. She's also an assistant now." "Okay." Lu Ruyan didn't refuse. She kissed Chu-do on his left cheek and then said, "Let's go, XNXine." Seeing this, Li Wenxin kissed Chu-do shyly on his right cheek and then followed Lu Ruyan out. Chu-do was very happy today. Before, there were all kinds of inconveniences with Li Wenxin, but now, she had been arranged to be by his side, so there wouldn't be any lack of time in the future. As long as they both wanted to, they could fool around in the office during working hours. After all, Li Wenxin was a special person. She also had a strong sense of adventure and wanted to pursue more excitement. Li Wenxin had to pick up and drop off her children every day, so Chu-do was very lenient with her requirements. Besides, he had intended to take care of Li Wenxin anyway. As for work, that could be as she pleased. There were so many people in the company anyway. One more wouldn't make any difference. Just as Chu-do was happy, his phone suddenly rang. Yun-yang. Chu-do instantly thought of the young man from Jean City. He answered the phone. "Hello, Yun-yang." "President Chu, long time no see." Yun-yang's enthusiastic voice came from the phone. Chu-do had a plan in mind. He said casually, "It has been a long time indeed. After all, Jean City and Shanghai are quite far apart." Yun-yang didn't beat around the bush and instead said, "I remember President Chu seems to be involved in the medical field." Chapter 98. Work Report. Chu-do didn't deny it. "That's right, I am involved in that area." Yun-yang slapped his thigh. "That's great. To be honest, our Yun family also works in the medical field in Jean City. Our hospital is the best private hospital in Jean City, and the medicinal herbs are grown in the mountains here in Sichuan. I want to cooperate with President Chu." Chu-do said leisurely, "How do you want to cooperate?" Yun-yang said with a smile, "President Chu probably doesn't need our hospitals and doctors, but I think President Chu would be interested in the medicinal herbs and medical equipment we grow here in Sichuan." Chu-do chuckled. "It seems the Yun family's information is a bit out of date. I just recently acquired all the shares of my medical equipment company. As for medicinal herbs, that's something we can talk about. Hospitals purchase medicinal herbs from various sources, not just one supplier. There were various pharmaceutical companies, and although Chu-do was preparing to grow medicinal herbs in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, they couldn't grow overnight. It always took time. In the future, he would need to continue to expand his scale, so collaborating for now was also an option." Chu-do thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but my hospital is currently undergoing internal restructuring. You'll have to wait until I'm done." Yun-yang agreed readily. "That's a small matter. Just tell me when, and I'll arrange to see you in Shanghai immediately." Yun-yang was satisfied with Chu-do's reply. He didn't expect to have multifaceted cooperation right away, but just having a start was enough. Cooperation was something that would happen step by step. Their development in Jean City was almost complete. Now that they had climbed up to Chu-do in Shanghai, they could naturally take it a step further. After hanging up the phone, Chu-do dialed a number. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in, dressed very formally. "President Chu, you called for me?" After Chu-do gestured for him to sit down, he sat there. Putting down his phone, Chu-do stared at the man before him and said, "Vice President Zhang, tell me, how is the progress?" As soon as he heard that it was work-related, Vice President Zhang immediately became serious. "President Chu, according to your requirements and arrangements, I have already completed the acquisition of Boai Hospital and the equipment company. We are currently reviewing the personnel issues internally." Chu-do nodded, satisfied. "Make a slight change. Change the name of the hospital to Xinghe Hospital, and change the name of the equipment company as well. Also, arrange an assessment for all the doctors. Those who fail the assessment will be dismissed. In addition, start acquiring private hospitals with level 3 qualifications in the cities where the branches are located. In Shanghai, continue acquiring. I want to guarantee that we have 10 hospitals, all of which are level 3 hospitals. Remove all unqualified doctors and nurses, and then recruit nationwide, looking at their skills and professional abilities first, followed by their character. Their salary will be calculated according to the highest standards in the industry, and all benefits must be in place. Recruiting can be slow, but I want to see the results of the other things within a month. Are there any problems?" Hearing this series of words, and Chu-do's unquestionable tone, Vice President Zhang immediately stood up and said, "President Chu, rest assured, there are no problems." This was the charm of money. Vice President Zhang had a high salary, so naturally, he had to handle matters beautifully. As long as the salary was in place, Even if you were wrong, he would find a way to make things right. Chu-do planned to challenge the medical system. If he was going to do it, he was going to do it big and turn it all upside down. During last year's medical system review, how many people were brought down? How many bribes and corruptions were exposed? Even a hospital director was found to have 10 billion yuan in cash in his house. It was simply appalling. What Chu-do was doing was good for the country and the people. He wanted to enhance his public prestige. He knew that public prestige was a very important thing, even though it couldn't be seen or touched. With prestige behind you, no one would be able to act against him easily. With the system's pills, he wasn't afraid of the dark, he was afraid of the white. The arrival of Li Wenxin made Chu-do even more energetic. During the day, he had Lu Ruyan and Li Wenxin by his side. At night, it was either Wang Xinyue or Jiang Lili. In short, he was not idle, and he had a feast every day. Time gradually passed for a month. That day, Chu-do was in the office when he just finished a call. The call was from Wang Ziying. She was coming tomorrow. Chu-do's spirits lifted. Taking advantage of the fact that he had time today, he called a meeting. It was worth mentioning that the team that had gone to Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan for on-site investigations had returned. Chu-do had spent 3 days reading the files, and he was silent for a long time. An hour later, all the executives gathered in the meeting room. Chu-do sat at the front, with Lu Ruyan and Li Wenxin behind him. They were both wearing professional attire, with white shirts and black skirt suits, plus black stockings and high heels, the standard workplace OL outfit. Chu-do looked at everyone, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, today's meeting is mainly about the tasks I assigned last month. It's to assess their progress and to plan the next steps. Let's go one by one." Although Chu-do had already reviewed the various reports, this was, after all, a meeting, and many businesses were interrelated. Vice President Lei spoke first. "Everyone, regarding the expansion and construction of the Xinghe Group branches in the past month, all 10 locations that President Chu had arranged have found suitable places and have completed their leases, as well as their office supplies and layouts. They are all fully completed. We are currently in the recruitment stage. If any department wants to expand its business, you can open branch companies in these locations. Please talk to me after the meeting." Vice President Lei's report was very simple, which was what Chu-do required. He didn't have time to listen to any crap. This was a private group, and he didn't need any formalities. The main thing was simplicity and efficiency. After listening to Vice President Lei's report, Chu-do nodded. "Okay, I'm satisfied with the progress here. The media sector is moving around a lot, so set up branch companies there to keep up. As for the others, talk to Vice President Lei after the meeting." After saying that, Chu-do turned to the next person. Seeing this, Vice President Ren also quickly said, "As the main person in charge of the construction of orphanages, nursing homes, and schools for the disabled, I have completed all the acquisitions and are currently redecorating and expanding them to meet the requirements. Also, regarding the employment of disabled people, the original requirements were fully met within 3 days of opening the registration. Due to the large number of applicants, we added some more people. Regarding their work, the arrangements are relatively simple, or they're based on their situation. They have all been fully arranged, and the summary tables and lists are with the personnel department." Chapter 99. Wang Ziying arrives. Chu-do said with satisfaction, "Very good. Our Xinghe group must have a concept of charity and care. Many people may not care, but I care. This is a very important reputation for a group, and it's better than any advertisement." Then, it was the third person, Vice President Zhao, who was also responsible for the poverty-stricken areas that Chu-do was very concerned about. Vice President Zhao said seriously, "My work is more specific. In the past month, I personally visited many remote villages in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, including the mountains. I talked with the local villagers and village committees and learned about the situation in many impoverished rural areas. Most of the poverty is caused by environmental issues and the lack of support, which has led to a lack of development. Young people are constantly leaving, while the elderly stay in the villages. In the long term, the villages may even be completely destroyed. There are also many places where food and water are a problem. They have to travel far to get water, and for food, they eat only coarse grains. Their environment is comparable to that of the 1950s and 1960s. There are very few people in each village. The smallest village has only a few dozen people left, all of whom are elderly. If they don't get rescue assistance within 10 or 20 years, these elderly people will be gone, and the villages will be gone too. As for education, you could say there is none. In better places, A dozen villages will join together to have a dilapidated office as a classroom. 22. 30 young children listen to elderly people giving lectures, and none of them are professional teachers. The teaching situation is very difficult and severe. I have collected data on 100 impoverished villages, and they have all been compiled. Everyone present was a high-level executive at Xinhua, earning high salaries and living an upper-class life in Shanghai. When they heard his words, they were all silent. Although his descriptions were vivid, it was difficult to understand the pain of those who struggled for a bite of food without having seen it for themselves. Chu Du let out a sigh. I've already seen the reports, and they're shocking. I've decided to take some action. First, Vice President Zhao will lead a team to purchase rice, flour, grain, and oil and transport them to the villages, with each family receiving at least half a year's worth. Also, in these areas, there are many uncultivated lands. Vice President Zhao will arrange for people to purchase suitable seeds and plant them on the nearby land. Arrange for experienced agricultural personnel to provide guidance. In the future, our company will purchase the herbs and crops that are grown. That will be a way for the villages to make a living. As for the water problem, I have also seen the survey data. Arrange for people to go to the villages to dig wells and ensure that water is accessible to every household. As for education, the group will fund the establishment of schools in these impoverished areas and hire teachers. Please note, only male teachers, no female teachers. Chu Du's expression was very serious when he said this. He had not been to these places, but he knew what the consequences would be for a girl who went to the mountains to be a volunteer teacher. Even a village head in a mountain village had said, "Don't send girls here, because I can't protect you." This showed the level of danger involved. When doing these things, don't consider the issue of losses. Just do it. Some things we can't just look at from a financial perspective. Also, when everything is ready, we can recruit people nationwide who are willing to help. At that time, it won't just be us doing it, but countless people will be doing it. After saying these words, Chu Du sighed inwardly. He knew clearly, despite his seemingly noble actions, that he was establishing an invisible layer of protection. Seeing that everyone had spoken, Vice President Yang also said seriously, regarding the Xinhua Fund, I have completed all the procedures, and the site is ready. Currently, more than 30 people have been recruited, and the foundations are ready. The first poverty alleviation work in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan can be carried out at any time. Chu Du nodded. Okay, we're not just targeting these areas. There are also many poor people in society in many areas. This time, we can target the entire country. The first batch of support will be for impoverished college students. The first grant will be 50 million to help with their tuition and living expenses. Vice President Yang immediately said, No problem, President Chu. I will start making preparations and advertising after the meeting. Chu Du continued. Also, regarding the hospital, within 1 month, recruit people nationwide, doctors and nurses, including branch hospitals. 1 month later, we will start a 10-day nationwide poverty assistance program. We will require proof of their poverty to provide free medical treatment to these impoverished families. After this assistance, we will select 10 doctors and nurses to go with me to Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan for charitable medical work. That's all. Does anyone have any questions? No problem. Everyone said in unison. Chu Du waved his hand. Very good, let's go do it then. Chu Du knew that if these things were to be done, it would cost a lot of money. It definitely wouldn't be a few hundred million or a few billion. It would be even more than 10 billion, and all of it would be non-profit. But he didn't care. Just looking at the 700 billion that he still had overseas, one could tell about Chu Du's situation. If he were to take it all out, a young man whom no one knew might ask his grandfather for it. This was what Chu Du had to guard against. But if he did some things well, with a good reputation, they wouldn't dare to do whatever they wanted. After all, they wouldn't act so easily without an absolute reason to take down Chu Du. Therefore, a talisman was sometimes just a talisman. Chu Du was very satisfied with spending 10 billion to buy a talisman. However, some things were not enough. Chu Du thought of the message Wang Ziying had sent him, and his heart felt complicated. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Chu Du got in the car to go to the airport. Ning Lei was driving, with more than a dozen bodyguards following. Wang Ziying was arriving later, and Chu Du was specifically there to pick her up. He waited in the VIP room at the airport for less than half an hour when Wang Ziying arrived. She was wearing a white coat, a white thermal top, jeans, and high boots. It was a very simple outfit, but on her, it looked incomparably beautiful. Perhaps Wang Ziying was just very beautiful. Chu-do had to admit that, among so many women, Wang Ziying's looks and figure were the best and most beautiful. Added to that was her background. She was a top-tier Beijing, white, rich, and beautiful woman, real heiress from the Beijing circle. If it had been the Chu-do of the past, he wouldn't even have thought about meeting her. After all, the gap was too big, and they were not from the same class. Seeing Chu-do, Wang Ziying didn't care about the people following behind her. She went straight to Chu-do and gave him a big hug. Chu-do was caught off guard but laughed and hugged Wang Ziying back. After separating, Chu-do said with a smile, "How long will you be staying this time? Where will you be staying?" Wang Ziying smiled smugly. "1 month, at your place. Is that okay?" Chu-do leisurely took her hand and walked out. "Okay." His voice was very loud. Chapter 100, Wang Ziying's words. Wang Ziying followed Chu-do into the car. Their bodyguards then got into their own cars and acted as an escort. Arriving at the Triumph Gate neighborhood, Chu-do took Wang Ziying back to his place. After changing into slippers, Wang Ziying took off her coat and walked around the room, smiling. "Not bad, you're so successful now." Chu-do changed into comfortable silk home clothes and leaned back on the sofa. "No matter how successful I am, I can't compare to you, the heiress of Beijing." Wang Ziying smiled charmingly, came in front of Chu-do, sat directly on his lap, looked at Chu-do closely, and whispered, "Do you miss me?" Looking at the luscious red lips in front of him and the fragrance of the beauty, Chu-do couldn't help but lean forward, wanting to kiss Wang Ziying. But Wang Ziying suddenly leaned back and stood up, scoffing. "You want to kiss me?" Chu-do stared straight at Wang Ziying. "Yes." Wang Ziying suddenly said indignantly, "You broke up with me, and now you want to kiss me? You get all the benefits. Have you no shame?" Chu-do coughed twice and said, "You also know why that happened back then. It wasn't something I could decide." Wang Ziying said dissatisfied, "I don't care. Back then, I cried and begged you not to break up with me, but you insisted on abandoning me. Now you want to kiss me? Dream on." Chu-do sighed. "I didn't tell you the reason back then, but you know now. Some things were out of my control." When Chu-do said this, his face was full of grievance, helplessness, and a hint of remorse. Seeing him like this, Wang Ziying's heart softened, and she couldn't help but take Chu-do's hand. "Forget it. It's been so many years. I know that some things are not your fault. Actually, I'm not angry anymore. I was just feeling aggrieved that I waited for so long." Chu-do was also feeling complex emotions. He touched Wang Ziying's slender hand and said softly, "I've changed a lot over the years." Hearing this, Wang Ziying glared at him. "Yes, you have. You have several women by your side now. Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Lu Ruyan, and Li Wenxin." Chu-do was slightly embarrassed. His old face turned red, and he didn't know what to say. There was nothing he could do. This was Wang Ziying. If it had been someone else, Chu-do would have said disdainfully, "I can find whoever I want. What does it have to do with you?" But facing Wang Ziying, he couldn't say it. However, Wang Ziying didn't seem to care and just said calmly, "None of that is important. We'll talk about it later." Chu-do was stunned. What did that mean? Before he could ask, Wang Ziying suddenly changed the topic. "I heard that you've been very active lately." Chu-do raised an eyebrow. "It seems you know everything about me." Wang Ziying said in annoyance, "You're making such big moves. I'm not blind or deaf. Besides, with my status, if I want to know something about someone, there's practically nothing I can't find out." Chu-do believed her. But that wasn't the point. Chu-do looked at Wang Ziying and said, "What do you think about it?" Wang Ziying glanced at him. "I know what you're thinking. You feel pressure, don't you?" Chu-do didn't say anything. Wang Ziying just shook her head lightly. "You've ultimately come from the bottom. There are some things you don't understand. You don't see them clearly enough." Chu-do said seriously, "I'm all ears." Wang Ziying also became serious. "I don't know how much confidence you have, but when facing power, money alone has no advantage, especially in a country like ours. Your tactic of winning over people is normal, but too simple. If you want to go down the right path, public opinion alone isn't enough. If they want to take you down, they have countless pieces of evidence that they can fabricate to destroy your reputation. As for those people overseas, your own core forces haven't taken shape. Those who are working for you now are mostly people from others. So, all in all, although you appear to be successful, you're actually in great danger. You need a backer, but have you ever thought that I could be your backer?" Chu-do took a deep breath and looked at Wang Ziying in shock. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Actually, what I'm trying to do is useless, isn't it?" Wang Ziying sighed. Indeed, most of the time, the rules of this world aren't like that. I know the things you're doing. Even if you do them for your own purposes, the fact that you've done them makes you better than countless people in this world. Many people don't even want to pretend. Just based on that, in my heart, you're still that young man. Chu-do stared blankly at Wang Ziying. At that moment, he couldn't explain how he felt. You must know that even if you cultivate the 10 cycle of public opinion, you can't defeat the 100 cycle of network purification. Chu-do exhaled a breath of stale air and leaned back on the sofa, saying slowly, "Forget it. I've already done it. Abandoning halfway is not my style." Wang Ziying took his hand, her voice gentle. "It's okay. It's a good thing too. You're helping so many people. However, there are still some problems in your handling. For example, Wang Ziying was indeed powerful, with sharp eyes. She went into detail about many things with Chu-do, providing deeper refinement and solutions, and how to maximize his interests. Chu-do nodded repeatedly as he listened. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Wang Ziying stretched lazily. "Let's go eat. I'm hungry." Chu-do looked at the time. He felt a lot more relaxed now. He said in a light tone, "What do you want to eat?" Wang Ziying shook her head. "Let's just find something near a university gate. I'm tired of having formal meals every day. I want to change it up." "Okay." Chu-do also wanted to recall the taste of the past. They didn't travel in a high-profile manner. The university wasn't far away. It was only a 20-minute walk. The bodyguards followed in the crowd, inconspicuous. In fact, there was a lot of food to eat around the university gate, all kinds of snacks and simple meals. They both ordered a malaban, a spicy cold dish, and waited at a small table. Looking at the students coming and going and the many small merchants, Chu-do said with emotion, "Back then, we all came from here." Wang Ziying also smiled. Looking back at that time, we were all quite naive and simple. Chu-do suddenly asked, "How did you feel during your years at Cambridge?" The two of them chatted casually. Wang Ziying's stunning looks and figure in front of a small food stall attracted a lot of attention from the students. Seeing her age, they guessed that she was a graduate or doctoral student. After a while, a student dressed quite luxuriously walked up to Wang Ziying. "Hello, are you a student at our school?" Wang Ziying glanced at him. "No." The boy didn't give up and continued, "It doesn't matter. I'm a doctoral student at the school. I saw that you are very beautiful, and I wanted to get to know you." Wang Ziying extended her hand and took Chu-do's hand. "This is my boyfriend." The boy looked at Chu-do. His initial disdainful expression suddenly turned to shock. He himself was wearing designer clothes, and seeing the luxury items Chu-do was wearing, he had a general idea of Chu-do's wealth, not to mention the watch on Chu-do's wrist. With an awkward smile, he walked away without looking back. Chu-do wasn't angry. This kind of thing happened a lot on campus, but they were not on the same level, so he wouldn't get angry about it. Wang Ziying chuckled. "Those students these days." Chu-do clicked his tongue. "It's because you're too beautiful." That was true. Many people around were secretly looking at Wang Ziying, and even the business of the malaban stall became better. Wang Ziying didn't care. She had encountered this situation many times. Chapter 101. A Dream of the Past. Chu-do and Wang Ziying sat there, looking casual, yet their clothes and aura were such that ordinary people dared not approach. After their meal, they took a walk, chatting as they strolled. Wang Ziying gazed into the distance and said softly, "I remember, back in our school days, we often used to take walks like this at night." Chu-do chuckled, "Yeah, especially you. You always loved browsing the street stalls back then." Wang Ziying seemed lost in thought. "Yes, back then, I was just so drawn to those things. Simple and pretty." Reflecting on the past, they used to chase after love, free from worries. Now, in the working world, each of them bore countless responsibilities. On this early spring night, the two former lovers walked hand in hand down the street, just like they had 6 years ago. Back at home, Chu-do lazily changed into his pajamas. Wang Ziying, seeing this, said, "What? Not going to visit your little sweethearts tonight?" Chu-do turned on the TV and replied casually, "You're here, so why would I?" Wang Ziying went to change, satisfied with his answer. Soon, Wang Ziying emerged wearing a lace negligee, with black lingerie underneath. Chu-do was somewhat taken aback. "You're wearing that?" Wang Ziying raised her long, elegant leg and placed it on the coffee table, reaching for the nearby fruit. She ate it while watching TV. "What? Is that a problem?" Chu-do stared at her fair, full thigh, momentarily unable to look away. Her legs were straight and without any excess fat, exceptionally long. with delicate skin that was incredibly soft, like a young girl. Those legs. If she wore black stockings. Catching Chu-Du's gaze, Wang Ziying knew what he was thinking and said, slightly annoyed, "Could you control that lecherous look, please?" Chu-Du's face flushed. No, I was just looking." Wang Ziying scoffed, "All bark and no bite." Chu-Du, hearing that, felt a rush of heat. Suddenly, he picked Wang Ziying up and headed for the bedroom. Wang Ziying didn't resist at all, just looked at Chu-Du until he placed her on the bed. Looking at the stunning beauty lying on the bed, Chu-Du's desire ignited. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss her honey-sweet lips. After a while, they parted. Chu-Du was about to get up when Wang Ziying suddenly grabbed his collar. "What? You going to run away after that kiss? I'm all fired up now. You can't just leave me hanging." Chu-Du hesitated. "But I have others right now. This isn't fair to you." Wang Ziying interrupted him before he could finish. "Then why didn't you think of that when you kissed me?" Chu-Du lowered his head slightly. "I was a little caught up in the moment. I couldn't help it." There was no denying it. Wang Ziying was simply too beautiful. That perfect figure, that exquisite face, like a celestial being, captivating everyone. Wang Ziying sighed and said, "After we're married, they have to call me elder sister." Chu-Du was taken aback, staring at Wang Ziying, somewhat bewildered. Wang Ziying scoffed, "It's not like I haven't seen this before." She paused, then continued, "If it were back then, you wouldn't have had anyone else. It would only have been me. But things are different now. At this level, you must know that many people keep more than one lover. It's an objective reality. Although the feminist movement is strong, it's still essentially a patriarchal society. Especially the men at the top, they have access to more beautiful women. Now that you're at a different level, I won't restrict you. However, I want to marry you. I can accept the existence of the others." Wang Ziying was so rational. It made Chu-Du feel somewhat uncomfortable. Wang Ziying looked at Chu-Du and said seriously, "You don't need to worry about anything. They aren't really a threat to me. But what I want is the title, the position of the head wife. You know my family would never allow me to be someone's mistress. So, you can marry me, be with me, fulfill the promises you made to me. As for the lovers you keep outside, they will all call me elder sister from now on." Now, do you have any more questions? Honestly, Chu-Du was shocked. He had never imagined Wang Ziying could accept this, but thinking about it, it was also logical. People at their level wouldn't consider something like this to be a big deal. Looking at the stunning woman before him, saying these things, Chu-Du licked his lips and said, "I have one last question." "What is it?" Wang Ziying asked instinctively. Chu-Du smiled mischievously. "Are you ready to have a child with me?" Before Wang Ziying could react, Chu-Du had already kissed her lips. After many years apart, their feelings reignited like dry wood, exploding with a single spark. Wang Ziying kissed the familiar man of her past, feeling his burning love, and gradually lost consciousness. Wang Ziying was exhausted as she spoke, then closed her eyes and rested quietly. Chapter 102. Sleeping in? The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the two headed towards the power plant. Wang Ziying's visit was primarily for work-related matters. Chu-Du suddenly remembered the two professors he had consulted earlier and summarized their advice for Wang Ziying. After listening, Wang Ziying pondered for a moment and said, "Their suggestions have some merit, but they would be quite troublesome for you to implement. For instance, the simplest one is the oil well. If someone really wanted it, would you give it to them or not?" A bitter expression crossed Chu-Du's face. He couldn't help it. The system only helped him obtain wealth and a powerful body, but it hadn't given him anything else. Faced with such a question, Chu-Du didn't even need to think. He already knew the answer. He sighed inwardly. "System, can you please come back? I need you. I don't want to eat beef." Seeing Chu-Du's expression, Wang Ziying took his hand and said gently, "It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry." Wang Ziying was a genuine young lady from a powerful Beijing family, the eldest daughter of a top clan. Her words carried weight, and with her family backing her, she wasn't afraid of anyone. Wang Ziying thought for a moment and added, "Actually, you could consider going abroad and expanding your business worldwide. That might be a better approach." Worldwide? Chu-Du was thoughtful. He remembered his business in Africa, but he couldn't rely on that alone. If he had the chance, he could look into major companies in Europe. For example, car manufacturing, heavy industry, electronics, luxury goods, airlines, and so on. Many sectors were worth considering. His overseas account held over 700 billion, and even if that money was in the system account without interest, it was still an enormous sum. When they arrived at the power plant, they reviewed the latest reports and progress on site. The three-way partnership for further expansion and scaling was still on track and looked promising. It was expected to be operational soon. By the time they left, it was already the afternoon. Wang Ziying was also exhausted. She got into the car and leaned against Chu Du's chest. Chu Du stroked her face and said, "What? Feeling sleepy?" Wang Ziying rolled her eyes. "Of course. You wore me out last night, and then I had a full day of work. How could I not be tired? Unlike you, with your endless energy." Chu Du didn't say anything, simply held her gently. Soon, Wang Ziying fell asleep in Chu Du's arms. The car wasn't driving fast, and it was smooth. Wang Ziying slept soundly. When they arrived at the house, Chu Du extended his arms and gently lifted Wang Ziying in a princess carry. He placed Wang Ziying on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then went to wash up. After he was done, he lay down on the bed to see Wang Ziying awake, looking at him with her bright eyes. Chu Du smiled tenderly, held Wang Ziying to his chest and said, "You woke up?" Wang Ziying nestled against his chest and said softly, "I can't sleep without you by my side." "Okay, I'm here now. Go to sleep." Wang Ziying closed her eyes, snuggled against Chu Du. After a moment, Wang Ziying suddenly said, "Let me meet them sometime soon. Say, I'm inviting them for a meal." Chu Du hesitated. "You mean?" Wang Ziying hummed in agreement. "Li Wenxin is already married, so forget about her. Just invite Zhang Lili, Wang Xinyue, and Lu Ruyan. Invite them all to dinner." "It's not very appropriate," Chu Du frowned. Wang Ziying remained in his arms, her tone calm. "I'm not going to harm them. What are you afraid of?" Chu Du didn't speak. Wang Ziying sighed and said, "Do you think I'm such a petty woman?" "No, that's not it," Chu Du answered honestly. Wang Ziying shook her head. "That's the point. If I had any ill intentions, they wouldn't have lasted. Don't worry. Since I can tolerate their existence, I certainly won't bully them. After all, they'll all be my good younger sisters." Chu Du was speechless. "All right, I understand." Wang Ziying smiled happily. "Good boy, husband. Don't be mad. Just hold me and sleep." Chu Du hugged Wang Ziying tightly and closed his eyes. Dinner?" Zhang Lili was stunned, clearly still processing the message. Wang Xinyue, on the other hand, felt a twinge of sadness in her heart. After trying so hard, wanting to be special in Chu Du's heart, a woman had shattered her dreams. Although she knew that even without Wang Ziying, success was unlikely, it was still hard to accept when faced with the reality. A young lady from Beijing plus a first love soulmate plus a stunning beauty plus kind and caring. She was stacked with buffs. How could she compare? Chu Du noticed Wang Xinyue's sadness and pulled her into his arms. "I'm not going to abandon you. What are you afraid of?" Wang Xinyue leaned into Chu Du's chest, hugging him tightly as tears welled up. "Don't abandon me, okay? I won't fight for anything anymore." Chu Du patted her back gently and said tenderly, "Don't worry. She's a pampered lady. She can't cook. I still want to eat the meals you make, yeah." Wang Xinyue giggled. "Okay, I'll cook for you for the rest of my life." Zhang Lili, standing beside them, was calm and composed. "I'm different. I don't want to be your wife. It's too much trouble fighting mistresses, and I have to deal with so much stuff. So exhausting. It's better to just be your mistress. All I need to do is take a bath." Chu Du rolled his eyes. It was all right this way. Zhang Lili had no ambitions in that area and was quite accepting. She had been with Chu Du for money from the start, and while some feelings had developed, she knew her limitations. She wasn't aiming for a position. She just wanted Chu Du to support her. Still, Zhang Lili understood her role. As her patron's pet, she was good at what she did. Pure ZZS. Chapter 103. Industry Insights. Moreover, Zhang Lili had a lot of free time, which she spent exercising, sculpting her body, doing yoga, Pilates, and working out, all of which resulted in a slender waist and firm, peachy bottom, which Chu Du found particularly appealing. As for Lu Ruyan, what? She wants to invite me for dinner? Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Wang Ziying would invite them to dinner. Was she planning to make the rivalry public? Lu Ruyan wasn't prepared for that. After all, she didn't have confidence facing such a formidable opponent. She could outshine Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili with her beauty, but Wang Ziying was just a little bit prettier than her, which was frustrating. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Brother Chu, will you be going too?" Chu Du shrugged helplessly. "She doesn't want me to come. It's just the few of you having dinner." "Oh," Lu Ruyan said thoughtfully. She was a smart woman and understood Wang Ziying's intentions. This dinner would most likely decide the future pecking order. In her opinion, although Wang Xinyue had been with Chu Du for a long time, she wasn't much of a threat. Zhang Lili was even less of a concern. A woman who had stayed with Chu Du for money wasn't a real threat. As for Li Wenxin, forget it. Lu Ruyan would run naked through the city if Li Wenxin could become the head wife. It was only Wang Ziying. She was just too perfect, with the first love halo, a powerful family background, and incredible beauty. Lu Ruyan felt like she had no hope. After assessing her chances, she felt her odds of success were less than 1 in 10. She glanced at Chu Du, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. Would Wang Ziying be acting this way if Chu Du hadn't agreed? So in fact, she would probably only be second at best. Thinking of that, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of disappointment. But she could sense that Chu Du loved her and wouldn't leave her. It would just mean Wang Ziying would be the boss, and the rest of them would follow behind her. It wasn't something she couldn't accept. After all, she had known Chu Du wasn't someone who would only have one woman, and she had even prepared herself to lose in the competition for a position. But it didn't matter. As long as this man was still by her side, it was enough. Lu Ruyan leaned gently into Chu Du's embrace and said nothing. The next day, Wang Ziying invited everyone out, starting with a shopping trip. Chu Du felt bored alone in the office, so he wandered around the company. The president's inspection was definitely different. Everywhere he went, people appeared to be working diligently. Chu Du didn't mind. This kind of attitude was normal. Whether they were faking it or not, he didn't know. Anyway, the company's performance was good in all areas. After looking around, Chu Du returned to his office, feeling bored again. Remembering what Wang Ziying had said to him, Chu Du considered it for a while, then opened his computer and began looking up some information. There were many large industries globally, so there were a lot of options for expanding his business overseas. Private jets, luxury yachts, top-tier cars, royal jewelry, world-renowned watches, high-end fashion, cosmetics, spirits and wines, resorts, and innovative brands were all sectors centered around luxury goods. If he considered the private jet industry, Gulfstream, Bombardier, Dassault, and Hawker Beechcraft were the top players. For yachts, it would be Azimuth, Ferretti, and Sunseeker. But these two sectors were mostly within the sphere of the ultra-rich, and regular millionaires usually didn't bother, as it was an enormous money pit. Many people were familiar with the car industry. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, and so on were all well-known luxury car brands. Then there was jewelry. Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels, Boucheron, and Harry Winston were all big names. But Chu Du didn't plan to focus on this because he had already acquired a lot of diamonds in Africa, which would be enough to keep his jewelry business going for a long time. However, what he lacked were some top-tier flagship items, which weren't easy to obtain. To grow his jewelry business, Chu Du thought he needed to acquire jade from the border. If he found top-grade jade, he would buy it. He made a note to go there after some time. As for cosmetics, Chanel, Dior, Guerlain, Givenchy, Helena Rubinstein, and so on, were all top brands that he could look into acquiring. Regarding alcohol, there was Mutai in China, and Martel Cordon Bleu, Remy Martin Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, and Chateau Petrus. Internationally, many people only knew about Lafite from 1982. Even many novelists always mentioned Lafite from 1982, which was quite ridiculous. Speaking of that, let me explain a bit. Lafite red wine is one of the Bordeaux wines from France and is a representative of French red wines. 1982 was a very good year, with excellent weather conditions. It was hot and sunny, which meant that the quality of grapes was exceptional. Coupled with the winemaker's skills, the 1982 vintage received widespread acclaim from wine collectors worldwide. At that time, Hong Kong was a colony, so the movies catered to the audience's preferences. The next few years happened to be the golden era of Hong Kong cinema, so people in mainland China also became aware of this mysterious status symbol. The Chinese social culture is interesting. No matter what, people will always drink at the table. When red wine entered mainland China, it became a common sight at dinner gatherings, naturally. Then, with the rise of Hong Kong movies, the wealthy were proud to drink red wine, and brands promoted themselves aggressively. In fact, it's very difficult to buy genuine 1982 Lafite because it was one of the best quality vintages, and many people collected it after it was released. Very little of high-quality 1982 Lafite was available in the market, and the price has been continuously increasing. But, did the actual production of 1982 Lafite reach such high numbers? Actually, no. Let me give you the data. Chateau Lafite Rothschild, located in the Médoc region of Bordeaux, has a vineyard area of approximately 107 hectares. According to Lafite's average figures, Chateau Lafite produces 35,000 cases of wine per year. According to data released on Lafite's official website, the average annual production of their top-tier Grand Vin is 16,000 cases, equivalent to 192,000 standard bottles, 750 milliliters. That year, the production was somewhat larger, but it wouldn't have been significantly higher. Outside estimates say it was at most 250,000 bottles. Of that, a significant portion was collected by connoisseurs or had been drunk many years ago. With worldwide sales, perhaps 30,000 bottles at most made it into China. Those bottles would have been distributed among high-end restaurants. But what happened? In those years, according to incomplete data, various high-end restaurants in China consumed millions of bottles of 1982 Lafite every year. So, were they really Lafite? Even today, many collectors and millionaires still have bottles of 1982 Lafite they have yet to open, and those are the real Lafite that was never consumed. Chapter 104. Good evening, good night. Next on the list was the hotel industry. While Chu Du owned Xinghe hotels, they were only doing well in Shanghai. They hadn't made a name for themselves in other parts of China, let alone globally. Chu Du pondered, realizing that he could probably step into just about any industry. After all, he had the money. Most of the companies he was considering were valued at several tens of billions, and the actual acquisitions were always open to negotiation. With his over 700 billion in overseas assets, Chu Du could easily buy a bunch of shares. The question, however, was whether these companies would be willing to sell. That was a crucial issue. But it wasn't insurmountable. Chu Du planned to expand his international business and make contact with these corporations. He would start by talking, seeing if he could take his business global. Some companies, though, were completely off the table. For example, Gulfstream, which was owned by General Dynamics, an American defense contractor. They would never let Chu Du buy shares, let alone acquire them. Chu Du thought about it and assigned tasks to his various vice presidents, asking them to look into the shareholder situation of some companies. If possible, they should contact the companies to discuss a potential acquisition. Chu Du wrote down all the companies he was interested in and assigned them to his vice presidents, with each person responsible for a portion. He would just wait for news and results. Of course, such major negotiations would require his personal involvement. After the vice presidents had left, Wang Ziying, Lu Ruyan, Wang Xinyue, and Zhang Lili all walked into the office together. Chu Du was a little surprised. "Why are you all here together?" Wang Ziying smiled. "We wanted to see what you're doing in the office. Looks like you're pretty serious about your work." Chu Du chuckled. "It's just work. I just happened to have nothing to do today." Lu Ruyan and Zhang Lili lounged lazily on the sofa, clearly tired, while Wang Xinyue went to get Chu Du a glass of water. Wang Ziying sat next to Chu Du and said seriously, "I heard your vice presidents talking about your plan to venture into foreign businesses." Getting down to business, Chu Du's face also turned serious. "Is there a problem? Isn't this what you suggested?" Wang Ziying sighed. "There are major problems. First, you need to know which companies are worth acquiring and which ones are not. Second, you need to consider a very important issue. How much can you actually acquire with your available funds? You have to know that those world-class brands are very expensive. Even 3% or 5% of their shares can sometimes be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. You only have 50 billion in the bank. Even if the bank lends you another 10 billion, you'll only have 60 billion to work with. Where would you get so much money to buy a bunch of shares?" Chu Du smiled. "Don't worry about the money. I have my own ways. But what companies would you recommend for acquisition?" Although Wang Ziying didn't know where Chu Du's confidence came from, she trusted him. After all, he was her future husband. She thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, you can basically forget about private jets and yachts. You probably won't have the chance. Many of those companies are backed by European financial groups and governments, and they won't allow an Asian to meddle. It's not about money anymore. As for cars, I think you can consider Volkswagen Group. The current market value of Volkswagen shares is about 33 billion US dollars. According to the current exchange rate of about 7 to 1, that's about 250 billion. How much are you willing to spend?" Wang Ziying took a sip of water and continued. "Another one is Patek Philippe, which has a current market capitalization of around 10 billion US dollars, roughly 70 billion. That is also very expensive. As for the cosmetics industry, I suggest you look into the shares of LVMH Group. But their current market value is 550 billion US dollars, which is extremely expensive, coming to nearly 4 trillion in our currency. That's too pricey. If you need some money to make up for the shortfall, I can help. If you take a step back, you can consider Kering Group and L'Oreal Group. They are both valuable, but not as expensive as LVMH. Actually, in all of these groups, the cosmetic companies are the most profitable. Their market capitalization is the highest, and it's the most difficult to break into. Chu Du listened to Wang Ziying and thought carefully. His overseas assets were 780 billion, and if he poured it all in, he could invest 100 billion in Volkswagen, 50 billion in Patek Philippe, 300 billion in LVMH, and 150 billion in Kering and L'Oreal combined, which would add up to 600 billion. That wouldn't leave him with much money. Suddenly, Chu Du asked, "What about investing in Hollywood?" Wang Ziying's eyes lit up. That's a good option, but it also requires huge amounts of capital. For instance, Paramount is currently worth about $9 billion US. The other studios aren't far off. But you need to know that all those values are just estimates. The real price can only be determined through negotiations. Chu Du nodded slightly. He knew that. But by those estimates, Hollywood was much cheaper. At about 60 to 70 billion per major studio, Chu Du could even consider pouring in 100 billion and acquire shares in multiple Hollywood giants. The European financial groups usually held shares in each other. It was a case of, you scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours, mutually assisting each other's growth. With 700 billion in cash, Chu Du believed he could break through some of these businessmen's defenses, but the question was, how could he get them to agree? Unless he offered to overpay, but that didn't align with his current goals. He remained silent for a while, then said, "What do you think I could do to convince them to sell me their shares? After all, I'm an Asian, not someone from a European financial group." Wang Ziying raised an eyebrow. "How much are you planning to spend?" Chu Du said softly, 700 billion. All in cash. Transferable at any time. Wang Ziying exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Where do you get so much money? Can you really come up with that?" Chapter 105. Can't think of a title. Chu Du replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about the money. I'll figure it out." Wang Ziying glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Chu Du leaned back in his chair. "Now, my question is, how can I convince them to sell their shares?" Wang Ziying shook her head. "I can't help you with that. My family's status makes it inconvenient for me to help you. It's too sensitive." Chu Du nodded. "In that case, I'll look into other ways." Chu Du didn't know many people in the inner circles. Most of the time, his business dealings were handled by his senior executives. If he wanted to acquire shares, he had to contact those European financial groups. Chu Du suddenly looked up. "Do you know who holds those shares?" Wang Ziying smiled. "If you beg me, I'll tell you." Chu Du pulled her into his arms. "If you don't tell me, I'll just take you right here, in front of your little sisters." Wang Ziying's face flushed red. She was trying to establish herself as the head wife, so she naturally wanted to keep face. If he actually did that right there and then, she would have no face to show later. She replied helplessly, all right, put your hands away. I'll tell you. Okay?" Then, Wang Ziying pulled out a pen and paper and went through the files on her phone, writing down numerous names and titles, along with private phone numbers. With the Wang family's connections, it wasn't difficult to get access to that information. Chu Du glanced at the three women lounging on the sofa. An idea struck him, and he asked, "How was your day today?" Wang Ziying scoffed, "Guess." Chu Du gently patted her butt. "Looking at this, it must have gone smoothly." Wang Ziying laughed and then called out loudly, Yeah, Lily Rian. Did your big sister treat you well today?" "Yes. Big sister, I love you. Sister Ziying is the best. Better than Brother Chu." The three women beamed, incredibly happy. Chu Du was dumbfounded. He was immensely curious about how Wang Ziying had managed to win them over, but based on Wang Ziying's expression, she clearly wasn't going to say. Chu Du didn't plan to ask. As long as everything was stable, it was fine. He didn't need to understand everything. Soon, Wang Ziying finished writing. Chu Du scanned the list, which included the contact information for several major groups, including Volkswagen, LVMH, L'Oreal, Kering, and Hollywood, including the shareholders and their private numbers. Chu Du kissed Wang Ziying's cheek. "You're amazing." Wang Ziying rolled her eyes and said, "All right, we're going home now. You can continue with your work." Chu Du quickly said, "Wait, leave Rian here. I need some help." Wang Ziying completely ignored him. "No, the four of us are going to play mahjong. Figure it out yourself. You have so many people in your company." Lu Rian made a V sign at Chu Du and left with Wang Ziying. Watching the four of them leave, Chu Du smiled indulgently and said nothing. He looked down at the piece of paper, at the information, and pondered various options. Having intelligence made things much easier. Chu-do called his vice presidents again and assigned tasks to them. Each person was to contact one person from the list and discuss the acquisition of shares. Of course, they would only be exploring the other side's willingness to sell first. Chu-do would handle the specific details later. Wang Ziying's stay was short, just 1 week. During this week, Chu-do spent every night with Wang Ziying, as she had to return to Beijing. They never used protection between them, whether it was out of forgetfulness or deliberate intent. When the time came for her to leave, Wang Ziying took Chu-do's private jet. It wasn't as if the Wang family didn't have their own private jets, they just hadn't used them. On the way back, Chu-do was still thinking about what Wang Ziying had said when they parted. Back in college, my family knew we were dating, but they didn't pay much attention to it. But they noticed you when I came back this time. Don't worry, things are different now. You're no longer an ordinary student. You're a big boss, one with the power to stand tall. My grandfather has been following you recently. He said that for someone so young, you have such great foresight. You made a fortune in the stock market and cryptocurrencies. He doesn't know any others who have made it to where you are today from nothing except for Lei Jun from Xiaomi and Lu Changdong from Jingxi. The fact is, the two Mas and Wang weren't completely self-made. Your current assets and industries are on par with theirs. With 50 billion in liquid assets and almost 100 billion in industries under your name, you're one of the top players in the country now. My grandfather didn't object. He told me that if I like you, I can get to know you. Take it slow. I think this time, we will be together without obstacles. A smile appeared on Chu-do's face. From university to now, he never thought that they would be together again. Perhaps this was fate. Thank you, system, Chu-do said silently. When he got home, Wang Xinyue was sweeping the floor. Chu-do raised an eyebrow. You should hire a nanny for these things. There's no need for you to do this yourself in such a large house. Wang Xinyue chuckled. I just want to feel like this house will be my home. I want to clean every corner of it myself. Chu-do sighed and led Wang Xinyue to the sofa. Wang Xinyue leaned against him obediently. Are you jealous? Chu-do asked softly. Wang Xinyue shook her head and then nodded. I'm definitely jealous, especially now that the big sister position is decided. It will be Sister Ziying from now on. But I knew from the start what kind of person you were. What good would being jealous do? Instead of being jealous, I'd rather figure out how to spend every day with you, make you remember me, and think of my good points and satisfy you. Isn't that also a form of winning your favor? Chu-do laughed. He didn't say anything, but he hugged her tighter. Wang Xinyue, who had started this relationship for upward mobility, now genuinely loved him. She had come a long way. Especially after the car accident in Jincheng, when he protected Wang Xinyue, she had fallen deeply in love with him. Even if Chu-do lost everything one day, Wang Xinyue wouldn't leave him. She would stay by his side. Suddenly, Wang Xinyue sat up and kissed him gently. Are you tired? Wait for a bit. I'll make dinner. You can rest for a while, have some fruit, and watch TV. With that, she got up and went to the kitchen. Chapter 106. Feeling a little emo. With that, she got up and went to the kitchen. Watching Wang Xinyue's busy figure in the kitchen, Chu-do felt a little dazed. Among all his women, Wang Xinyue gave him the most sense of home. There was a feeling of warmth, almost like a marriage. Zhang Lili was just pure teasing, a sexy, juice-draining machine. Lu Ruyan was alluring and gentle, with a strange sense of conquest. Perhaps it was because of her title as Empress Ruyan. Li Wenxin was actually a great wife and mother figure, but sadly, she was already married. Otherwise, she would have given Chu-do the feeling of being at home. As for Wang Ziying, she was noble, beautiful, and excellent, but she seemed too much like a celestial being, rather than a domestic wife. Each of them was different, and Chu-do never forced them to change. Chu-do didn't know what it would be like when they all lived together in the future. However, none of them were jealous or petty women, so it should be a pleasant experience. As Chu-do was pondering this, Wang Xinyue suddenly said, Brother Chu, today we're having braised pork, glazed pork, stir-fried eggs with chives, and shredded potatoes. Sounds good, Chu-do replied, his voice a little lazy. The dishes were all very common, everyday fare. However, Chu-do, who came from humble beginnings, actually preferred these types of home-style dishes, which made him feel like he was at home, rather than eating gourmet meals every day, which felt more like handling social gatherings. After dinner, Chu-do leaned back on the sofa, watching the news on TV. After washing the dishes, Wang Xinyue sat next to him and asked, Brother Chu, Sister Ziying went back. Are you missing her? Are you sad? Chu-do shook his head. It's not like I'll never see her again. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Xinyue hugged his arm. What if I left one day? Chu Du's eyes instantly sharpened. What do you mean? Do you like someone else? Seeing the sudden darkness on Chu Du's face, Wang Xinyue quickly shook her head. No, I mean, what if one day you don't like me anymore and you kick me out? Chu Du's face immediately softened. He pulled his arm away from Wang Xinyue and hugged her instead. What are you saying? Why would I kick you out? You cook so well, and you keep our home so clean. You spend more time with me than any of them. How could I not want my gentle and obedient Yaya? I'll keep you forever. His words were sincere, truly heartfelt. In the beginning, he had only been attracted to her beautiful figure, but now, after so much time together, they had both developed feelings. Chu Du had now accepted Wang Xinyue, thinking of her as one of his own. Holding Wang Xinyue, Chu Du didn't say much more. Instead, he closed his eyes and pondered all kinds of things. Wang Xinyue obediently leaned into his chest, listening quietly to his heartbeat. The days went by like this. During the day, Chu Du spent time with Lu Ruyan and Li Wenxin, and in the evenings, he was with Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili. He was never idle. Of course, he wasn't always thinking about sexual matters. He was also doing real business. The shares that Chu Du wanted to acquire were substantial, but he was also offering enough money. Western financial groups valued profit above all else. Relationships and personal connections weren't completely ignored, but they were not as important as they were to people in his country. After several remote communications, there was finally someone willing to meet and talk. Bobby Pino. He was a core member of the Pino family, 35 years old, a rising star among the family's younger generation, and in a way, he could represent the will of the family. And the company he represented was Kering Group. This time, Chu Du would travel to the country of the Gallic Rooster. Chu Du didn't bring Li Wenxin and Lu Ruyan. He only brought a team of bodyguards and a private security force from Africa. He had no experience traveling abroad, but he had seen the news. Foreign countries weren't very safe, with various shootings, riots, protests, and so on. It was completely different from home. Therefore, Chu Du was particularly cautious about security. In April, Chu Du landed at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport in his private jet. The airport was large, as it was an international airport. After getting off the plane, the bodyguards immediately unloaded the vehicles. There were 5 vehicles in total, 4 Rolls-Royces, and the last one, a Hongqi. Notably, Chu Du had been assassinated in Jincheng, leading to a car accident. After that, he ordered a custom-made car, the modified Hongqi CD, named after his initials. This was a 7-seater extended sedan with a spacious and comfortable interior. According to international bulletproof standards, there were 5 main levels: 1, 2, 3, IIA, and 4. Level 2 bulletproof cars could withstand 9mm handgun shots, while Level 3 and above could withstand AK-47 automatic rifle fire and shrapnel from hand grenades. Chu Du's car, of course, used the highest level. Modern bulletproof cars didn't use regular steel plates. Instead, they used composite materials, combining lightweight ceramic tiles with multiple layers of high-tech aerospace materials to create composite armor. Many people had a misconception about bulletproof cars. The most important feature was, of course, bulletproof performance. But that doesn't mean that the higher the bulletproof performance, the better. Generally speaking, the higher the bulletproof performance, the heavier the car would be, reducing its performance. And for a bulletproof car, the most important thing was to escape from danger as fast as possible, not to take a beating slowly. Bulletproof cars needed to not only have a bulletproof body, but also bulletproof glass, which generally consisted of multiple layers of glass, polycarbonate, polyurethane, and so on. The thickness ranged from half an inch for level 2 to 1 inch for level I, 1.75 inches for level 3, and 2 inches for level 4, all of which were able to withstand direct hits from bullets. But that wasn't enough. Bulletproof cars' tires needed to have bulletproof properties, as well. All tires had special inserts and a central pressure regulating system so that the car could still drive safely away from danger after encountering a ground explosion. The fuel tank was also a protected area, with a special rubber filling. Once hit by a bullet, the rubber would automatically expand to plug the hole. And if the fuel tank was likely to explode, an automatic fire suppression system would activate within milliseconds, using up the oxygen and preventing an explosion. The vehicle used the same steel that was used in armored vehicles to construct a self-supporting chassis structure with additional armor plating on the roof and undercarriage, as well as bulletproof glass with a higher rating. Not only that, But Chu-Do's car was also equipped with 20-inch star-spoke alloy wheels and Michelin PX tires, which were specially developed for bulletproof vehicles. With the flat ring on the wheel, the vehicle could continue driving at 80 kilometers per hour even if the tires were completely flat. It was entirely designed for escape. The sensors on the vehicle could provide accurate and detailed information about the surrounding area in all situations. The data would connect with the network, and Chu-Do had contacted some people to design the necessary data and panoramic views, remote 3D views, etc. It also offered collision warnings, intersection warnings, lane departure warnings, and speed limit information. The built-in communication system allowed passengers to communicate with people outside the car without having to open windows or doors. This meant that even if the vehicle was surrounded, it could still maintain awareness of the surroundings. The vehicle's features weren't limited to that. There were also military kits, including off-road explosion-proof tires, enhanced suspension, impact-resistant bumpers, bulletproof glass, armor plating, smoke grenades, electric door handles, strobe lights, pepper spray, and thermal night vision systems. With the armor upgrade, the car could completely withstand assault rifle bullets, and it was also optional to add bomb detection and gas masks. In short, this car could even fight against low-level armed thugs. Chu-Do had spent a lot of money on it. Of course, the fuel consumption of 100 kilometers was not something that a normal person could accept. The car had numerous protective and escape systems, all of which were very effective, offering comprehensive protection for Chu-Do's safety. This car cost Chu-Do a full $30 million. That was not for a high-performance sports car, but purely for protection and escape. This price was exorbitant. Chapter 107. Mixed Feelings. Bobby, along with his company's senior executives, was waiting at the airport. After all, having subordinates receive them wouldn't have been appropriate. The two men shook hands enthusiastically. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the Pinot family and the Kering Group, I extend a very warm welcome. I hope we can have a fruitful discussion. Bobby spoke in English. Chu-Do had long forgotten his English after graduation, but his bodyguards were all fluent in multiple languages, and they immediately translated for him. Chu-Do smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Bobby. I also hope to join Kering." Bobby gestured for Chu-Do to follow, then got into his car and led the way. Chu-Do got into his bulletproof car, escorted by his bodyguards, and followed behind. Many people were shocked as they watched them. After all, such a large number of luxury cars like Rolls-Royces appearing at the airport was a clear sign that these were important figures. About half an hour later, Chu-Do arrived at Kering Group's headquarters. Chu-Do and Bobby walked side by side, with the other executives following a step behind. The bodyguards were scattered around, maintaining a watchful eye. After all, this was a foreign country. They had carried out many overseas missions before, and the security situation was entirely different from China. They needed to be vigilant. Bobby said enthusiastically, "Mr. Chu, now that you're here, don't rush to leave. You can take some time to explore the city. Paris is an international city, and many people come here to travel. Oh, and regarding your hotel, I've booked you the Cheval Blanc Hotel. It's on the banks of the Seine and is a flagship property of LVMH. I believe Mr. Chu is familiar with this hotel?" Chu-Do nodded. "Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Bobby. I appreciate it." Of course, Chu-Do knew about the Cheval Blanc. Since he was considering acquiring shares of LVMH, he naturally needed to learn about the company. The Cheval Blanc was a top luxury hotel under LVMH. There were only 5 locations globally, in Courchevel, Maldives, Caribbean, Saint-Tropez, and Paris. The location that Chu-Do was about to stay in was on the left bank, a few steps away from the Louvre and the Marais. It had 72 rooms, including 46 suites. Each room had floor-to-ceiling windows and a private balcony. Through the panoramic windows, you could see the Eiffel Tower and the Seine River. Each room also had a private butler, ensuring that every guest would enjoy a distinguished and thoughtful experience. This location was right on the Seine. The room started at 45 square meters and offered gourmet dining and chefs who had earned 3 Michelin stars. The cheapest room here cost several thousand US dollars a night, something that ordinary people couldn't afford. It was synonymous with luxury. It was 10 a.m. It wasn't yet time to check into the hotel, so Chu-Do and Bobby went to the meeting room to start discussing the acquisition. Several other Kering executives were also present. Bobby said with a calm expression, "Mr. Chu wants to acquire shares. So, how much do you know about Kering?" Chu-Do smiled and said, "My knowledge of Kering is not extensive, but I know that Kering has always been an outstanding group. I believe Kering has a very promising future." Its numerous brands are enough to allow Kering to continuously expand its market. I also believe that with my involvement, Kering will become even stronger. Actually, Chu-do was talking nonsense. Did he really understand Kering? Of course not. Kering was established in 1963. It had a long history spanning many years, and Chu-do was too lazy to delve into all of that. He only knew that Kering had a good market position and room for growth. Kering also had many brands, which would be beneficial for him to expand his international market and go global. In fact, many people were familiar with the brands under Kering's name. Gucci, Saint Laurent, Boucheron, Ulysse Nardin, and so on were all international luxury brands. Not only that, Balenciaga was also a Kering brand. Yes, you heard right. That was the Balenciaga you're thinking of, the Balenciaga famous for its alphabet tights. Tear apart Balenciaga with your hands, carry Valentino on your shoulders. That had become a famous quote. Chu-do suddenly thought that if the acquisition was successful, then the Balenciaga alphabet tights that he tore up during intimate moments would all be his own. If he really acquired it, Chu-do planned to take a lot of those alphabet tights back with him and have his women wear them. After all, it was the speed-boosting armor for a man's happiness. Bobby could see that Chu-do was simply going through the motions. He smiled slightly. Mr. Chu should understand Kering's current situation. We have a significant market share internationally. Kering's value cannot be easily measured. So, does Mr. Chu have any specific plans for this acquisition? How many shares do you want to acquire? How much money are you willing to pay? Chu-do did not answer directly. Instead, he pondered for a moment. I recall that last month, Kering's stock price plummeted, with a drop of as much as 15%. That was a historic low. Bobby's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, that was just temporary. Kering is still at the top of its industry. Chu-do said leisurely, it is undeniable that Kering and LVMH are the top two luxury companies, which proves that you have your own strengths. But Kering also faces challenges. I saw the concept store of Gucci open in Los Angeles. I think that was Kering's way of trying to change the market. Bobby took a deep breath and said, Mr. Chu is very familiar with Kering's current situation. Of course, Chu-do knew. He didn't need to delve into Kering's history, but he had to understand the present. Otherwise, wouldn't he be throwing his money away? Chu-do nodded and said, based on the stock price, Kering is currently valued at around 50 billion euros. But I think the stock price is only one factor. Considering Kering's current predicament, its valuation should be somewhat lower. Therefore, I intend to use around 6 billion euros to acquire 15% of Kering's shares. The current exchange rate for euros to his currency was 8-1. Based on that, the cost would be around 48 billion. Chu-do planned to round it up to 50 billion. Bobby frowned. Mr. Chu, that may be difficult. I can't do that. Behind Kering was the entire Pinault family, and they held almost all of the shares. If they claimed they couldn't do it, Chu-do would never believe it. The only explanation was that they felt the amount of money was insufficient. Sure enough, Bobby paused and said, Mr. Chu, while the market value may not reflect a company's true worth, Kering has a global reputation. It should be well known. I don't think Kering's current difficulties are that significant. We are continuously walking an innovative path. I believe Kering's concept will be appreciated and supported by more customers. So, Kering's future is bright. It should have a higher value. Mr. Chu's offer is probably not enough. Chu-do waved his hand. I think Mr. Bobby is an experienced businessman. You should know that the stock price is only an illusion. It's just a puppet that we can manipulate. The true value of Kering is far less than that. Chapter 108. Here's the update. Bobby shook his head and insisted, Mr. Chu, at that price, we could only accept a maximum of 8% of the shares. Chu-do spread his hands out and said, it seems that your company has other solutions to your current problems. Kering's development wasn't going very well, and it had been consistently declining. However, Kering still held a large market share. Chu-do believed that Kering would be more successful with his assistance. The first round of negotiations between the two sides wasn't very successful, but it was all within normal expectations. After all, a large-scale transaction couldn't be settled right after the first meeting. By now, it was close to noon. Chu-do and his team went to the hotel, leaving Bobby to discuss the matter internally. This was Chu-do's first time staying at the Cheval Blanc. After looking around carefully, he found the environment to be quite pleasant. Bobby had booked him the top suite. Chu-do sat on the sofa. His bodyguards checked everything carefully, then came over and whispered, it's safe. No surveillance devices? Chu-do nodded and said nothing. This was just a commercial acquisition, After all, everyone knew the price range. They were only trying to negotiate for more. There was no need for such underhanded methods. If they were caught, it would be very embarrassing. Chu-do wasn't in a hurry. He sat on the balcony, leisurely looking at the view. He had always been in China. This was his first time traveling overseas. He wasn't very busy, so he could take some time to enjoy the sights. The streets of Paris were still very crowded, especially along the Seine. There were countless young men and women sitting together. Some were couples, while others were groups of friends. Chu-do also noticed that people here seemed to be unaware of social anxieties or embarrassment. They simply did whatever they wanted. He even saw two people sleeping under the trees next to the sidewalk, which surprised Chu-do. It was truly a free and romantic country. Chu-do sat there for a long time. He thought that outside might not be so bad after all, so he might as well go out for a stroll. Leaving the hotel, Chu-do strolled leisurely down the street. The Champs-Élysées was just next to him. Walking along the Champs-Élysées, he saw tourists from all over the world, as well as locals hurrying by. The trees seemed to be tinged with gold under the sunlight. Chu-do suddenly understood why so many women in his country spoke about the Champs-Élysées, and why so many women had their WeChat location set in Paris. Perhaps that was the bourgeois feeling they sought. Although Chu-do didn't feel anything particularly special, the bodyguards were dispersed in the crowd, keeping a constant eye on him. Unknowingly, Chu-do arrived at the Arc de Triomphe. The Arc de Triomphe was actually very ordinary. Chu-do stood some distance away and saw that it just looked like a tall gate. However, he also understood that its historical significance outweighed its aesthetic appeal. Many people were taking photos and checking in at the site. Chu-do just smiled and turned away. He had never been to Paris before, and as he was wandering the streets, he suddenly saw a shop where people were still queuing up. Chu-do was curious. He came closer and saw that it was a pastry and ice cream shop. Many people were lining up outside, waiting to enter. Is it that good? Chu-do wasn't sure. After all, the taste preferences of people from the East and the West were quite different. But since he had already come here, he felt like he would be missing out if he didn't try it. So, Chu-do joined the back of the line. Before long, it was Chu-do's turn. He ordered 2 of the day's recommended pastries and a Häagen-Dazs. The Häagen-Dazs ice cream here was served in scoops, 1 flavor per scoop. The scoops were then placed in a box, along with a spoon. It wasn't expensive. Chu-do got 4 or 5 different flavor scoops, which altogether cost about 60 or 70 yuan. Chu-do handed the pastries to a bodyguard next to him, and then picked up the ice cream, eating it as he walked. No regard for appearances whatsoever. There were actually a lot of people eating ice cream here. It seemed like it was a popular treat abroad. There were many cafes on the streets of Paris, and many of them had large umbrellas outside, underneath which there were tables and chairs. Many people would sit there, drinking coffee and reading newspapers. Chu-do couldn't understand why there were so many people who looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, reading newspapers. In China, the people who read newspapers were mostly the elderly, or leaders. With nothing else to do, Chu-do just picked a random cafe, sat down, and had his bodyguard order a cup of coffee. Chu-do didn't drink coffee often. The most he drank was probably Nescafe. By the time Chu-do finished his ice cream, his coffee had just been brought over. It was still hot. Chu-do sniffed it and could smell a hint of bitterness and sweetness. It seemed like it was originally bitter, but sugar had been added. Chu-do picked up the pastries he had bought earlier and ate them leisurely. He was at the Place de la Concorde, a famous landmark. Chanel was on one side, and the Seine River was on the other. Across the river was the Palais Bourbon. Yes, the same Palais Bourbon from the Bourbon dynasty in history. It was very lively here, and as an international city, Paris was filled with travelers from all over the world. The pastries were good. Although Chu-do wasn't a food connoisseur, he had tasted many pastries at high-end social gatherings in China. Although the taste preferences of people from the East and the West were different, Chu-do could tell that the pastry chef's skills were truly exceptional. No wonder so many people were queuing up there, eating pastries and drinking hot coffee and experiencing the Parisian lifestyle. It was all part of the experience. As he was leisurely watching the crowd on the plaza, 2 young women suddenly stood next to him. One of them said, "Hi," directly. Chu-do looked up and saw 2 young, pretty girls, both around 20 years old. They had fair and smooth skin, but didn't look delicate or weak. Both women were around 175 centimeters tall, with large backpacks, and were looking at him. One had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the other had red hair and brown eyes. Both were classic Western beauties, with stunning faces and features, displaying the beauty of European women. They were tall and slender, and definitely not flat-chested, but rather curvy. Chu-do returned their greeting, "Hi." The blonde-haired girl said with a warm smile, "Hello, are you Chinese?" Chapter 109. Linda and Mandy. Chu-do understood the simple English. He nodded immediately, "Yeah." At the same time, he gestured with his hand, and a bodyguard immediately came over to act as a translator. The blonde-haired girl was about to continue speaking when she saw this. She said in surprise, "Are those your bodyguards?" Chu-do nodded with a smile, "Yes. They can also act as my translators, as I have forgotten most of my English." The blonde-haired girl asked curiously, "Then you must be someone important. Only important people have bodyguards." Chu-do laughed, "Important, huh? I guess you could say that." Of course, Chu-do was an important person. With all his assets, which were worth nearly $1 trillion. What did that make him? Even on a global scale, Chu-do was one of the top tycoons. If someone like him didn't count as important, then who did? Taking a sip of his coffee, Chu-do asked, "What about you?" The blonde-haired girl seemed happy. "I'm Linda, and this is my classmate Mandy. We're both studying at university in Rome and are here to travel. You look like you're from the East, but you also look very unique, so I wanted to get to know you." The girl named Mandy smiled at Chu-do. Chu-do also returned a smile. "You can call me Chu. I'm in Paris for some business." Mandy looked at Chu-do with burning eyes. "Chu, if you're not busy, can we explore the area together?" Chu-do looked at his coffee and said, "Of course." With that, he finished the rest of his coffee, then stood up and said, "Let's go then. Let's explore Paris." After getting up, Chu-do put his hands behind his back and made a subtle gesture. The three of them walked together along the Seine River. Chu-do took a closer look at the two girls. They had obvious facial contours, full and sensual lips, long hair and eyes with distinct exotic features, standard Western beauties. Their faces were also very delicate and stunning. Even among Western beauties, they were considered outstanding. They were tall and had long legs, and were young and fresh. They looked like they were innocent university students. The three walked along the river, chatting and looking at the scenery along the way. Before long, Chu-do suddenly received a text message on his phone. He secretly glanced at it and saw only 2 words, "Safe." Chu-do put his phone back down. His face was now much calmer. When it was close to evening, Chu-do checked the time and said, "How about we have dinner together?" "Sure." "Thank you, Chu." The two answered simultaneously. Chu-do didn't know any good restaurants. He was unfamiliar with the area, but it didn't matter. He had connections. He made a call. "Hello, Mr. Bobby." Bobby's voice came over the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chu. What can I do for you?" "I'm having dinner now." Chu-do said, "I just arrived in Paris and I'm not familiar with the area. I don't know if Mr. Bobby has any restaurant recommendations. I'd like to try some of the local cuisine." Bobby immediately said, "Near the Eiffel Tower, there's a restaurant called the Tulip Restaurant. It's a very high-end restaurant. Mr. Chu can go there directly, and I'll make the arrangements." Chu-do said politely, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Bobby." "It's no problem. It's a small matter." Having a meal was nothing to Bobby. Chu-do looked at the map and saw that it was only a 10-minute walk away, which was very close. He said to Linda and Mandy, "There's a restaurant nearby. I've already made arrangements. How about we go check it out?" Linda and Mandy both said happily, "Sure." Through their conversation, Chu-do had learned that Linda and Mandy were good friends who had met in high school. They had even gotten into the same university in Rome. They were currently sophomores. They had taken a break from their studies recently and planned to travel for a week. Most of their time was spent at school, and they rarely met people from the East. Even at their university, there weren't many people from the East. They were actually very rare. So, when they saw Chu-do in the Paris Square, they thought he was attractive and had a unique aura. So they took the initiative to get to know him. Don't be surprised. The way people make friends in Europe was different from the way it was done in China. In China, men and women wouldn't just introduce themselves so directly. They would get to know each other slowly. But in the West, if they wanted something or liked something, they would just directly say it. Many Westerners didn't like to beat around the bush. For example, in China, people were good at being polite. If you told your friend, "I'll take you out to dinner sometime, when you're free," your friend would probably just say, "Okay." And then that would be the end of it. But if you said that to a Westerner, he or she would directly reply, "I'm free today." If you were awkward and tried to say that you should do it another day, they would tell you very seriously that they were free tomorrow. At noon, but not in the evening. They were free the day after tomorrow, but they wouldn't have any time the day after that, and so on. This kind of directness was difficult for Chinese people to understand. They might even feel that the other person was inflexible and not very clever. But in the West, if you said you would take someone out, no one would be polite, and they would immediately ask you for the exact time. And that was when you would be the one feeling awkward. Chapter 110. The Tulip Restaurant. The restaurant was very close. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive. As they arrived at the door, a middle-aged man wearing a white waiter's uniform quickly came forward and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu?" Chu-do nodded. "That's me." The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Mr. Bobby has already called. The Tulip Restaurant will do its best to serve you. We welcome you." Chu-do waved his hand and said, "No need to bother. Just find us a quiet place." The middle-aged man nodded. "Okay, please follow me." Then, the middle-aged man led Chu-do to a window seat. The seats next to them were empty, and there was no one nearby. They could see the night view of Paris. This seat was very good. Not only that, but the entire restaurant's lighting was a dark blue color, and its decor was very minimalist, yet it had a unique atmosphere. The middle-aged man brought the menus, bowed, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Chu. Here are the menus. You may order whatever you like." Chu-do didn't open the menu. He wasn't familiar with French cuisine. Instead, he turned to the two women and asked, "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Linda and Mandy looked at each other, and then shook their heads. "We don't know anything about French cuisine. Why don't you just order for us, Chu?" Chu-do nodded slightly and said, "Okay then, how about we choose some dishes that can be prepared quickly and taste good?" Then, he asked the two women, "Do you drink alcohol?" The two nodded at the same time. "We've been drinking since high school." Chu-do snapped his fingers and said, "Great. Then, let's get a bottle of red wine as well." The middle-aged man picked up the menu and said, "Okay, Mr. Chu. Please wait a moment. I'll go arrange it." Before long, the dishes were brought out. There was a glass of white wine, a beef salad, broccoli soup, beef, scallops, tuna, cheese, a fruit platter, coffee, and a bottle of Chateau Latour red wine. From the procedure, everything was in order. It included a pre-meal drink, appetizers, soup, a main dish, side dishes, and desserts. However, a typical French meal wouldn't bring everything out at once. The different courses were served in order. Of course, Chu-do and his party didn't care about that right now. The three ate while chatting. It had to be said that the dishes at the Tulip Restaurant were delicious, much better than the French cuisine that Chu-do had eaten in China. It was no wonder Bobby had recommended this restaurant to him. Chu-do also learned more about the two women. According to them, their courses weren't too demanding. Most of the time, they relied on themselves. Also, universities in Europe generally had open admission but strict graduation requirements. If you didn't study hard and pass the exams, you could really get kicked out. This was different from the situation in China, where in many cases, they would still give you an option to retake an exam in your senior year so that you could pass, avoid failing your course, and then graduate. European universities didn't have this kind of extra chance. If you failed, you could really have your graduation delayed or even be kicked out. It was that serious. Moreover, generally speaking, the graduation rate at European universities was low because many people would simply spend their time there goofing off and having fun. In the end, they would not graduate. What about China? If a student was kicked out of a university due to failing their exams, they would probably be the most talked about person in the school for the next 10 years, treated like a legendary figure. There was a clear difference. Linda and Mandy both expressed their admiration for China. In their eyes, China was a very magical country, completely different from Europe. For example, traditional Chinese medicine. They could not understand how you could just touch someone's wrist a few times, look at their tongue, and diagnose their illness. Why did you not need medical equipment? It was unbelievable. It was as if they had magic that allowed them to see through people. And then there was Chinese Kung Fu. Even now, the term Kung Fu could still attract the attention of many people in Europe. This was all thanks to a famous person who brought Kung Fu to the world. Chinese tea, porcelain, and so on were also considered amazing things in their eyes. Coffee was popular in Europe, while tea was popular in China. Although they had completely different styles, for many Europeans, a cup of clear tea would reduce greasiness. After eating heavy foods for so long, it would make their stomachs feel more comfortable. The customs and situations were very different from country to country. The vast and rich land of China had many beautiful sights that were worth traveling to. Linda even said, "Chu, if I go to China on my vacation, can you come with me?" Chu-do laughed and said, "Of course I can. If you come, I can make all the arrangements for you. I'm in Shanghai." "Oh, Shanghai. I know about this place. It's a very famous city in China." Mandy's eyes widened. She had heard about this international metropolis. Welcome to China. By the time they had finished eating, it was already after 9 p.m. The bill was on Bobby. The person in charge at the restaurant had already said so. So, Chu-do directly left with the two women. At the restaurant entrance, Chu-do glanced around and noticed that the amount of people on the street was significantly lower. Many businesses had already closed down. He was stunned. He looked at the watch on his wrist. That wasn't right. It wasn't even 10 p.m. yet. Mandy next to him asked curiously, Chu, why do you seem surprised? Did something happen? Chu-do pointed at the street in front of him, where there were very few pedestrians. It's just after 9 p.m. Why are there already so few people on the street? Mandy and Linda both looked at Chu-do in shock, which confused him even more. Did I say something wrong? Mandy asked tentatively, Chu, do you really not know? Chu-do asked back, what should I know? Is there some kind of protest or demonstration going on tonight, or something else? Mandy glanced at the street. She didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked, Chu, in China, what would the street be like at this hour? Chu-do thought about it and said, now, it's after 9 p.m. If it were China, the streets would be filled with pedestrians and vehicles. Many stores and restaurants would still be open. Many night markets would just be starting to get lively, and bars would just be opening. In China, nightlife only begins to take off at this time, and it hasn't even reached its peak yet. Mandy and Linda both looked at Chu-do in shock. Linda said in disbelief, it's almost like a myth. Is China really that safe at night? Chapter 111. A little preparation. Chu-do said with absolute certainty, of course. If we're talking about going out late at night and what's unsafe, then I think it's gotta be the barbecue stalls and night markets. You can easily overeat and gain weight. That's truly dangerous. Mandy and Linda were both speechless. This playful remark highlighted the stark difference in their experiences. Here, they rarely went out at night. In the city center, it was somewhat better, and they might stay out until 7 or 8 in the evening, which was already considered good. As for the suburbs or more remote areas, usually by 5 or 6 in the afternoon, almost no one would be out. Stores would close, people would go home, and the streets would become silent. Mandy said wistfully, I really hope that one day I can go there and see what kind of country it is to be so safe. Chu-do tilted his head and said, you still haven't told me why there are so few people out here at night. Mandy said earnestly, Chu, you don't understand. This is a free and romantic country, but it's also very dangerous. With the increasing number of black people, the security at night is getting worse. At night, there are frequent violent incidents such as robbery and rape. Many people even have guns. In an environment like this, do you think we would dare to go out? Chu-do suddenly understood. This was the difference between countries. Putting aside everything else, just in terms of domestic safety, Europe couldn't hold a candle to China. A woman in China can go out for barbecue at 11 p.m., but would she dare to do the same in Europe? Most likely, by the time she was found, well, let's not go there. Chu-do sighed and said, then what do you do at night? Mandy blinked her eyes and said, it's already this late. Do you really think it's safe for us two girls to go back? Linda also held Chu-do's hand and said, I don't think the red wine we had earlier was enough. Maybe we can find a place to open another bottle and have a good chat. What do you say? With the conversation reaching this point, Chu-do was obviously no fool. Moreover, both women had beautiful faces and enviable figures, long legs, and peachy butts. Who wouldn't like that? He waved his hand, and a car immediately pulled up. The three of them got into the car together and headed to the White Horse Manor Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Linda and Mandy were constantly amazed by its opulence. They were both from ordinary families. Although they had stayed in many hotels while traveling, the White Horse Manor Hotel was a luxury hotel under the LVMH group, which was in a completely different league. The marble was so polished it reflected their images, and the wool carpets felt so soft and comfortable underfoot. The spacious room had a huge bathtub that could accommodate 5 people without feeling crowded. They could look out at the night view of Paris, and there was an oversized one-way mirror facing the exterior, adding to the romantic atmosphere. Chu-do ordered a bottle of Petrus red wine, a king among Bordeaux wines, costing tens of thousands of Chinese yuan a bottle. It was incredibly expensive. He also ordered 3 pastries, and the 3 of them chatted while eating and drinking in the room. The bodyguards had left. They bought a translator that could synchronize translations in real time. Otherwise, in this situation at night, they couldn't have bodyguards translate every word. It would be too much of a mood killer. Mandy said with emotion, actually, on regular days, we never eat this much at night, as it's easy to gain weight. Linda also said, "That's right. We both trained in dance, and we have to maintain our figure at all times. If there's an opportunity, I also want to go to Hollywood." Chu-do blinked. Hollywood? If he remembered correctly, his people were already in discussions with Hollywood. In fact, in a few months, he might very well be one of Hollywood's top power players. Chu-do raised his wine glass and said, "Tonight is special. To celebrate our meeting, let's have a toast." The three of them raised their glasses and clinked them together. The carefully crafted pastries from a top chef, paired with an expensive bottle of wine and the romantic and lavish hotel, all demonstrated a sense of extravagance and grandeur. Linda and Mandy had never seen anything like this before. Perhaps in their fantasies, they had imagined such men. But today, a man from the mysterious East had brought them to this place, letting them experience a taste of the aristocratic lifestyle. As the atmosphere grew more intimate, Chu-do filled the bathtub with water and said, "Why don't you soak for a while? It'll be more comfortable." Actually, after drinking alcohol, taking a bath would cause the alcohol to flow faster throughout the body. Some would evaporate, while some would make them feel even more intoxicated. Coming here, all three of them knew what was going to happen, even though no one explicitly stated it. Seeing Chu-do already in the water-filled bathtub, his muscles were well-defined and full, yet didn't seem jarring or bulky like a bodybuilder. Instead, they were actually very attractive. Men like beauty, and women are the same. It's just that Chinese people are more reserved, while Europeans and Americans are more direct. Mandy walked barefoot on the wool carpet and approached Chu-do. She gently stroked Chu-do's chest, her eyes already filled with a hint of confusion. "You have a great physique. Do you go to the gym often?" "Gym?" Chu-do never went. All of this was thanks to the system's power. He chuckled and said, "You have a pretty nice figure, too." Indeed, the erect peaks, the supple waist, the peachy butt, and long legs were all worthy of someone who had trained in dance. Her figure was indeed top-notch. Mandy turned and walked to the side of the bed, saying, "I'm going to change my clothes." Linda, on the other hand, was looking at him with provocative and lustful eyes. "Chu, I really want to touch your muscles. They're so amazing and sexy." Chapter 112, Acquiring Kering Shares. Chu-do also showed a hint of desire. "Then you should come join me in here." It was a little after 8 in the morning when Chu-do slowly woke up. Looking at the two people still fast asleep next to him, Chu-do didn't say anything. He got up directly to wash and eat. At 9:30, he had to meet with Bobby to continue the negotiation. When Chu-do left, they still hadn't gotten up, but it didn't matter. They were safe here. Sitting in his office, Chu-do calmly said, "Mr. Bobby, I wonder if your company has come up with any solutions from yesterday's negotiation?" Bobby looked at Chu-do and said seriously, "Mr. Chu, your request is unreasonable. We believe that for 6 billion euros, we can give you a maximum of 10% of the shares." Chu-do laughed. "Mr. Bobby, let's be clear. Kering's market value is only 50 billion. Now I'm offering 6 billion, and you're only giving me 10% of the shares? Does Bobby think that Kering's stock price is very high right now?" Bobby nodded and said, "I think Kering still has great potential for growth. We are looking for new." Chu-do suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Bobby. "Mr. Bobby, we have a saying in China that straightforward people speak frankly. Let's not play these games. Based on the market price, this is only an estimation, especially considering the current predicament and risks that Kering is facing. I don't think Mr. Bobby wants Kering to continue like this, right?" Chu-do bypassed all the circuitous paths and got straight to the core of the matter. Was the stock price overvalued? Of course it was. The stock price of every large company is inflated. For example, a valuation of 10 billion could actually be worth 8 billion at most. Chu-do was offering 6 billion euros for 15%. To be honest, his request was not excessive. Bobby was silent for a long time, and then said, "Mr. Chu, Kering is indeed in need of a capital injection." Chu-do waved his hand. "Next month, I will come in person, with 6 billion euros, not a cent less." This time, Bobby didn't hesitate. He directly extended his hand and said, "Welcome Kering's new director, Mr. Chu." Of course Chu-do would be coming again next month, because that very morning, his people had told him that LVMH had also accepted the offer to negotiate the sale of shares. Although LVMH was already very large in China, Chu-do's Galaxy Group was equally significant. They also needed to leverage Chu-do's power to expand into a larger market. So, Chu-do would be back next month. But next time, he would be bringing the money directly with him. Over the next few days, Chu-do took Mandy and Linda on a tour of Paris, buying them many luxury goods. Chu-do needed to return to China, and they needed to go back to school. They couldn't stay here forever. Before parting, the three of them had a wild time. Chu, when I have the chance to travel to China, you have to show me around properly. Okay, I definitely will. After sending the two of them to the airport and watching them leave, Chu Du looked at his watch and headed towards the other VIP passage. It led to his private jet. This trip to Europe had lasted almost a week, but the business he needed to take care of had been settled. Chu Du was in a great mood. Actually, 15% of the shares was not a small amount. In super large corporations, shareholders often have only a few percent of the total shares. But Kering was different. It didn't have many shareholders, and most of them were held by the Pinot family. Chu Du's 15% of the shares was enough for him to be the second largest director of Kering. But he did not intend to interfere too much. The market operations and business running in foreign countries were different from that of China. They each had their own system. Chu Du was not a business expert. Kering had professional staff. Chu Du only needed to assign auditors. This was also reasonable. At the very least, he wanted to be sure he wasn't being scammed. After more than 10 hours of flight, Chu Du landed in Shanghai at 10 p.m. He breathed in the air of the airport and murmured, "I'm finally starting to go global." Chapter 113. Arrangements. Yes, even though this deal wasn't very big, it was Chu Du's first step toward the world stage. He took a car and drove directly to Wang Xinyue's place. He hadn't told anyone that he was back, since he hadn't decided where he wanted to go first. Opening the door, he immediately heard a joyous voice coming from the room. "Chu Gu, is that you? Are you back?" Only Chu Du and Wang Xinyue had keys to this apartment. Of course, Wang Xinyue knew that Chu Du had returned. "Yes, I'm back." As he spoke, Chu Du was changing his clothes and shoes. The next moment, Wang Xinyue came out of the bedroom, wearing a blue silk camisole nightgown, looking at Chu Du with joy. Chu Du changed into his pajamas and held Wang Xinyue's hand, saying, "It's so late. Why haven't you gone to sleep?" Wang Xinyue pouted and said, "Without you, I can't sleep well every day. Quickly give me a kiss, I miss you so much." Even though Wang Xinyue said that, Chu Du could tell that there was still a hint of exhaustion between her eyebrows. Chu Du kissed her lips a few times and said with a smile, "Are you happy now?" "Yes, I'm happy." Wang Xinyue hugged Chu Du's neck, unwilling to let go. Chu Du had already showered on the plane, so he directly picked up Wang Xinyue, returned to the bedroom, and placed her on the bed. "Come on, I haven't slept either. Let's sleep together." "Okay." Wang Xinyue removed the book next to her and placed it on the bedside table. Chu Du glanced at it. How to make a healthy home hot pot. Chu Du didn't say anything. He lay down on the bed and held Wang Xinyue in his arms. Wang Xinyue obediently leaned against Chu Du's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat, and then closed her eyes. The lights went out, and they went asleep. The next morning, Chu Du kissed Wang Xinyue goodbye and went to the company. The Galaxy Twin Towers were now a prime commercial area. The Galaxy International Mall at the base was also a major commercial center. Chu Du arrived at his office. The first thing he did was urge the executives to make contact with the companies on the selected list. Once they were willing to talk, Chu Du would personally negotiate. Looking at Li Wenxin and Lu Ruyan in front of him, Chu Du rubbed his head and said, "I'm planning a trip to Europe in May. One purpose is to pay for the Kering shares. Another is to negotiate with LVMH. And I also want to do some sightseeing. Do you two have time?" Li Wenxin hesitated for a moment and said, "If it's for a business trip, I need to talk to my parents in advance and ask them to temporarily pick up and drop off the children. Other than that, there are no problems." Chu Du nodded and looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan blinked and said, "Boss, forget about it. In May, the media company has a few things that need me to take care of." Upon hearing this, Chu Du said, "All right then. This time, Wenxin will go with me. Ruyan, you're busy. Next time, try to come with me." "Okay." Lu Ruyan gave a thumbs up. Lu Ruyan was a veteran in the company, having been with Chu Du since the beginning. Now, her work had become increasingly busy. After saying her greetings, she left. Chu Du leaned back in his chair, while Li Wenxin gently massaged his shoulders. "I've never been abroad before," Li Wenxin murmured. Chu Du lifted his head. "Then this time, come with me and take a look. The negotiation won't take too long. We can spend the rest of the time touring around. We'll be gone for about half a month." Li Wenxin replied, "Okay, I'll arrange childcare for my kids, as long as someone is available to pick them up and drop them off." Chu Du wasn't worried. Li Wenxin's children were already in elementary school. They weren't 3-year-olds who needed their mothers to sleep with them at night. Chu-do was also very grateful to have recruited Li Wenxin to work for him. Otherwise, if she was working somewhere else, it would be difficult to ask for such a long leave and not be able to go out with him. As for how Li Wenxin's husband would react, Chu-do did not care at all. If he wasn't concerned about Li Wenxin's feelings, Chu-do would have already broken them up. Actually, Chu-do had been thinking about this issue for a long time. A few years ago, Li Wenxin's husband had abused her once. From that day on, Li Wenxin's heart had completely died, and she had no more feelings for him. But her husband didn't know that. After the argument, he thought the matter was over. It wasn't that Li Wenxin couldn't accept a divorce, but on the one hand, she couldn't divorce because she was having an affair. No matter what, this reason would be enough to make her whole family ashamed. She found it even more embarrassing. On the other hand, she was considering her children. Although Chu-do could give her and her children a better life, in her child's young mind, their biological parents were the closest people to them. This was something that could not be replaced. Li Wenxin didn't have a good childhood. She didn't want her children to experience that same pain. This was also Chu-do's concern. He didn't want to upset Li Wenxin and the children with his own ideas. Fortunately, Li Wenxin's feelings for her husband were fading day by day. She even refused any physical intimacy with him. Li Wenxin didn't want to have too much intimacy with that man. They were only living together for the sake of appearances and their children. Therefore, Chu-do wasn't in a rush. This matter would depend on whether there was a change in the future. Time quickly flew by until the beginning of May. Qingming Festival. Chu-do lay at home, leaning against the sofa, aimlessly watching the news. Wang Xinyue, next to him, noticed his thoughts and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Chu-gu, you're so successful now. Have you ever considered finding your parents?" Chu-do shook his head. "I don't plan to. Since they abandoned me in the first place, I won't go looking for them either." An orphan, growing up in the tomato orphanage, without any parents, naturally, he did not know who to pay respects to on Qingming Festival. As for Wang Xinyue, her hometown was too far, and she did not plan to return either. Chu-do did not plan to find the people who abandoned him. In fact, even if they were still alive, Chu-do did not plan to acknowledge them. It was pointless. Qingming, a day that the Chinese hold in great regard, Chu-do just watched TV and played on the computer. Perhaps, in the future when he has children, after he passes away, his children will visit his tomb and pay their respects. Chu-do looked out the window, thinking about the future. In mid-May, Li Wenxin arranged for her children and followed Chu-do, along with a group of bodyguards, onto the private jet, heading to Europe. Chapter 114. Deal completed. Li Wenxin had taken planes before, but it was her first time seeing a private jet this luxurious. Chu-do, accompanied by Li Wenxin, gradually learned about the various configurations of the plane with the introduction of the flight attendants. Looking at the beautiful and dazzling flight attendants beside her, Li Wenxin couldn't help but say, "You have so many beauties around you." Chu-do glanced at the flight attendants next to him and shook his head, saying, "But I've never laid a finger on any of them." The flight attendant's eyes had a hint of longing. "Boss, we're eagerly waiting for you to make a move." The flight was still long, and they landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris again. It wasn't easy to apply for international routes for private jets, as both countries' aviation departments had to agree. However, Chu-do had strong connections, so Shanghai approved it without any issues. With Kering's endorsement in France, the aviation department naturally had no objections. Upon landing, Chu-do was once again familiar with the process, and Bobby had people to guide them. However, after driving for less than 10 minutes, they were stuck in traffic. Looking at the huge crowd outside, Chu-do was curious. What's going on? The driver, Ning Lei, was also clueless. "Mr. Chu, should I go down and ask?" Chu-do shook his head. "No, there are too many people outside. It's not safe. Use the walkie-talkie to ask." Soon, Bobby's people replied, "Mr. Chu, it's Friday today. These people are probably just restless. They start causing trouble during holidays, staging protests and demonstrations. But don't worry, this is quite common. It'll be over soon. They just have too much energy." Chu-do was speechless. He had heard that Europe was somewhat chaotic, but he didn't expect it to be this intense. Seeing the crowd of black masses stretching across the whole street, Chu-do felt a headache coming on. In the distance, there were flashing police lights, indicating that the authorities had already been deployed. But at this point, there was nothing else they could do but wait. After more than an hour, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Chu-do was finally able to leave. This time, they stayed at the White Horse Manor Hotel again. Bobby was already waiting for him at the entrance. "Mr. Chu, I am very sorry that you had to experience something like this. Chu-do was also speechless, but this had nothing to do with Bobby. It was just that society was like this in foreign countries. Protests and demonstrations were common occurrences. It was already quite late, more than 7 p.m., so Chu-do didn't plan to go out. After settling in, Chu-do asked, Wen-shin, are you hungry? Li Wen-shin, while unpacking her things, said, I am a bit hungry. What kind of food is there here? This time, she mainly brought some clothes and cosmetics. Since it was already May, and the weather was starting to get hot, she needed some summer clothes. Chu-do thought for a moment and said, it's mostly French cuisine. You can give it a try. Li Wen-shin responded and continued unpacking. Chu-do did not go out. He simply arranged for the hotel to send food to their room. In less than an hour, a simple French meal was delivered. The waiter bowed his head, without looking around, and very respectfully placed the food on the table. Then he said, honorable guests, all the dishes you requested have been served. Please enjoy your meal. Thank you for your patronage of our hotel. After speaking, he bowed his head and turned to leave, showcasing his highly professional demeanor. Chu-do didn't order anything too elaborate, just some steak, broccoli, tomatoes, and pizza. Simple, but enough to fill their stomachs. After dinner, Li Wen-shin rubbed her stomach and said, this won't do. If I keep eating like this, I'll definitely gain weight. Let's go out for a walk to digest. Chu-do looked at the time. It was already after 10 at night, but he didn't refuse, let's go. After changing into casual clothes, Li Wen-shin also changed into a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants. The two of them walked out of the hotel together, with bodyguards following secretly. On the streets, it wasn't as bustling as they had imagined. In fact, they saw some homeless people sleeping on the streets. Shops were all closed, and there were barely any pedestrians. Many places outside were pitch black, and there were few streetlights. It was like a desolate city, not at all like a world city. Li Wen-shin was dumbfounded. What's going on? Chu-do laughed, and then explained the reasons to Li Wen-shin. Li Wen-shin said with emotion, I didn't expect it to be like this in foreign countries. It's way too unsafe. Let's go back to the hotel. I don't want to get into trouble. So, the two who had just stepped out of the door returned to their room again. Li Wen-shin leaned on the sofa, playing on her phone, eating fruits, and curiously asked, is there anything I need to do this time? Chu-do casually said, actually no. Just follow me and have some fun. You have such a difficult schedule usually. This time, I just want to bring you out to travel. Think of it as relaxation. Li Wen-shin kissed Chu-do and said, then thank you so much. Chu-do didn't say anything. He casually lay on the sofa, resting his feet in Li Wen-shin's lap. Chu-do didn't make any moves. He just scrolled through his phone, replying to messages. Unconsciously, he dozed off. Li Wen-shin next to him seemed to sense something, then she quietly went to get a blanket, covered Chu-do, and then lay down next to him, leaning closer to Chu-do and closed her eyes to sleep. The sofa was large, and there was no problem for two people to lie down. And so, the two fell asleep on the sofa. In the morning, Chu-do woke up and woke Li Wen-shin. I didn't pay attention last night. I actually fell asleep. Li Wen-shin stretched. It's okay. I saw you were too tired and let you rest. That's why I didn't wake you up. After rubbing his head, Chu-do said, okay, let's get ready. We'll go to Kiring later. The two quickly washed and got ready. By the time they arrived at Kiring, it was already 10 a.m. Bobby was enthusiastically waiting for Chu-do. Mr. Chu, welcome back to Kiring. Chu-do also said with a smile, today, let's sign the contract and make the transfer. Okay, no problem. Bobby agreed very decisively. The contract was prepared in advance. Both sides had already negotiated, and after checking that everything was okay, they began to sign. After signing, Chu-do put down his pen and said, give me a bank account. Then, he took out his laptop and began to operate it. Chu-do had already arranged for a bank account to be opened here, and had transferred 6 billion euros into it from an overseas account. Now he transferred all of that to Bobby. After confirming that the transaction was correct, both parties stood up and shook hands. Welcome, Mr. Chu. From today, you are a shareholder and director of Kiring. Chu-do was also happy. I hope we can cooperate and have more growth. Everyone was happy. It was a win-win for both sides. At noon, Bobby arranged for a lunch at a private restaurant, with standard French dining etiquette, very formal. The food was quite good, even better than the Tulip restaurant. Obviously, the chef had shown off his special skills. Li Wen-shin followed behind Chu-do, remaining silent throughout the whole meal. After all, it wasn't a place for her to interject. She would be better off being quiet and obedient. Chapter 115. Fragonard Perfumes. Westerners mostly don't like to talk while eating, which is different from the Chinese. After the meal, Bobby stood up and shook hands, saying, "Mr. Chu, thank you once again for your trust and support in Keyring. There are still many things to do at the company, especially today since we signed the contract. I have more things that need my attention, so I must take my leave." Chu-do understood him well. "It's okay, Mr. Bobby. You just take care of your business. I'll be here enjoying the scenery." Chu-do could still enjoy his time for 2 more days. The meeting with LVMH was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In the afternoon, Chu-do and Li Wenxin went to the Louvre Museum. Bobby had arranged a guide for them. The guide was very professional, a Chinese international student studying for his doctorate here named Zhao Qian. She was proficient in multiple languages, history, and geography, and was an excellent tour guide. The design of the Louvre was interesting. It was underground, with an inverted triangle design on the surface. Walking into the Louvre, there were many people around, all tourists from various countries. While walking forward, Zhao Qian introduced various murals and collections to Chu-do and Li Wenxin. Soon, they arrived at a rather large exhibition hall. "Everyone, this exhibition hall is quite large because it holds some cultural relics from our China." Zhao Qian's expression looked a bit unpleasant. Upon hearing that, Chu-do's eyes sharpened. He naturally knew that when the foreigners invaded China, they had looted countless cultural relics. But there are very few authentic items here. They're mostly replicas on display. The genuine items are all stored away. Looking at the numerous famous paintings on the walls and the various cultural relics locked inside display cases, Chu-do's mood was inexplicably heavy. Many precious cultural relics from the Chinese land had been taken away or destroyed by those foreign powers. No matter who it was, they probably wouldn't be happy in such an environment. The Louvre was very big, but Chu-do's mood wasn't so great as he walked through it. It wasn't until 3 or 4 hours later that he came out, and his mood slightly improved. Cultural relics. Chu-do murmured to himself. It seemed like he had thought of a way, but it was just a concept, so he wasn't in a hurry. For dinner, they went to a Chinese restaurant, but the taste wasn't as Chu-do had imagined. He soon understood that these people had been immigrants for too long. In order to cater to the local tastes, they had already changed their food. The taste was neither Chinese nor Western, just a complete mess. The two of them ate a bit and left. For this kind of food, they were better off eating the hotel's French cuisine. At least, eating steak was better than this. The next morning, Chu-do and Li Wenxin went out again. Today they planned to go to Nice in southern France. Actually, European countries were not that big. 1 or 2 hours was more than enough to travel to another city. In fact, crossing a country in half a day was not a rare occurrence. The small town of Nice was definitely a great tourist spot here. It was also a sunny day, so they simply wandered around the town, walking towards the old city, and climbed up the mountain, which was quick. On the way up the mountain, there were many traces of the old city, and there were also many flowers. The view was also very open. While Zhao Qian was acting as a guide, she also used a high-end SLR camera that Chu-do had bought temporarily to take photos for the two of them. Li Wenxin also let herself go. Since they were not in China, and no one would see, she took many intimate photos with Chu-do, hugging and kissing. This kind of trip, along with Chu-do by her side, gave Li Wenxin a sweet feeling that made her feel like she had returned to her passionate youth. In the small town of Nice, there was a factory that made perfumes. The perfume brand was called Fragonard. Fragonard perfumes were classified as mid-range internationally, but in the eyes of the French, they were genuinely high-end perfumes and had a very high reputation in France. It was an old local brand. With the credentials of a Keyring shareholder and director, Chu-do easily entered the factory. The other senior executives of the factory were not available, so the deputy manager had to temporarily receive them. Chu-do was very curious about this perfume, as he wasn't familiar with it. But Li Wenxin next to him said, "I know about this perfume. Moreover, there are no retail stores for it in China. If you buy it online, it may not be authentic." Chu-do nodded slightly. He turned to the deputy manager and said, "I would like to buy some perfumes directly here. How about it?" The deputy manager said with a surprised expression, "Thank you for your recognition and appreciation, Mr. Chu. There's no need to buy. As a Chinese saying goes, meeting each other is destiny. Today, I will make the decision to give Mr. Chu 10 sets of perfume gift boxes. Please don't refuse. Perhaps we will have more development and cooperation in the future." Chu-do slightly raised his eyebrow. "Oh, but I heard that Fragonard's perfumes don't seem to be sold for export on a large scale. They are only sold in France, and there aren't any Fragonard retail stores in China, either. The deputy manager said with a smile, "That's right. Mr. Chu is right. Fragonard can be considered the king brand in the French perfume industry. As for not exporting, there are reasons for it." Chu Du said with interest, "Please, I'm very interested in knowing more. It's mainly about our brand philosophy and market strategy. Firstly, we emphasize the handmade production and traditional craftsmanship of our products. These features are more suitable for showcasing and promoting within the local market. Secondly, all of our perfumes use plant flowers as raw materials, emphasizing natural ingredients. This fits more with the market demand and brand image in France. Furthermore, we have our own perfume museum in our country, where foreign tourists can see the ancient process of perfume production, including distillation, extraction, and fat separation. This kind of experience is hard to replicate in other countries. Due to all of these reasons, we choose not to export in order to maintain its unique and high-quality image in the local market. This is also why we have a high reputation in our own country, while our international rankings are lower." Chu Du suddenly understood. It seemed like every brand had its own unique traits. Zhao Qian next to him also said, "Fragonard is indeed very powerful. Even though they don't sell on the international market, their status and influence in France is very high. They are regarded as a top-tier perfume brand. Many international well-known brands, such as Chanel and Dior, will send their perfumers to Fragonard to study and even commission them to make perfumes." Chu Du had an idea and said, "Thank you very much for your gifts. I have an idea. If Fragonard is willing, I would like to provide a place in Shanghai, China, to set up a production plant and also set up retail counters in our international shopping mall, or even separate stores, to enter the Chinese market. How about it?" The deputy manager hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Chu, this is not something I can decide. After all, the reasons are very complex. However, I can report it to my superiors. I will get back to you later." Chu Du understood him. "Then thank you very much. I hope we can have more cooperation." The deputy manager kept his word and sent Chu Du 10 sets. Chu Du picked up one of the bottles and examined it carefully. According to Zhao Qian, this bottle of perfume could sell for about 1,800 to 2,000 yuan in China, but here, ordinary tourists could buy it for about 600 to 700 yuan. If it was a tour group, the price would be as low as 400 yuan. Chu Du secretly lamented how large the price difference was. But a lot of it was from transfer fees and taxes, which Chu Du also understood the ins and outs of. 10 sets added up to over 100,000 yuan based on Chinese prices. This value was insignificant for Chu Du and the deputy manager, but it was a matter of attitude. At least, both sides were satisfied, weren't they? Chapter 116. Securing the shares. The small town of Nice wasn't very big. After having a simple lunch here, they came down from the mountain at around 2 in the afternoon. Zhao Qian continued to take them to other places. Actually, southern France was a pretty good place. In summer, it was filled with many tourists. Zhao Qian also said, "Foreigners are different from us Chinese. Every year during summer, many people will take time off and go on vacations, from half a month to 2 months, traveling and resting, not working. They think that this is a good way to relax. So, during the summer here, it's better not to have any issues. Otherwise, many times you won't be able to find the people in the corresponding positions." Chu Du was impressed by how free people were in foreign countries. If someone took leave like this in China, the boss would have already fired them and sent them back home. The coast of Nice was a very good place for leisure. Zhao Qian brought Chu Du and Li Wenxin here, looking at the view of the coast. The gemstone-like pure blue color was created by the interplay of nature's sunlight, seawater, and sky. Li Wenxin said with admiration, "The seawater looks so clear and blue. It's indeed much cleaner than many polluted areas. It has a lot of artistic and aesthetic beauty." There were many people next to the coast. Many people were surfing, and many others were lying on the beach resting. Chu Du even saw quite a few girls wearing bikinis, and even some who were completely topless, lying directly on the beach, sunbathing, not caring about the people around them, and nobody seemed to be watching them with any special attention. This seemed like a very normal thing here. Wow, this is what you could see in foreign countries. You could never see this in China. The biggest impression that Chu Du had here was the laid-back feeling. Yes, it was laid-back. Unlike China, where the common people were working hard every day for a living, unable to stop and rest. Here, there were laid-back people everywhere. Many people were even taking vacations and going on trips, experiencing a feeling of ease and freedom. It was like time itself had slowed down here. On the beach, There were also many people playing beach volleyball. Although they weren't technically skilled, they were all having fun, and they would burst out laughing from time to time. Looking at the scene before her, Li Wenxin held her phone and took pictures. I really admire them. This free life, the pace is very comfortable. It wouldn't be something that would make you feel depressed. Chu Du held her hand and said, What, are you feeling depressed working by my side? Li Wenxin shook her head and pushed her long hair away. I'm talking about before in other places. It was really uncomfortable, all the exploitation. Chu Du pulled her hand tightly and didn't speak. After walking along the beach and enjoying the endless sea views, it was nearly evening, and the tourists had started to leave. Chu Du and his group also took the car back. In the car, Chu Du thought for a moment and said, Miss Zhao, here's the thing. Tomorrow, I have some work to do, so I won't be going out for the time being. As for tomorrow afternoon or the day after, I will look for you. You're doing a great job as a tour guide. I appreciate it. Zhao Qian was flattered. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Chu. I will definitely work hard. She was very clear about his identity. A little bit of extra pay would be enough for her to live on for a long time. Chu Du planned to go to Monaco next to it after finishing his negotiations with LVMH. After all, it wasn't far. Going east from Nice, it was only 20 to 30 kilometers. There was a great view there. In the evening, in the hotel room, Chu Du and Li Wenxin were eating while looking at documents. The LVMH group was a very powerful group, the leading giant in global luxury goods. Just from that title, one could see LVMH's position. Its full name was Moët Hennessy Louis Vuitton, and it was a super large group with a market value of $500 billion, which was extremely large. The group's main businesses included wine, spirits, fashion leather, cosmetics, fragrances, watches, and jewelry. It had businesses in many different fields. As for brands, for example, Moët Champagne, Dom Perignon, Hennessy, LV, Givenchy, Fendi, Guerlain, and many other international luxury brands were under their umbrella. The largest shareholder was the Arnault family, which was a family-run group. Nearly half of the shares were in the hands of the family, and the other half were in the open market. According to the market value estimation, $500 billion was 3.5 trillion Chinese yuan. However, Chu Du was only willing to invest 300 billion at the moment. He would need to use the rest of the money in other areas. However, Chu Du still had confidence. Although 300 billion wasn't a lot, it wasn't a problem for him to acquire 10% of the shares. Sitting in the car, they arrived at LVMH's meeting room. Coincidentally, LVMH's headquarters was also in Paris. It was a French group. Today, there was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a neat suit. His name was Brad, and he was the representative of the Arnault family today. Chu Du didn't know his position in the family, but according to what he said, today he could fully represent the family's intention. After introductions, both sides sat down. Brad looked at Chu Du and said calmly, Thank you, Mr. Chu, for recognizing LVMH. Today, we are mainly here to discuss the share acquisition. Chu Du said gently, That's right. I'm prepared to acquire 10% of LVMH shares for 300 billion. Brad neither agreed nor refused. I've heard about this, but I think that Mr. Chu's offer seems a bit low. Chu Du chuckled and said, Then Mr. Brad, do you have any confidence in that? Brad pushed up his glasses and said seriously, I believe. Negotiations in the business world were always a back and forth, especially when it came to such large transactions that involved so much money in shares. No one wanted to concede. Both sides debated about LVMH's current situation, its challenges, its future development, as well as the inflated stock prices. They talked for a full 2 days without any results. But it was clear that LVMH had already wavered. Because Chu Du had said one thing, 300 billion cash. The moment the contract is signed, the money would be transferred immediately. 300 billion cash. That was not $3. Even LVMH couldn't ignore such a large amount of cash flow. You had to know that for a company's operations, cash flow was very important, and it could completely decide the life and death of the company. After 3 days of discussion, LVMH finally agreed to Chu Du's acquisition. 300 billion Chinese yuan in cash, in exchange for the Arnault family's 10% of LVMH shares, making him the second largest shareholder. However, Chu Du would not be directly involved in any decision-making. He would basically only receive dividends, but would have the right to inquire and monitor all of the group's affairs. If there were any issues, Chu Du had the right to stop and veto decisions. The deal was completely settled. The next day, it was announced to the public. The changes in shares at Kering and LVMH shocked the outside world. Especially in China, Many people were stunned by Chu Du's financial prowess, almost 350 billion yuan in combined funds. Chu Du also suddenly became one of the world's financial power players. Chapter 117. Leisure and Relaxation. The news caused a huge stir in the global financial industry and among wealthy circles. Many were marveling at Chu Du's strength and the decisions of the two companies. Numerous European companies also took note of Chu Du, especially those that were in the midst of negotiations. They hadn't really known much about Chu Du before, but now they immediately understood. He was rich and he was powerful. Several companies that had been wavering now made their decisions. It was just some shares. Giving up a little wasn't a big deal. Everyone could grow together. With such a strong ally, there would naturally be many benefits for development. But Chu Du, who had garnered so much attention from the industry, was not concerned. At that moment, he was traveling with Li Wenxin and their guide, Zhao Qian. The distance was relatively far, so Chu Du directly arranged for a private jet to fly them over. Monte Carlo Airport. After landing, Chu Du and his party left through a special passage. That was the benefit of being in Europe. The power of capital was immense, and arranging these kinds of special passages was very easy. With Chu Du's current reputation in the world, arranging these things was incredibly simple. Relaxing and letting go of all cares, Chu Du looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling delighted. However, there seemed to be many yachts moored along the coast, and some had already sailed out a little further. Seeing Chu Du and Li Wenxin looking puzzled, Zhao Qian said, "This is a very unique place in Monaco. It is a gathering place for a large number of private yachts. First of all, Monaco is both a kingdom and a principality. It's a very small country, but it has a title, the yachting capital. You can see that Monaco has a huge number of yachts. There are many wealthy people here. Although the country is small, almost everyone is very rich. Many people even have yachts. The entire country is by the sea, and with all the wealth, they have a huge number of yachts. Later on, they even have a dedicated yacht show." Hearing this, Chu Du's expression was a little surprised. You had to know that a yacht was defined as a high-end luxury item, which meant that only the wealthy could afford one. And the yachts in Monaco seemed to fill up the entire country, which meant that the entire country was full of wealthy people. Even the world-renowned Formula One races, tennis open tournaments, and other major events were held here. Zhao Qian continued, "The people here are all very rich. For example, you can see people driving luxury cars everywhere on the streets. If you interact with these people, you will discover that they are all wealthy. A person who seems very ordinary might suddenly say, 'Excuse me, I have to go back to the company for a board meeting.' And they are not joking." Li Wenxin asked with interest, "Then why are the people here so rich? Is there a special direction of development?" Zhao Qian nodded and said, "That's right. Monaco has various policies to support its citizens, so they never have to worry about making a living. For example, foreigners who invest in setting up industries or financial companies in Monaco have to pay a large amount of taxes and deposit money, while the citizens of Monaco do not need to pay anything at all. Therefore, they can earn a substantial income just by lending their names. There is also gambling and other money-making machines, which has led to an explosion of pleasure-seeking among the people of Monaco. People of all ages are great at having fun and are very passionate. In our words, this place is a paradise for leisure, retirement, and entertainment." Chu Du took a deep breath. This seemingly unremarkable country was surprisingly powerful. Although it was not well known, it was very comfortable, a country solely for enjoyment. Zhao Qian continued, "Let's talk about the yachts again. How many yachts does Monaco have?" In detail, Monaco has the highest number of yachts per capita in the world. There are thousands of luxury yachts docked in the country's two major ports, which can encircle Monaco. Even the beaches of nearby Nice and Ys have been occupied by Monaco's yachts. There are many beautiful women who have nothing to do all day and go scuba diving with their yachts. Many people say that working as a model in Monaco, even as a greeter, can earn hundreds of euros a day. But I've never done it, so I don't know." Chu Du and Li Wenxin didn't speak anymore, looking at the coastline in the distance, with hundreds of yachts. Both of them were shocked and greatly moved. Chu Du was even considering that the combined number of private yachts owned by the rich in China was definitely not as many as this, not counting yacht clubs. Then, they came to the city center and happened to encounter a car race. The crowds on the congested streets showed the people's enthusiasm and ease. They did not have any pressure in life and could enjoy themselves to the fullest. But Monaco was indeed very small. In just 2 days, They had already seen almost everything. Next, they went to Switzerland. For many people, Switzerland was associated with Swiss banks. Actually, it was more than that. If you want to buy watches in Europe, the best place to do so is Switzerland. Many Chinese tourists would come here to buy watches because the price difference due to taxes was way too significant. Zhao Qian explained, when Chinese people come here to buy watches, they mostly buy them for themselves. Because when going through customs, you are not allowed to bring the receipts and boxes, otherwise, it would be suspected of reselling. So, it's not possible to resell them in large quantities to earn a profit. They are mostly for themselves. But as for watches, Chu Du didn't have any immediate need. The Patek Philippe that he was currently wearing was more than enough. The scenery in Switzerland was indeed good. Chu Du and his party took the Golden Pass line and enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way, witnessing golden landscapes and rainbows. However, the train station in this place was really, really shabby. Chu Du looked at it for a long time, and it gave him the feeling of a third or fourth-tier city train station in China 20 years ago, which left him speechless. Chapter 118. Deputy Manager Zhao's Report. Germany, France, Italy, Switzerland, Austria, Monaco. Over the course of half a month, Chu Du and Li Wenxin visited many countries and places and experienced many different cultures and customs. Finally, they returned to Paris again. This time, it was to negotiate with the L'Oréal Group. After 3 days of negotiations, Chu Du invested 100 billion and acquired 30% of L'Oréal's shares, becoming L'Oréal's largest shareholder. As for the other 3 shareholders, they were the Bettencourt family, Nestlé, and L'Oréal itself. 5 days later, Chu Du was in Germany negotiating with the Volkswagen Group. In the end, for a price of 100 billion, he acquired a staggering 70% of the shares of the Volkswagen Group. Another week later, in Switzerland, at Patek Philippe's headquarters, he acquired 80% of Patek Philippe's shares for 50 billion. For the Volkswagen and Patek Philippe groups, Chu Du's shares were already substantial, and he could completely decide the direction of the entire group. However, Chu Du knew that he wasn't a business expert, so he would not interfere in the operation of the group. Instead, Chu Du would send people to supervise, especially in financial matters. Additionally, Chu Du had an absolute veto in all of these groups. In just over a month, Chu Du had spent a huge amount of money on shares in these groups. He had a total of 780 billion in assets overseas, and these groups alone had used up 600 billion. He was now poor, with only 180 billion in assets left. However, Chu Du was not satisfied. According to the arrangements that Wang Ziying told him, there was also the shares in Hollywood. But Li Wenxin had to go back. She had been away from her children for too long, and the children were a bit scared. In order to appease the children, Li Wenxin had to return early. However, Lu Ruyan had finished her work in China and flew directly to Hollywood to meet with Chu Du. In the end, Chu Du once again invested another 100 billion and acquired shares in several of Hollywood's major giants. In all the major giants, Chu Du had a total share value of 20%. At this point, Chu Du had only 80 billion left of his overseas funds. But he had acquired many shares and had become part of the global financial elite. One day after Chu Du landed in China, he received an invitation that was brought by Wang Xinyue. Chu Du was a little surprised. Wang Xinyue said with a smile, "You are a celebrity now, a top-level wealthy person. This is an invitation from Shanghai's wealthy circles. They are all major clients of the bank, and they want to invite you and see about some investments." Chu Du knew that this trip would definitely draw attention. After all, he wasn't acquiring just an ordinary company, but many world-renowned groups. But Chu Du didn't care. If he did encounter something he could invest in, he would. He hadn't touched any of his domestic money. He had 50 billion at home and 80 billion overseas, making a total of 130 billion, which was more than enough. Chu Du smiled and said, "Okay, let's go then. Next Saturday. I don't have anything to do anyway." Wang Xinyue didn't say anything. As the head of the bank, these clients were under her management, so naturally she would also have to go. She pursed her lips. "Chu Gu, how was your trip abroad?" Over such a long period, they definitely didn't just talk about business the entire time. They must have also done some sightseeing. Chu Du leisurely leaned back on the sofa. "It was pretty good. There are some nice tourist spots abroad. Next time, you should come with me. I'm the head of the bank now, and there are so many things to do. How can I leave for more than a month? You can just take Li or Ruyan." Chu Du waved his hand. "It doesn't have to be so complicated. We can go for a week, that's enough." Wang Xinyue leaned against his chest and said softly, "Okay, if you take me, I'll go with you." Time had entered June, and the weather was starting to get hot. The scorching sun made people not want to go out. Chu-do looked outside and said with emotion, "It's only June. When it gets to July and August, I absolutely won't want to go out." Although Chu-do was now resistant to cold and heat, he didn't have any good feelings about this weather. Soon, the next day, Chu-do went to the company. Deputy Manager Zhao came to Chu-do's office as soon as possible. "Mr. Chu, these documents contain all the information that I brought with my people to do on-site investigations. Basically, all the materials are here. This part of the document is our design plan. It has already begun construction. Many places have started construction, including schools, water wells, ditches, and buildings. All of the plans and designs for orphanages and nursing homes, as well as for impoverished areas in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, and their current progress are all here. Finally, the supplies we prepared for the poor areas have already been completely delivered, including rice, flour, cooking oil, and many seeds, clothing, and various other items. This matter is very big. Many local governments have already contacted us, including CCTV. But you are not here, so they will be coming to interview us again soon." After listening to Deputy Manager Zhao's work report, Chu-do nodded with satisfaction. "You've worked hard, Lao Zhao. Some things are difficult to see clearly unless you do them personally. Regarding these matters, I have a meeting next week. After it ends, I'll arrange for a visit to the impoverished areas myself to supervise and inspect on the weekend. Also, tell the media department to arrange for a few live streamers to go with me. As for the interview, you can contact them. It's best to arrange it at that time, and we can witness everything together. There will also be plenty of filming material. All of these things are good for development, poverty alleviation, and the promotion of our company." "Understood, Mr. Chu," Deputy Manager Zhao said seriously. Chapter 119, Impoverished Places. Chu-do was still very invested in this matter. Saturday. This gathering was held at a large villa in the suburbs, covering an area of 7,000 square meters. It was indeed a circle of top-tier wealthy people. Those who were invited this evening were worth at least 10 billion. Don't think that 10 billion isn't a lot. Compared to Chu-do, they were not as good, but on a national scale, they were all part of the top circles of wealth. Chu-do went with Lu Ruyan, and Wang Xinyue made introductions in between. After a night, Chu-do had met many wealthy people from many different industries. Although Chu-do did not have much interaction with them at the moment, who knew when he might need them in the future? Of course, Chu-do was not only attending the gathering. He also learned about several good industries and companies, so that later he could discuss the details and make appropriate investments. Early the next morning, on a big weekend, Chu-do took Lu Ruyan and boarded a private plane, flying directly to the west of China. Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan. In many people's minds, these places were just poor. Although some places were developing well, such as Chengdu and Sichuan. However, these places still had many impoverished mountain villages. Chu-do had never been to these places. He knew that they were poor. He had seen it in the texts and numbers. But in the end, that was only a sentence. When you personally came here and saw things with your own eyes, you realized that was a true despair for many. There was a saying that went, "Poverty limits our imagination of the lives of the rich." Similarly, many people who were somewhat wealthy thought that they were poor, but after seeing this, they would understand that life had limited their imagination of poverty. In one village, the houses were all low and made of mud. It took a 5-kilometer walk to fetch water. The only source of income was the 2 acres of land that they owned. They would plant some crops, eat some, and that was their life. In another family, the only electrical appliance in the entire house was a lamp. When Chu-do asked what they usually ate, a 7 or 8-year-old child opened a bag of sweet potatoes next to them. Chu-do was silent. He couldn't say anything. The 7 or 8-year-old child was as thin as a 4 or 5-year-old. Their clothes were tattered, they were barefoot, and their skin was dark. The middle-aged man's face was flushed, his skin was dark and yellow, he had a stubble of beard, and his clothes were covered in dirt, as if he hadn't washed them for at least a month. His hands were covered in calluses and had many cracks. This scene was enough to move anyone with a conscience. Chu-do took a deep breath and turned to walk outside. Several bags of things were placed outside the door. They were all rice, flour, and cooking oil, freely distributed to the poor areas by the Galaxy Group. Chu-do sighed and said, "Since new clothes were sent here, why don't you wear them?" The middle-aged man smiled bashfully. "We don't dare. They are too new. We can't afford to damage them." Chu-do didn't say anything. He walked straight to the car next to him and took out a new coat. He went to the side of the middle-aged man and directly draped it over him. The middle-aged man wanted to refuse but didn't dare, and he was very timid. Chu-do said gently, "Old brother, take it and don't be shy." After speaking, he patted the man's shoulder and left to go to other places. Looking at Chu-do's departing figure, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of tears. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed hard. Visiting many places, everything Chu-do saw and heard was poverty that he had never experienced in his life. He thought quietly that although his methods were not useful, he still needed to do this. He wasn't a good person, but when he encountered such things, he was not someone without a heart. Some things, when you don't see them, are just that. But when you encounter them, and you don't do anything, you feel guilty. Chapter 120. The Interview. The interview with CCTV quickly followed. After all, with so many impoverished areas, a super rich man's donation and construction was not a small news story. It was the type that could be broadcast on the 7 p.m. news. Facing the camera, Chu-do was not nervous at all. As the boss of the Galaxy Group, although I have more wealth than the average person, I'm also a person with a soft heart. I didn't know much about these things before, but an accident made me realize how difficult things were in the impoverished mountain areas. So, I decided to do something. Whether it's the donated materials or the construction in the mountainous areas, it's all within my ability, and it's even insignificant. Standing in front of the camera, Chu-do spoke a lot. Finally, the reporter asked, "Mr. Chu, I heard that you also established the Galaxy Fund, and also took out a lot of funds to support impoverished students and college students who wanted to start a business." Chu-do smiled and nodded. "Yes, after all, I don't want anyone to not be able to go to college because of money. It's a very painful thing. I hope that with my help, more people can work hard to study and give back to society and to their hometowns." Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, Chu-do said a lot, and many people were moved. Later, the reporter followed Chu-do and filmed many images of the poor mountain areas. Seeing the scenes, both the reporter and the cameraman couldn't help but cry. Then, the reporter and cameraman also filmed many scenes of the team doing construction and renovation. Indeed, many things were changing there. Not only that, but Chu-do's Galaxy Group's media company also arranged for live streams. Dozens of streamers were here, in various places, live streaming every day, showing the changes that were happening there to the entire internet. Many people who saw these scenes in the live streams, although it was not as good as the dances of pretty girls, were moved and stopped by the live streams. The followers of these streamers also quickly increased. However, this was only the beginning. When CCTV aired the 7 p.m. news, it caused a sensation across the country. Galaxy Group, Galaxy Fund, the Light of Hope. Many people who saw the poor mountain areas donated money and items on their own, hoping to help in some way. There were also some people who volunteered, wanting to do their part. After Chu-do finished inspecting the construction and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a figure. He slowly walked to the figure and said, "Is it you doing the live stream of this school's construction?" Chu-do had many places under construction, and each streamer was focused on one specific place, and they wouldn't just run around. And this familiar person was Shun Wangshu. Shun Wangshu immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Chu, it's me." Chu-do nodded. Then he looked at the screen and said with surprise, "Not bad. You've gained 150,000 followers." Shun Wangshu smiled and pursed her lips. "It's all because of the opportunity that Mr. Chu gave me, otherwise I wouldn't have gained any attention." Chu-do hadn't seen Shun Wangshu many times, but the impression that Shun Wangshu had left on him was still very deep, mainly because of those two rabbits, which were just way too huge. Whether it was Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Wang Ziying, Li Wenxin, or any other of the women around him, they were not at all flat. But when it came to Shun Wangshu's top-level fullness, they were still a little lacking. There was no way around it. Those two were just too big and too white. Chu-do was a leg person, but that didn't prevent him from appreciating large breasts. Seeing Chu-do's gaze drift over her chest, Shun Wangshu's face showed a hint of shyness. "Mr. Chu, thank you so much this time." Chu-do shook his head. "It's nothing. There are so many streamers, and the fact that you were chosen to come here shows your ability. Work hard." After speaking, he patted Shun Wangshu's shoulder and then left. Looking at Chu-do's back, Shun Wangshu felt very grateful. The first time was at the year-end lottery, and the second time was now. Both times, Chu-do had given her an opportunity. Chapter 121. Public Welfare. Building and transforming impoverished mountain areas wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. However, Chu-do wasn't one to lack perseverance. This time, he He spent a full month and a half in the mountains, witnessing countless impoverished families and overseeing the progress of every single renovation project. With substantial financial backing, both the quality and efficiency were far from the usual sluggish state. After all, the speed of construction always depended on the speed of payment. The title of Infrastructure Maniac wasn't for nothing. A little over a month later, Chu-do finally left. Some constructions had already been completed and passed Chu-do's inspection without any issues. As for his return, it was for the scholarship program. During the initial review, the foundation had received over 8,000 applications from impoverished students across the country. There were issues regarding verification of authenticity and funding. If all were genuine, based on Chu-do's standards, they would need to allocate over 100 million in funds for this round alone. Although Lu Ruyan had the authority to decide, Chu-do still needed to be consulted, as this was the first scholarship program, and it had attracted considerable attention. Chu-do's primary demand was authenticity. The information of every school was verified with the school, the student's family, and the local authorities, ensuring no deception existed. The efforts in poverty alleviation in mountain areas and the scholarship program had garnered massive national attention. Considering the significant impact, the Ministry of Public Security even issued a notice, with local police forces cooperating in the investigation to ensure authenticity. As the notice went out, more and more people in need sent in applications, even in other areas, like families without money for medical treatment. Chu-do was silent for a moment when he saw these applications. The next day, at the group's high-level meeting, Chu-do said calmly, "Issue a notice that in 5 days, Xinghe Hospital will begin free clinics. As long as the total treatment cost does not exceed 1 million, all treatment will be free for 1 week." The executives looked at each other, knowing how much money this would cost. But nobody spoke up. After all, Chu-do was wealthy, and even if he bore the entire expense, he could afford it. Also, add a medical aid fund. It's exclusively for impoverished families who cannot afford medical expenses. The audit must be authentic. No loopholes allowed. Everyone agreed. As the situation escalated and more applications poured in, a final list of 12,000 impoverished students was approved, receiving 10,000 yuan each as tuition assistance for the current semester. Subsequent assistance would be provided for every tuition payment. The extra funding would serve as their living expenses. It wasn't a great sum, but a truly impoverished student wouldn't be thinking about luxury consumption. Having enough money for living was already not easy. This move by Chu-do immediately made him famous nationwide, and the Xinghe group was firmly etched into the public's memory. However, this was not Chu-do's concern. Furthermore, Wang Ziying had discussed with him the fact that these actions were seemingly useful, but in reality not the true source of power. Wang Ziying herself was his real backing. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chu-do felt somewhat uneasy. Even with infinite wealth, enough to be spent in a lifetime, money seemed to fall short in the face of power. After all, this wasn't the Western capitalist world. Chapter 122, an update. However, Chu-do wasn't worried. He used to be clueless, but now he was very aware. The Wang family was one of the top families in the country, and Wang Ziying was the eldest daughter, intelligent, beautiful, and deeply loved by the old patriarch. She also held considerable power and resources. Within the Wang family, her words carried weight. If she was willing to speak up for him, then there was nothing to worry about. That was his biggest support and trump card. Though Chu-do didn't want to be protected by a woman, some things were unavoidable. Here, the privileges and power of top families were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. While pondering in his office, Li Wenxin came in, poured a glass of water, and handed it to him. Looking at Chu-do's furrowed brows, she asked softly, "What's wrong? You look troubled." Chu-do shook his head and took a sip of water. "It's nothing, just considering some arrangements." He didn't intend to tell Li Wenxin. Some things were beyond her reach. Suddenly, Li Wenxin hugged his neck, her face filled with delight. "Guess what? My child was picked up by her grandfather tonight." Tonight? It was Tuesday, Li Wenxin's husband was away, and now her child was also not home. That meant Chu-do's eyes lit up. "Then tonight, you're coming with me." Li Wenxin giggled. "Okay." Glancing at the time, it was a little past 2 in the afternoon. Chu-do said directly, "All right, no more work for today. Let's go buy something." Li Wenxin didn't refuse and followed the man out. They arrived at the International Grand Shopping Mall, where Chu-do casually walked inside, holding Li Wenxin's hand. Li Wenxin asked curiously, What are we going to buy? I'm buying you something. Chu Du led Li Wenxin to a Patek Philippe store. Seeing Chu Du dressed in top luxury brands and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, they knew exactly which model it was, and that it cost over 30 million. Even though Li Wenxin was wearing her work uniform, they bowed very respectfully. Welcome. Patek Philippe is at your service. Chu Du nodded slightly. Pick out a watch for her, a lady's one. Let her choose what she likes. There's no price limit. Just take whatever you want. Upon hearing Chu Du's words, the sales associates were filled with envy. What a rich young master. No price limit? That meant the sky's the limit. Looking at Li Wenxin, with her large bust, slender waist, long legs, and her height of 1.72 meters, plus her high heels making her nearly 1.8 meters tall, with straight and slender legs beneath her black business skirt, without stockings, and that dignified, elegant, and gentle demeanor of a mature woman, truly something that was unmatched. The sales associates collected their thoughts and focused on choosing a watch. Li Wenxin hesitated and whispered, "These are too expensive. He'll realize it at a glance." Chu Du raised his eyebrows slightly. What's there to be afraid of? Just say it's a bonus for the business trip, a reward for your hard work. Looking at Chu Du's attitude, Li Wenxin sighed. Which company rewarded their employees with a multi-million watch for a business trip? Never mind. She'd take off the watch after work and leave it in the office. She also had a watch, but it only cost a few thousand yuan, nothing like this. Soon, the sales associates came forward one after another, each holding a tray with a watch. Looking at these watches and listening to the sales associates' explanations, Li Wenxin was dazed and didn't know which one to choose. Ultimately, Li Wenxin chose a classic watch that cost 900,000 yuan. Chu Du looked at the price. Are you sure? Don't want to pick out something better? Li Wenxin shook her head. No need. It's too flashy. Chu Du nodded. Of course, he didn't care. He swiped his card, paid, and they left. Then he took Li Wenxin to other clothing stores. Although with Chu Du's status, one phone call could have someone come to his place to measure them and have clothing custom-made. Chu Du had no intention of doing that. While it was a high-end experience, women always liked shopping. They didn't necessarily have to buy anything, but they had to shop. They liked the feeling of looking around and comparing. So, other than his own clothes, which were custom-made with in-home measuring, Chu Du took the other women shopping. Chapter 123, just an update. They shopped until after 6. Chu Du had bought Li Wenxin a watch, over 10 pieces of clothing, several pairs of high heels, and a lot of cosmetics, spending nearly 2 million yuan. However, 2 million was nothing to Chu Du. He arranged for someone to send the things home while he took Li Wenxin to a private restaurant. This was a private Chinese restaurant, and it was said that the head chef's ancestors were imperial chefs in ancient times, passing down secret recipes. In addition, the owner of the restaurant also had a remarkable background, so it gradually became a restaurant for the high-end and discreet circle. Chu Du had also ordered the dishes beforehand, all of them excellent delicacies. Clear broth bird's nest, Buddha jumps over the wall, rock sugar bird's nest, Thai Shir 5 snake soup, and yellow croaker soup dumplings. Every dish was a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Without even tasting it, just by looking at the plating and smelling the aroma, one knew that the chef was a master of the culinary arts. The private restaurant had a great atmosphere. In a private room, you couldn't hear anything from outside. Taking a bite, it was tender and smooth, and the taste was really excellent. While eating, Chu Du asked, "Do you plan to keep things as they are? Since there are no feelings between you, why not get a divorce?" Li Wenxin shook her head, a trace of helplessness in her voice. "Although I don't like him anymore, he still has feelings for me. On the surface, we are still a loving couple. How can I bring it up for no reason?" Chu Du took a bite of his dish. A relationship in name only? Li Wenxin was also distressed. "But I don't want my child to have an unhappy childhood." Chu Du smiled and said calmly, "Sometimes, enough toys and companionship can make up for those feelings." Li Wenxin shook her head. "It's not true. Her father hasn't done anything wrong. In my child's heart, he's still a good father. Toys can't buy that." Chu Du remained silent. He didn't have children, so he couldn't understand Li Wenxin's thoughts, but he respected her. Although their relationship was unique, Chu Du didn't force anything upon her. After dinner, it was already 9 o'clock. Getting into the car, the two of them went home. After taking a leisurely bath, Chu Du sat on the sofa, relaxing while watching TV and eating fruit, content with life. Not long after, Li Wenxin came out in a bathrobe. Perhaps because she had just bathed, her skin was slightly flushed, and the fragrance of shower gel and shampoo lingered. Leaning against Chu-do, she asked softly, "What's wrong?" Chu-do patted her hand and asked, "Are you planning to keep things this way with me?" Li Wenxin was silent for a moment and then replied, "Actually, I'm also tired of this sneaking around. I'm always worried. If I were divorced, you can come see me every day, and I will want to see you as well. But for now, you know how frequently he checks in on me. How many times have I received calls at the office? Every time I'm with you alone, I always feel like he's going to video call and check up on me. I'm afraid of that feeling, and I'm so tired." Chu-do narrowed his eyes. "Why not get a divorce? If you agree, I have countless ways to make sure you get divorced." Li Wenxin was startled and quickly replied, "You can't do anything rash. Although I don't have any feelings for him, he's my child's father. I don't want my child to suffer because of this. She's still young." Chu-do understood. Li Wenxin's daughter was only 6 or 7 years old and was indeed still very young. If he did something extreme, it would easily hurt the child's heart and could become a lifelong trauma. Chapter 124, Beijing. These matters couldn't be solved in a day. Actually, for Chu-do, solving it would be really simple. Arrange for her husband to have an affair, and that would be that. Or arrange for her husband to be on a long-term business trip abroad, which was also doable. For Chu-do, these things were easy and would go unnoticed. Leaning back on the sofa, Chu-do's hand caressed Li Wenxin's shoulder. Her delicate skin made Chu-do's hand itch with desire, causing it to slide unconsciously, reaching out to grab a large. Suddenly, Chu-do said with a mischievous smile, "Tonight, it's just the two of us, and we have plenty of props here, you know?" That night, the two indulged themselves completely, using all the props one by one. Nobody knew how many outfits Li Wenxin had changed into by the end. It was late at night when, exhausted from being tossed around, Li Wenxin drifted off to sleep on the bed. While Chu-do liked beautiful women, he didn't get lost in pleasure every day. The next morning, Wang Ziying called, asking Chu-do to come to Beijing soon if he was free. Chu-do initially thought it was to meet her family, but Wang Ziying said it was for something else. She didn't elaborate much before hanging up. Chu-do pondered. What could Wang Ziying want him to do in Beijing? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought. Nothing major seemed to have happened recently. He stopped, thinking about it, and arranged his affairs at the company, directly taking his private jet to Beijing, only with bodyguards. Wang Ziying was there to pick him up, and they embraced warmly. "Now you can tell me, what's going on?" Chu-do was full of doubts. Wang Ziying smiled and said, "Work." "Work?" Chu-do was confused but got into the car with Wang Ziying anyway. In the car, Wang Ziying explained in detail, "I have a best friend who got 10 billion from her family and is planning to go solo, but she's alone. So, I was thinking of asking you to come help." Chu-do finally understood. He patted Wang Ziying's firm bottom. "That's it? You scared me." Wang Ziying snuggled into his arms. "It's not like I haven't seen you for a while. I missed you, so I asked you to come." Chu-do held Wang Ziying and asked, "All right, what does your friend want to do?" "She wants to do something in the luxury goods market. You've acquired a lot of world-renowned brands. She wants some Beijing authorization and supply channels." Chu-do immediately understood. Chu-do had a large stake in those brands, and while he didn't participate in the decision-making on a daily basis, with one word from him, people would naturally handle things efficiently for him. Chapter 125, Oil Fields for Resources. He thought about it for a moment and said, "But with such a large market in Beijing, she only has 10 billion. She can't eat it all up." Wang Ziying rolled her eyes and said, "Of course not. She just wants part of the authorization and supply chain." Chu-do said easily, "No problem, arrange it anytime." This was not a problem for Chu-do at all. Chu-do said with a wicked smile, "Did you just call me over for this?" Wang Ziying shook her head, her expression becoming serious. "Also, how is your business in Africa going?" Hearing something serious, Chu-do also adopted a serious tone. "Regarding the oil fields, we haven't touched them as you said. The other areas are in continuous mining, and the harvest is quite good." It was more than good. What was the mining cost there? But sold domestically, they could go for tens, hundreds of thousands, even millions. The profit was absurd. Wang Ziying hesitated for a moment. "If I were to say that I want you to give up the oil fields, would you accept it?" Chu-do said nonchalantly, "For you, I would. It's just an oil field. My wealth is more than enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life." Though what Chu-do said was true, he was still somewhat unhappy. Having enough wealth was one thing, but giving away an oil field for free was something else. However, the system had only given him wealth, no other guarantee. To be with the young lady of the Wang family, wealth alone wasn't enough. However, for Wang Ziying, he thought Wang Ziying was more important than an oil field. So, he could accept it. Wang Ziying sighed, "You know some things. It's hard for a pure businessman to have a voice." Chu Du knew that, though the rich seemed so unrestrained, at many times, one word from above was enough to ruin everything. Chu Du raised his eyebrows. "Since you said it, you must have an arrangement." Wang Ziying took his hand. "I'll take you to see someone." "Okay." Chu Du didn't ask who it was. However, he soon found out. Although it was their first time meeting, this person was a figure often seen in the news. Chu Du was flattered when he shook hands with this person. Wang Ziying wisely left, leaving only the two men to talk, along with a security guard. Nobody knew what they discussed, but an hour later, Chu Du walked out looking relaxed. When Chu Du got into Wang Ziying's car, Wang Ziying asked anxiously, "How was it? Are you okay?" Chu Du smiled and said, "Of course, I'm fine, and I will be even better in the future." Of course, an oil field alone wouldn't have traded for such benefits, but what Chu Du had wasn't just the oil field, but also his identity. A multinational super businessman with businesses all over the world, along with armed subordinates and weapons. If he had official backing, he would be an ultimate white glove. Many times, this identity could provide internal conveniences on an international scale. The higher-ups gave him considerable autonomy, 2 special documents, and even sent him a group of instructors to train his people. All these were Chu Du's assets. Moreover, now with a platform and a springboard, Chu Du could try to continue searching for new mines in chaotic regions. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. The technology there was very backward, and with plenty of chaotic areas where warlords controlled, Chu Du's attacks wouldn't provoke international issues. Was there anything better than this? Though he was being used by the highest echelons was also a kind of powerful resource. Looking out the window, Chu Du longed for the system. "Can you come back? If you were here, how wonderful it would be." Chapter 126, Shun Wangshu's recording. Soon, Chu Du called the international luxury brands, using his position as a major shareholder to arrange targeted supply and marketing. Next, he arranged for several celebrities to appear for publicity. These things were just small matters. For Chu Du, with just a word, his subordinates immediately worked hard to arrange and coordinate everything, without requiring him to worry about the details. This was the benefit of power. With just a word, subordinates ran their legs off. Since he wasn't planning to meet Wang Ziying's family this time, Chu Du didn't stay long and returned in a week. Although his trip was short and he didn't do much, he met a very important person and accomplished something crucial. Sitting in his office, Chu Du pondered his next plan. He didn't really need to worry about the group and the company. He just needed to collect money. The businesses in all areas were steadily rising. Unless he was implementing a major plan, he didn't need to be involved. And now, the charity work was also progressing well. Construction in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan was almost finished. Many things were built, and new agricultural developments were changing the area. Chu Du had also arranged for people to consider developing mountain tourism projects, given the abundance of mountains and forests there. If they could create an ecological tourism environment, that would be good. While Chu Du was pondering in his office, Lu Ruyan suddenly walked in. "Boss, from the media department, someone named Xin Wangshu wants to see you." She said it's about some matters at Xinghe Hospital. Chu Du was confused. The hospital? She should talk to the hospital management, right? Why is she coming straight to me? Logically, they should report step by step. Xin Wangshu was an anchor from the media department. She wouldn't report directly to Chu Du. Lu Ruyan shook her head. She says she can only speak if she sees you. After a moment of consideration, Chu Du said, "Okay, let her come in." After Lu Ruyan left, she quickly returned with Shan Wangshu. Looking at Xin Wangshu, whose face was streaked with tears, Chu Du frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What is so important that you need to see me?" Xin Wangshu said softly, "President Chu, our company's Xinghe Hospital has an application for employees who are facing financial hardship and can't afford treatment. They can apply for free treatment." As soon as she said it, Chu Du immediately understood. This was a rule he had made himself. If company employees were having financial difficulties and could not afford medical expenses, the company could provide free treatment. But, seeing her current situation, it seemed like things were not developing as he had intended. Chu Du narrowed his eyes, a sharp look in his gaze. Someone refused your application? Shun Wangshu nodded. Yes, my family is in a difficult situation. I refused the first prize earlier for money. I need money for my family's medical treatment. Things aren't good now, so I submitted an application, but they rejected me. Chu Du stood up and walked in front of Shin Wangshu. Can you guarantee that your family's situation is indeed real and that there is no problem? Shin Wangshu looked up. President Chu, my family really doesn't have any financial ability. The money I earn isn't enough for my family's medical expenses. I guarantee that I'm not lying. You can verify it. Chu Du's face turned cold. Then why did they refuse you? Shin Wangshu didn't speak, but took out her phone from her pocket, pressed a few buttons, and began playing a recording. Chapter 127. The Filth of the Hospital. Director Zhang, my application is absolutely genuine. I didn't fake anything. I know, the verification team checked, and there's no problem. Then why reject my application? According to our company's regulations, I should be able to get free treatment for my family under these circumstances. Don't be so anxious. Treatment is treatment, but there are so many external applications too. They all want to line up, right? Your turn in the line will be a long wait. But President Chu said that internal applications should be prioritized. This is a benefit we are entitled to as employees. But there are many internal applicants too. They all have to come one by one. Please, I'm afraid things will get worse soon. My situation is a bit more urgent. You want to cut in line? Yes, it is a bit special, so I'm a little worried. But if you cut in line, what about the others? If you want to cut in line, others will want to as well. But, people can be flexible. You have to pay a little something. I can draw in advance on my salary. I'll give you a generous red envelope. What would I do with a red envelope? I'm not interested in that. After that, it was just a barrage of vile and crude language. Director Zhang was trying to use his power to engage in some form of quid pro quo. At first, Chu Du listened very seriously, but as he continued to hear the recording, his face gradually darkened. He had clearly prohibited and emphasized that internal applications must be prioritized and had forbidden any form of quid pro quo or monetary transactions. And now, this recording was laid bare before him. It was clear that they didn't take him seriously, and the people below him were doing God knows what behind his back. If Shin Wangshu had not exposed it, how many other things were still hidden? How much more filth was there below? He took a deep breath. Ruyan, arrange a car. Let's go to the hospital immediately. Do not let word of this get out. Yes. Lu Ruyan was also enraged. She immediately got up to arrange the car. Chu Du looked at Shin Wangshu and said solemnly, "Don't worry. I will definitely get you justice." He had initially founded the hospital partly for prestige, partly to make money, and partly for public service. And now, problems had arisen from within. Within a few minutes, Chu Du took Shan Wangshu downstairs, got into the car, and headed straight for the hospital. Without any prior notice, the hospital had no idea that Chu Du was coming. After the car stopped, Chu Du said, "All right, Wangshu, lead the way." Shin Wangshu was also a bit excited. The company's biggest boss was right beside her, supporting her. She was sure that no one could give her a hard time this time. Soon, they reached Director Zhang's office. There were no patients at the time. Director Zhang was writing something. When he saw Shin Wangshu walk in, a smile appeared on his face, but it quickly turned into a frozen expression when he saw the next person to walk in. Chu Du went straight to the bed beside him and sat down, looking coldly at Director Zhang without speaking. Both Shin Wangshu and Lu Ruyan were beautiful women. Usually, Director Zhang would have tried to glance at them more, but at the moment, he was in no mood. He stood there trembling, forcing a smile. "President Chu, what brings you here? You didn't even let us know. I'll go inform the superiors right now." "No need. I'm here specifically to see you." Chu Du's voice was icy. From the moment Shan Wangshu walked in with Chu Du, Director Zhang knew that the truth had been exposed. Without hesitation, he knelt down, crying loudly. "President Chu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll resign. I'll resign immediately. I'll never do this again." Chu Du still had a blank expression. He turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "Have the president of the hospital come here now and call the police." Hearing Chu Du, Lu Ruyan immediately started making calls. Director Zhang's face was filled with terror. He quickly said, "President Chu, please, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise, I will never." Before he could even finish speaking, Chu Du suddenly kicked him in the chest. "Get out of my sight." He really didn't want to listen to any of this nonsense. After receiving the phone call, within 3 minutes, the president of the hospital, with a group of senior hospital staff, came to the office. Seeing Chu-do, the president of the hospital braced himself and went forward, saying, "President Chu." Chu-do raised his head slightly. "Director Gua, I entrusted the hospital to you. Is this how you repay me?" Director Gua had a look of embarrassment on his face. He looked around and said, President Chu, I still don't know what's going on." Chu-do looked coldly at Director Zhang on the ground and slowly began to speak. He abused his power to engage in quid pro quo activities and with an employee's family member who needed help. Hearing this, the president of the hospital immediately understood that this was the rule that Chu-do had set. He frowned at Director Zhang beside him but couldn't say a word. Many of the senior staff and directors from the hospital looked uncomfortable as they witnessed this scene. Chapter 128. He's back. Director Gua, can you manage the hospital? If not, just leave. There are plenty of people who want to work here. Chu-do's expression was cold, and his gaze was fixed on Director Gua. This was a top domestic director he had hired with a huge sum of money, and yet this kind of thing had happened today. While Director Gua hadn't committed the act, in Chu-do's opinion, there was no difference. Seeing the enraged Chu-do, Director Gua quickly said, "President Chu, this time it was my fault. From today onward, I will strictly investigate everyone. There won't be these kinds of problems ever again." Chu-do stared at him for a full 5 seconds before saying, "If anything like this happens again, then your time as director here is over." "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." Director Gua promised again and again. Many of the directors and doctors secretly became vigilant. They could not afford to make any stupid mistakes. Their salary and benefits were already the best in the industry. If they sent themselves to prison for a small bonus, then they would lose out big time. There were definitely some people with malicious intentions here, but after this incident, no one dared to have such thoughts. Chu-do didn't say anything further, and no one dared to speak either. Director Zhang, still kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to get up, dazed, and looked miserable. In this quiet environment, about 10 minutes passed before the police arrived. When Director Zhang saw the police, his face turned ashen. The police were surprised to see Chu-do and hurried to greet him. Chu-do's popularity was immense. He had appeared on TV numerous times, and they naturally knew who he was. Chu-do quickly explained the situation. The captain of the police squad immediately patted his chest and said, "Mr. Chu, don't worry. We'll definitely get you answers. Thank you for your hard work." Director Zhang was taken away. He was taken away in front of everyone, sending a warning to all. Things went smoothly after that. Shin Wangshu's family surgery was arranged quickly. There were no problems. Everything proceeded as usual. Chu-do cast his gaze over the crowd. No one dared to look him in the eye. With a cold snort, Chu-do left. Lu Ruyan immediately followed. Back in his office, the more Chu-do thought about it, the more angry he became. He said with a deep voice, "Ruyan, today I only found out because someone reported it to me. So, how long do you think Director Zhang would have continued if no one had reported it? How many more things like this are happening beneath us?" Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment before saying, "The company is too big. Right now, there are several thousand employees, almost 10,000, with countless departments. It's impossible to avoid a lot of things." "Impossible to avoid?" Chu-do laughed coldly. "That's because other people don't want to do it or can't do it. But I'm different. There are some things I must do." He stood up and paced back and forth in his office. Lu Ruyan remained silent, quietly watching him. After about half an hour, Chu-do suddenly stopped. He said calmly, "Starting today, I will establish a department, the Inspectorate. It will openly and secretly investigate all people in every department. I want to see just how much filth there is and how many things they have been doing behind my back." Yes, recently there were many things going on. In addition to the new book, the updates for this book were very short. Starting this week, this book will resume updates and I plan to finish it. It has been a while since I last wrote this book, and I need to gather my thoughts and get back into the storyline before I start writing it again. Chapter 129. A quick update. Lu Ruyan nodded. "Okay, I understand. But where should we get the staff for the Inspectorate? From inside or hire new people?" Chu-do looked out the window and said, "Hire new people. To prevent problems within the Inspectorate, we will have 3 groups, A, B, and C. They will monitor each other, and there will be a reward for reporting irregularities. If there were only 2 groups, it would be easy for them to collude. But what if there were 3 groups? The more people there were, the less secrecy there would be. But there was no need for too many. 3 groups were more than sufficient. After all, it was a 3-way standoff. Lu Ruyan immediately understood Chu Du's intentions. She took a deep breath and said, "I understand. I will arrange for recruitment." Chu Du continued, "The identities of the inspectorate staff must be verified. There can't be any problems. We need to regularly examine the inspectorate to see if they are abusing their power and engaging in insider theft." Okay. Lu Ruyan knew that these things had to be done. Chu Du was very disappointed. He had worked so hard to get to where he was now, and yet corruption had appeared internally. Chu Du believed that this was definitely not the first and not the last time. Recruitment for the Xinghe group was something people were desperately vying for. As soon as the announcement was released, within an hour, over 10,000 people had applied. However, it took a lot of time to screen these applicants. In the end, after a week, they had only managed to recruit a little over 50 people for the inspectorate. After training, Chu Du assigned them to 3 groups and had them begin open-end secret investigations into all of the company's branches. They were to strictly investigate all irregularities. The identities of these people were only known to the HR at headquarters. Even the HR was under strict orders from Chu Du. They were not to leak these people's identities, or else they would be fired. Leaking identities to lawbreakers or keeping quiet. The choice was not difficult at all. Today was the first day that the inspectorate was starting work. Chu Du's mood was complex. He hoped to find issues so he could deal with them, but also hoped that there wouldn't be too many issues, otherwise, the internal problems would be severe. While he was lost in thought, there was a knock on his office door. "Come in." Seeing Shen Wangshu enter, Chu Du was somewhat surprised. As soon as Shen Wangshu walked in, she knelt down. "President Chu, thank you. I really want to thank you, President Chu. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Chu Du quickly walked forward and helped Shen Wangshu up. He frowned and said, "What are you doing? Coming in like that?" Shen Wangshu sniffed her slightly sore nose. She said, "President Chu, my family is actually not doing so well. The original medical costs were too high, and I didn't know what to do. Later, when the company had employee benefits, I saw some hope. But then that happened. If it wasn't for President Chu, I don't know what would have happened. The surgery yesterday afternoon went well, and now they are just recuperating." Chu Du gently nodded. "Since they're okay, that's good. And, as for the employee benefits I promised, we'll definitely keep our promises. If anyone tries to interfere, then I will definitely make them pay." As Shen Wangshu spoke, Chu Du understood what had happened previously. At the previous annual company meeting, Shen Wangshu had won first prize. However, she didn't go. Instead, she had chosen to continue live streaming to make money. It was all for her family's surgery expenses. Suddenly, Chu Du had an idea. He said, "Since I'm free today, I'll go with you to the hospital and see them." On the one hand, he wanted to make a surprise visit to see how the hospital was doing. On the other hand, as the group's boss, visiting the family members of employees, while it might be rare, would leave a strong impression on many people. Hearing this, Shen Wangshu was delighted. "Really? That's great. I'll take you there now." Chu Du didn't ask the driver to drive. Instead, he drove an ordinary Volkswagen A6 with his bodyguard and left. He wore a mask, only showing his eyes. Someone who didn't know him wouldn't recognize him right away. When they arrived at the hospital, Shen Wangshu's family was already in the inpatient department. Chu Du followed her and saw her family. It turned out that it was her grandfather. His health wasn't doing well, and he needed heart surgery. The surgery yesterday was successful, and the old man just needed rest. Because Chu Du was wearing a mask, the nurses and doctors were not familiar with him and had only seen photos of him. They couldn't recognize him right away. However, when talking and chatting, the doctors and nurses did not show any sign of impatience, and instead explained the precautions carefully. Chu Du secretly observed. These doctors and nurses didn't just act like this to Shen Wangshu's family. They were acting this way in every room. Chu Du secretly nodded. It seemed that after the cleanup last time, the hospital had become much more honest, and they showed better attitudes. Chu Du comforted Shen Wangshu's family. Seeing that there were no problems, he prepared to leave. Shen Wangshu naturally wanted to see Chu Du off. She accompanied him out of the hospital to the parking lot. Sitting in the car, Chu Du said seriously, "The old man needs rest. You can take good care of them these days. I'll let your department know at the company. You won't be shorted any of your pay. Don't worry." Shen Wangshu had a complicated expression with some feelings of gratitude. Chu Du felt quite emotional himself. He knew about this girl. There were many streamers, especially since the company now had more and More. There were thousands of officially signed streamers, many of whom already had hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers. Shin Wangshu originally only had a few tens of thousands of followers. Later, after her constant efforts, she had barely over 10,000 followers. She couldn't be considered as successful. It wasn't. Until she went with Chu due to the poverty alleviation construction activity in the West, where she streamed for a long time, that she got a lot of traffic and gradually reached where she was now. With 3 million followers, she was able to take many ads and participate in various activities and make a lot of money. However, her elderly family member was ill. Her parents were retired and didn't have much in retirement funds, and she also had a younger brother who had just graduated and was freeloading while studying for civil service exams. Shin Wangshu had become the family's financial pillar. Luckily, she had Chu-do, and this had brought her a great sense of relief. Looking at Shin Wangshu, Chu-do sighed softly, "Is there anything else?" Shin Wangshu hesitated for a moment, then said, "President Chu, I want to repay you." Chu-do was stunned. He smiled slightly and said, "There's no need for that. What I promised will definitely be delivered. Everyone has benefits, and I am not lacking anything. If you have the money, just take care of your family and don't think about anything else." Hey, what are you doing?" Shin Wangshu's hand had already reached for his belt. She moved closer to Chu-do and whispered, "President Chu, I'm not good at anything else, nor do I have any special skills. I just make a living as a streamer so I can feed my family and take care of my grandfather. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened. For me, you are my grandfather's savior. I know that President Chu has everything and is not lacking in women, but I'm still clean. I haven't been with anyone else. This is the only way I can repay you." As she spoke, she unbuckled the belt, and Chu-do was already stunned. Chapter 130. Farewell, Permanently Banned. The end. And Chu-do was already stunned. Hey, no, don't do this." Chu-do hastily pulled Shin Wangshu away. Shin Wangshu lowered her head, her voice hoarse, "President Chu, I'm sorry. I have nothing else to repay you with. This is the only thing I can offer you. Please don't look down on me." As she said that, her hand reached out again. Chu-do was a very pragmatic person. Although he said not to, his body didn't resist. Shin Wangshu had never done this before, but Chu-do didn't mess with her. He let her do her own thing. Chu-do sighed, "Why do you need to do this?" Looking at Chu-do, Shin Wangshu suddenly smiled. "President Chu, you didn't refuse, did you?" Shin Wangshu got out of the car. She still had to take care of her family. Chu-do watched her leave, not sure what he was thinking. He was not a saint, especially since he really liked Shin Wangshu's pair of big. It seemed like it was time for him to eat them. A week later, Chu-do's inspectorate swept through all of the group's departments. Through various open and secret investigations, they caught quite a few people. They had involved multiple companies, departments, and so on. They had abused their power and embezzled a lot of money. There were a total of over 200 people. Chu-do didn't let any of them go. Depending on the severity of the situation, he either chose to call the police or directly force them to pay compensation and resign. At this point, Chu-do officially announced the existence of the inspectorate to the whole company. For a time, everyone was on edge. They all worked diligently, not daring to mess around. The atmosphere throughout the group improved. At this time, Shin Wangshu's family was discharged from the hospital. They were currently recuperating at home and were doing fine. On a beautiful night, Chu-do finally ate Shin Wangshu completely. As time passed, Chu-do found a way to arrange for Li Wenxin's husband to be sent abroad on a 5-year business trip, and they would see what happened after that. And Wang Xinyue, Lu Ruyan, Wang Ziying, Zhang Lili, Li Wenxin, and Shin Wangshu all stayed with him. But Chu-do never got married. It wasn't until a year later, when Wang Ziying was pregnant, that Chu-do went to Beijing to meet her family. Compared to before, Chu-do had changed too much. The Wang family did not refuse. They agreed to the marriage. As for the people Chu-do had kept outside, they simply pretended not to see them. After the marriage, Wang Ziying officially moved in with Chu-do. They were both in Shancheng. After 10 months, Wang Ziying gave birth to a daughter. Wang Ziying did not kick anyone out. However, as the eldest sister, everyone respected her. As for Zhang Lili's, Wang Xinyue's, and Lu Ruyan's families, they also knew about it. But since it was already like this, could they really give up everything? After many conversations, eventually, the families didn't bother to care anymore and left on their own. 10 years later, one day, Chu-do was playing with his young daughter in the yard when suddenly a beam of light flashed. Ding! Scanning completed. Congratulations? A voice suddenly rang out, and Chu-do trembled. What a familiar voice. It had been over 10 years. He had dreamt about it countless times, but they had all been fake. System, is that you? Long time no see, host. The voice was still cold and mechanical, but to Chu-do, it was extremely pleasant. You're here this time too? My mission in the cultivation world failed. The host was too arrogant and died. Are you interested in cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality. Immortality. Chu-do was filled with boundless desire. I want to cultivate immortality. The system's voice rang out again. Okay, then let's start here. Spiritual chi recovery. Activate.